Yeah, same here. I was gonna say DG's, but or Dingle Sig's game. Let's do it.
Okay, welcome everybody to GOAT Format Championship 15. Live here with Scully and Bobby Buckets. We are on winner's side, round 1, 96 players today. We are joining in here at game 3 of Jay Cardias, aka Juan from Comic Odyssey, going against GOAT Vio here. Not sure what decks either players are using. But it looks like GOAT Vio won game 1 and lost game 2.
Cardine is gonna open up with a duo. After Goat summon DD Warrior Lady and set one to the back row. Gonna snipe Breaker. And Goat opts to pitch Kaiku.
Wow, and that Book of Moon allowing GOAT to not go negative on that heavy storm there. That would have been pretty bad if that ring had resolved. But
Definitely.
now the level 2 gonna let him press onward, clearing out the Magician. Tribe able to snipe away both warriors with one card. I was going to say a lot of answers for Tribe already in the graveyard here, but Snatch Steal a good one as well. We are nearing the GOAT Format World Championships. It's about almost exactly a month from today. This is the last GOAT Format Championship until the World Championship Tournament. So it will be interesting to see what decks players bring today. If players that already have invites are holding back maybe decks that they're planning to use for Worlds, or if they're testing out decks that they want to use for Worlds. And then still 4 invites on the line, so a lot of players still fighting today to try to get qualified for the World Championships.
It's going to be a big tournament today to lock up those last few spots.
We do still have 1 Patreon tournament left, and Format Library is hosting Format Library Championship 21, I believe, next month as well, before Worlds.
Alright, so just 1 down. Back over to Goat VO. Tribe and Kaiku on the board. Big Blade Knight is going to hit the board, swing at the face down. Another Faith, this one will go through. Picks up MST. I'm going to take 34 here.
A heavy storm could really turn the tides here.
Definitely. 1 light, 1 dark out of the grave. Just going to leave Cardenas with 1 light. As the MST, a heavy will be nice.
Yeah, Goat has the advantage, but it's a vulnerable board.
Cardenas should pick up 1,000 here. Make or break turn here. Gonna pitch Thunder Dragon.
And you said they got MST with the Magician of Faith?
Right.
So Thunder Dragon was a pretty good pickup there then.
Yeah. Still missing a dark if he can clear the Kaiku. Space will, Tribe's gonna go back to the board. So he can clear the Kaiku here, see if he has a Chaos Monster to follow up.
Either way, you can clear both and just leave Goat on the top deck.
Yeah. I think that's what he's gonna do. Thunder Dragons, yeah. And let's see if Cardenas can claw his way back in.
They gained the 1,000 life points back up. The last card stuck in the hand though. Probably is a Chaos Monster then.
Probably is. For Goat to clear the spot, the guard. Prevent that. So 1 face down.
Maybe a Donzalug set. It's gonna use the effect of Tribe. Ditch Sorcerer. BLS.
Here comes BLS, yeah. Wow. Yeah. Gonna banish the face down. Was Don.
Yeah, you could have attacked there, but there's also the risk that your opponent sided in a Magician of Faith, and then you just lose to Snatch Steal as well.
Exactly. Seen a few warrior builds from last tournament. Side in remain some flip effect monsters. That one would have been nice to stick on the board. Reaper gets banished face down. 1 more for Cardenas. Top deck knock. Gonna deal with the face down. Cypher Soldier. So let's see if Cardenas can pick up 1,800 here on the draw.
Gonna need to be a Kaiku, I guess. Not too many monsters I expect Cardenas to be able to have 15 with here. Unless they sided maybe a Skill Dark or a Breaker.
Or a Gorilla for the Warriors. Let's see.
But it looks like they went the Kinetic Soldier route, so probably not any of those.
Yeah, true. Graceful's a good one.
Could get a dark and a sorcerer. Goat does have lights and darks, so if they survive this turn, they could potentially get a chaos monster to take back control of the board. But this is going to be tough because now Cardina's going to be able to get back Magician of Faith.
Yeah, really putting the pressure on top decking. So 8,000. I'll leave him at 18. The Magician's going to get put face down for insurance and a back row. Yeah, that'll do it.
They have Rick.
Duck on the end phase. So Cardenas picks up the win over Goat VO.
Move over here to Moxies versus Kaiku. Game 1. Moxies, who started out their season playing nothing but Warrior, we've seen playing way more Control. Decree, meta, book. Not a great hand for Moxies.
Not at all.
If they had gone... It looks like they did go first as well and opted not to set a decree.
It looks like it. Decree, meta, and book. Kaiku, rightfully playing Kaiku. Gonna swing in here for 18. Be met with scapegoats, so...
It is interesting. I guess they didn't want to get hit by like a turn 1 heavy into Goat's decree, but even then you have another decree unless they just drew the extra one, but you would think you want to set the decree turn 1.
Yeah. At least nullify some of those traps.
Well, for this exact scenario that happened of getting dust shooted.
There's decree on the end phase.
Now they do have double metas here, so what looked like not a great hand a moment ago now has Decree on board and the tokens are ready for Metamorphosis.
Yeah. And a Book of Moon. So we're going to see Thousand Eyes hit the board. Take Kaiku. Swing in here for 18. Not going to take it. No Book of Moon on Kaiku side. And face down for Moxie. He's going to pass it back over after setting a back row. She would assume is the book. Like, who's just gonna pass turn? Moxie's just gonna keep poking away with this Thousand Eyes. 18 apiece.
Well, combined with Decree, it limits Kaiku to no attacking, no changing battle positions, and no activating trap cards.
Yeah. Rhoda could wiggle his way out. Let's see if he picks up Exiled Force. He's gonna pick up Warrior Lady.
Not ideal.
Yeah, just gonna set one.
Will be able to hold Moxies off if they don't have a a nobleman rather. Um, could book a moon here to get that off the board, but probably not worth it.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that route either.
Right, because Exile is already in the grave from Kaiku.
I didn't see that. Okay.
So if you book your Thousand Eyes here, now you just put the Kaiku as a dark in the grave, and then even if Thousand Eyes sucks up the Warrior Lady, it is leading to a light and dark and grave.
Yeah, a simple dust tornado. Oh, no, not a dust tornado because decree, but a MST, a breaker can make chaos live after that. So let's see.
And sucking up a face down monster is not going to lead to any more damage.
I'll just slow the game down even more. Looks like Moxie's lagged out. Thought he was just thinking turnover. He lagged. Let's see what the play is. Just gonna go into battle knows a Blade Knight. So there's the light in the grave. Warrior Lady's still in hand. One more face down. Let's see if this is the Warrior Lady. Maybe it was trying to bait out a knock. Save the Warrior Lady. Alright, so Moxie's gonna pitch out Thunder Dragon. Grab a couple more from the deck, thin it out. Alright, so this time it is the Warrior Lady, and Thousand Eyes is finally off the board. Eku's Chaos is not alive. Alright, so face up the Koichi. Main phase 2 is going to fetch Moxie's another card. It's a full hand, Decree. Kaiku should be off the back row. In Kaiku's grave. Alright, Berserk Gorilla on Kaiku's side. To decrease, so see if Moxie uses that book here. Oh, he's gonna let it go through. So Gorilla's gonna run over for 600, clear the Koichi. Back over the Moxies.
Yeah, so you let the Dakochi die there, and you get a dark, and now you know you have another meta in your hand.
Yeah.
To make it even bigger Thousand Eyes. Hopefully Moxie doesn't need to set 5 Speller traps this turn, or this game with this Kaiku frozen here.
Yeah, hopefully not. Those annoying DB glitches. Here comes the second meta. This will put Kaiku on a 2-turn clock after that hit. One more face down and back over.
Yeah, for anyone just joining us, the Kaiku is glitched onto the screen and won't go to the graveyard.
Tasteful Charity, a good one for Kaiku here. See if you can search for some answers. Down 5,000 and staring down a big Thousand Eyes, 2 face down, and a face up decree. Gonna ditch a pair of Sakus. Agreed. Gonna dig some more.
So they do have light and dark engrave because the Kaiku is technically in the graveyard.
Yeah. Add in, I think there's the Blade Knight for the light. Yeah.
But still a tough board to deal with. Because if you take that Thousand Eyes off the board, now these set cards can flip again.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. And life points aren't on Kaiku's side either.
Best
Down
case
5,000.
scenario is like a defense Black Luster Soldier right now to just slowly banish everything.
They just gotta pick off the right one, because the Faith will be brutal. Another meta.
You could do it turn by turn if you put the BLS in defense mode, which they did not.
Okay.
Because now, see, I would not have gone this route with it.
Yeah, he banishes the Thousand Eyes, and it's gonna swing with a Kaiku. And let's see what he runs into.
See, if you had thrown this BLS in defense, you could have just turn by turn removed a set monster, remove a set monster, then remove the Thousand Eyes.
Yeah, absolutely, because the 2,000 Thousand Eyes isn't threatening BLS.
Actually, we did know that Moxie's had a Book of Moon. So that plan wouldn't have worked. It would have just been an even bigger
Yeah, we forgot about the
Thousand
book.
Eyes. This is a really tough spot for Kaiku.
Yeah, he's gonna pick up the Faith.
It was a good knock, yeah. Hit the right one at least. So it's good. It could work out, but seeing the Book of Moon on the Kaiku makes me think we're seeing a chaos monster now.
Yeah, it insinuates that. Yeah, there's the Sork.
Does Kaiku have a book of their own?
No. BLS is gonna get banished. Skilled Dark Magician. Gonna tribute the Sorcerer for Thunder Dragon. Bring out another Sork. Unless Kaiku has something, which you would assume he would use the book on the BLS. This is...
Yeah, and I don't think they play goats.
Yeah, that's game one. That was death by 1,000 cuts there with the Thousand Eyes and the Decrees and the goats. So Moxie's picks up game one.
So that game did go right as Moxie's planned for it, right? Your main deck in the decrees to hold off warriors and then control them with your Thousand Eyes and Chaos Monsters.
Yeah, textbook Moxie's end. We're going to see a small BK and a back row for Kaiku to open up game 2. See sideboard cards we might see here. Skill Dark. Just going to get met with a battle trap. Alright, back to Kaiku here. Just one face down for Moxie's. BK, just the 1600. See if he commits more to the board. Apply a little pressure. Breaker's gonna do that, but let's see if Moxie's has the goats down. Oh no, it was a Mirror Force. Good pickup by Breaker. So 3200. Nice chunk of damage here.
Yeah, that's
Open up game 2.
That's some quick damage. Can't ask for more of your breaker than that.
Yeah. A lot of chainables now. Rarely get a clean break. Here comes Delinquent Duo.
But this is
on
gonna
Moxie.
drop Moxie's down to 2800.
Picks up Trap Master. Another Blade Knight. Love to see it.
Trapmaster is an answer for the Royal Decree.
Yeah. And searchable by Rhoda. So T set. No, make that 2 back rolls and a set monster for Moxie's. Let's see if Kaiku can keep the pressure. Air Forces are already in the grave.
Moxie's really needs a scapegoat at this point. But maybe a Torrential could do it.
A Torrential would be nice too. You gonna search the Swordsman here?
I think they're gonna go for Exiled.
Yeah, exiled it is. Paul Prio picks up a Faith.
Still not able to bump this Blade Knight up to 2000 either, so either more warriors in hand or Chaos Monster.
Yeah. Would have bought him Moxie's to 200, but steep hill to climb for Moxie's, down 74. Despite the card advantage being even. The Skill Dark would be nice too.
Moxie's does have Chaos Monsters. Or Chaos Materials. But I think that'd be a pretty easy summon if... I don't think they'd be thinking that hard on whether or not to summon the Chaos Monster here.
Yeah. I agree. At least he's thinking this time. It's not a lag problem. gonna set a monster face down and pass it back to Kaiku.
Even if that Magician of Faith had resolved, it would have been pretty useless. It would have just gotten back to Liquid Duo.
Yeah, and like you mentioned before, it looks like Kaiku's kind of stuck with his hands to not be able to boost the Blade Knight. So, this would have been another 1,000 off.
Well, Moxie's can't even pay the 1,000, so it would have been totally
And
dead.
Alright, Kaiku's gonna hit the board.
Yep, summon fine. He didn't Torrential you last turn. He's not going to Torrential you this turn.
1,800 to the face down. It's a tomato. And not being able to boost Blade Knight really hurts. And since you fetch out 2 more tomatoes if he has them.
Yeah, you can't even get Sang in here.
Yeah, or Nudoria. He could get Nudoria.
Yeah, you could do Nidoria.
Yeah.
I'm guessing the targets are like Reaper, Sangan, Tomato.
Yeah. As the package, it'll be good to just mill through them now.
If it's not 2 more tomatoes in the deck, I think you lose here. Unless, I mean, we still don't know. These cards have done nothing all game. These set back row, but okay, yeah, Dekochi. That makes sense. I didn't think about Dekochi.
Dekochi could stave off 1 attack. Still has to deal with a direct hit.
Probably gonna have to book a moon. One of the attacks to block. If they have double book, you could book the Dekochi to draw a card.
Yeah.
I guess ideally you have like Book of Moon and Goat here.
Had a book, you would have thought he would have used it on Kaiku to try to top a Chaos Monster, maybe. So the Blade Knight's gonna connect.
I think what Moxie's was thinking about last turn was Book of Mooning and attacking with the tomato.
Yeah. Alright, so Blade Knight connects, booking the breaker. Moxie's down to 400 after that turn. Let's see. Monsters to deal with. Just gonna scoop up here. So we're gonna go to game 3. I would have loved to see that Trap Master resolve. Would have been cool.
Didn't even need it.
Yeah?
Moxie's just had nothing to hold off those monsters.
Yeah, you can't play the slow game with scapegoats. They'll just pick you apart.
Well, if you'd had this goats, it could have, like, potentially lasted long enough to get to 1,000 eyes or something. That breaker hitting Mirror Force was like pretty brutal. It was Moxie's only real defense or anything to like disrupt Kaiku's board.
Looks like Mr. Big Noodle and Insidious both won their games. Alright, game 3. Between Moxies and Kaiku. Moxie's gonna start us off here. That's the T set. Over to Kaiku. Let's see Breaker early again. Let's see if he has the same luck. Torrential and Moxie's is not using it.
So that's interesting that Moxie set up monster with Torrential that he didn't want to use the Torrential with.
And no intention to use it. It's already in the grave now. Kaiku thinking over if he should just swing in after seeing that.
Yeah, I mean, I would think it's probably Tomato at this point now. Reaper.
So Reaper.
Interesting.
3 back rolls for Kaiku. See if he flips a dust shoot here.
I wonder if he's reading morphine jars why they set 3 back row, or if they just have the solemns and dust shoot type stuff.
Well, we're gonna find out. Oh, good old 1 for 1, 4,000. So 2 more back row. Deal with for Moxie's. Just gonna set a monster.
Yeah, I'm curious what Moxie's logic of setting the Torrential with Spirit Reaper was.
We're gonna have to ask him. Maybe after the tournament. Let's see if Kaiku has an answer to this Reaper face up.
Nobleman in you and then summoning?
Yeah, but I don't know.
But even then, you'd be better off probably... Like, I would think you would want to, like, set just the Torrential without the Reaper. Then you could Torrential their summon, and then summon the Reaper and attack, right?
Yeah, and at the very minimum, at least force a back row. Gonna see Blade Knight. See if he gets boosted this time. At a 1600 Blade Knight all of game 2.
If you set here, though, to boost it up, and then it's a Magician of Faith set, you're now way more vulnerable to that heavy storm in the graveyard.
Absolutely. He's already burned the Solemn. Let's put Chaos Materials on the board, though. Kaiku. I'm gonna think this one over. Let's see, Snatch Steal, deal with Spirit Reaper. Now you're okay to start swinging in here. Blade Knight's gonna do it. You were right, Scully. It was the Magician of Faith. Gonna pick up Heavy Storm, take 16 from Breaker.
So now you can go heavy, summon Chaos Monster.
Yeah, you would think momentum is on Moxie's side here.
If they have the right cards to do it.
Yeah, could deal with the back row. Chaos is live. Both monsters are at 16.
Snatch is gone.
Snatch is gone. And 1 Solemn. Alright, we're gonna trade heavy for the back row. It's a Saku. Snatch Steal on Moxie's end is going to take the Blade Knight. Come to 2k to run over Breaker.
Now Moxie's is the one that's vulnerable to heavy.
Yeah.
And I don't know if Moxie's has Solemns. Probably at least a Book of Moon to save this situation from being a total blowout, though, right?
Yeah, I agree. It's the net of 600 damage that turn, but Moxie's has the board presence. You see Don Zalug smashing ground. Make Kaiku's Chaos live. Swing in here with the Don.
Now, with the Torrential already gone, you really could play the Smashing first before you summon the Don.
Yeah.
Which really only would come up if to matter if they're gonna book a moon at that point, and your Don is still bigger, so I guess it's okay.
Yeah. Either way you slice it. So Ring picked up Don. Both players took 14. A set face down for Moxies. A top deck pot for Kaiku. I'm gonna summon Kaiku.
Wow, what a pot of greed.
Wow. Yeah. The knock to pick up Faith. So this could be a deadly 18 here.
Yeah, Moxies, we have not seen a scapegoat from since game 1.
Oh, and it's gonna go through. So that's gonna take away the light and the dark. Moxie's grave.
Moxies is in a tough spot now.
Yeah. It's gonna set one more down. At 32, but momentum on Kaiku's side.
Really needing the scapegoat to just slow this down.
Yeah, buy him a couple of turns, drawn to some resources. But both players holding 3 cards. Kaiku's just gonna keep swinging in here. Next turn, that's lethal. Just one to the back row. No response on the end phase. So Moxie's really has to pick up an answer here for this Kaiku. I will do it. Solemn on Kaiku's end. So Tribe is gonna pitch meta. Get rid of the Kaiku and swing in here for 16. So down to the wire. Kaiku clinging onto a 200-point lead. Has to deal with 2 back row and a face-up Tribe virus.
Yeah, now suddenly Kaiku has to have an answer or it's game.
Really fun match to watch early on in the tournament.
I wonder what Kaiku's last set card is that they couldn't use it there. Maybe another Nobleman?
That's what I was thinking. We're gonna see a Chaos Monster come down on Kaiku's end. BLS. Swing for game or banish? Gonna banish.
Gonna banish. That's kind of surprises me. Of how many turns those Kaikus were able to get through, I think I would just have gone for it.
I would have just went for it.
Now you gotta contend with this new card.
There's nothing on the end face to answer that either. No dust or MST.
Yeah, I mean, unless the new card that Kaiku said was a Solemn, which I don't think they didn't even set a new card, did they?
I think he did to the right of it. Here's Book of Moon. Buy Moxie's another turn.
Yeah, so I guess it was the right call to banish. The book would have prevented... would have let the tribe live and potentially get the
Moxie
BLS, but nope, Moxie done for. Yeah, couldn't get to that goat. Dead dust shoots.
Yeah.
Saku was the new card that they set, actually, yeah.
Yeah. Alright, so Kaiku's gonna pick up the match over Moxie's. Good game on both ends. It's a really fun match.
That was a fun one to watch.
Definitely.
Alright. We're gonna move over to John Wick versus SJW. Game 1. John Wick, who just won our Patreon World Championship qualifier.
Yeah, my first tournament I commentated with you guys, he won that one.
Just 2 weeks ago.
So he's going to be down 0-1. SJW. Ghost Rider winning his match. Owl over MMF. Anthony Alvarado winning his match as well. Flash Tap going to meet up with Yada. That's going to be a good one too. Art Zone winning his match as well. All right. Game 2 is underway. John Wick is going to open up game 2. Down 0-1. To see that opening hand, Delinquent Duo on John Wick's end. Oof, sniped SJW's Delinquent Duo from hand. Good snipe for John Wick. And it's going to follow up with pitching Royal Decree. Thunder Dragon, follow-up play for John Wick. Pick up 2 more from the deck. Instant Light. And just 1 back row. We're going to see Trap Dust Shoot flipped on the standby phase. So Duo and Dust Shoot, pretty nasty combo here to get John Wick to try to go to game 3. I have the card advantage and the hand knowledge. SJW thinking if he just wants to scoop the game to prevent that knowledge. He's going to go through. He's going to play on. Never know how things may work out throughout the course of a game. To scoop with 8,000 life points. You just never know. Right, so John Wick is going to elect to put Magician of Faith back in the deck. Both players are going to be holding a pair of Thunder Dragons. Or make 3 life cards for Wick, 2 life cards for SJW, depending on how you spin it. One face down as well, and back over to John Wick. Agreed on John Wick's side. Follow that up with a breaker. To be met with Ring of Destruction on SJW's end. So both players going to take 16. SJW with the 1,000-point lead, but way behind on advantage. John Wick is going to make sure apply a little bit more pressure. Summon the Chaos Sorcerer, take the lead here. SJW's in a tough spot here, holding 2 Thunder Dragons and 1 card. Just gonna scoop it up. We're gonna go to game 3. I don't want to give John Wick any more knowledge of the deck. Quick game 2. More updates while they sideboard. Art Zone won his match for Tiger Heart. Olo NS over Don't Copy. Meet Jerry in that round. Alright. Oh, getting ready here for game 3 between John Wick and SJW. SJW took the first. John Wick opened up a really strong hand to win game 2. Delinquent and Dust Shoot with Pot of Greed on the Dragon. We're siding into game 3 here. Alright, we're off. SJW is going to kick us off in game 3. At Delinquent Duo on SJW's side, going to return the favor from game 2. Going to snipe Ring of Destruction, so both players sniping really good cards with their duos. John Wick going to elect to pitch Raigeki Break. See how SJW follows up. Nothing. Ink board. Alright, just a face down monster on John Wick's end. And pass it back over to SJW. Knock. Gonna take care of that Gravekeeper Spy.
And John Wick in trouble now.
Yeah. follow that up with a pitch of Thunder Dragon, so...
If there's no Graceful to go with it, that's actually a good thing, because that's one less card to be used against John Wick.
Absolutely. Haiku. Just gonna hit for 18. He's... monsters to banish, luckily for John Wick. Now has to deal with 1800 monster. Yeah, Breaker will do it.
We'll now give SJW a light and dark, though.
That it will. So 6 in hand for SJW, 2 of them being Thunder Dragons. LS would just be brutal here. Tsukiyomi is going to erase the counter from Breaker, put him face down, and that's a clean plus. So John Wick, Scully, you're right on the ropes here in game 3. Could have been worse though. Could have seen a Chaos Monster. Alright,
Yeah.
Graceful Charity.
John Wick not out of it yet.
Graceful Charity is a good one.
Does need to gain some card advantage, though. Charity not going to do that on its own.
Yeah.
But in combination with Knight Assailant and Magician of Faith,
Yeah.
and we already saw one Nobleman burn from SJW.
That's a good one. See what the play is for Wick. Set one face down.
That was a lot of cards to stop that Faith.
Yeah. The Tribute, the Meta, the Balter. But SJW doesn't want to see John Wick recycle that Graceful Charity.
John Wick does now have the Light Engrave, though.
Yeah. Light and Dark Engrave. Chaos is live.
No spell cards, though.
No normal spells. John Wick.
2 good trap outs already burned, too, from that duo. John Wick looking at the extra deck. Maybe a Chaos Sorcerer Metamorphosis combo coming?
Gotta do something. Walter out here stopping normal spells and effects. Alright, so we are gonna see a Chaos Monster. It's Sorcerer. Alright, gonna banish the Bolter. So John Wick looked a little rough in the beginning, but stabilized the game here. Gonna meta that Sorcerer into Dark Blade, the Dragon Knight. And that's gonna clear Chaos for SJW's graveyard, so all of a sudden John Wick in the driver's seat, at least for this turn. 1,500 point lead. Eliminated Chaos from SJW's grave.
Still one Thunder Dragon in SJW's hand as well.
Yeah. I'm gonna set one to the back row. From John Wick's perspective, there's 4 live cards for SJW to use here. Breaker's gonna come down, top the back row.
Feeling a snatch steal.
Yeah, and that would have been a good one too. MST gets sent back, so back and forth we go. This is gonna be 3,800
And
on
clear out
SJW side.
the darks here.
Yeah. One of them being Night Assailant too, so
John Wick has already used Breaker, Mystical, and lost our Reki Break, so not a ton of answers for Snatch Steal left, but Heavy Storm is one of them.
Heavy will be a nice one here. So John Wick should be at 34 here. 3 cards in hand to deal with.
Oh, and we know
Dark
SJW's hand is Thunder Dragon, Tsukiyomi. Was the other card, right? That's how we killed John Wick's
Tsukiyomi,
Breaker? Yep.
Correct. Yeah, and that Tsukiyomi looking dangerous now to flip that snatch, get that snatch off the board. Shout out to Silly, checking in from Belgium on Twitch. All right. So John Wick thinking this over, weighing out his options to see how he can deal with this board. Life points are relatively close here.
Yeah, they're kind of in don't lose mode too. Like it's game on board.
Yeah. He set that 2 back rows. So let's see what SJW opts to do here. Do we see Tsukiyomi come down?
Could be
Up
another.
off that twist, yeah.
Could be another Faith set even. Sangin maybe.
Find out. Breaker's gonna go into the face down. It's a serpent.
So this Dark Blade is gonna catch the serpent. John Wick's
Now
gonna...
John Wick's is gonna book a moon it. So keeps the serpent, won't gain 1,000. One more back row for SJW. Right. John Wick has to dig himself out of this hole here. Has a Dark Blade face down, 2 back rows, and a breaker. Nobleman will pick up the Blade Knight. Still no monsters in either player's grave. Blade Knight. And we're just going to see a T set and back over to SJW.
Now has Tsukiyomi, Thunder Dragon, 2 back rows, and a new card in hand.
So, Sinister gonna buy John Wick another
I
turn.
think SJW trying to play around Torrential Tribute.
Perhaps, but you don't want to give John Wick
Yeah,
too many turns.
Exactly. Getting walled by a Sinister isn't going to help you either.
Yeah. Gotta keep your foot on the gas pedal sometimes against these top players. It's a Thunder Dragon on the draw, so I have Tsukiyomi and Thunder on SJW's hand, and a Serpent and a pair of Thunder Dragons on John Wick's hand. So
John Wick's set card could be card destruction, maybe.
that'll be great for him.
We did see him use that in the last tournament.
So this Sinister can buy him another turn or two. He did thin out the deck to draw into answers.
And it was a bluff trap dust shoot. That's gonna be the end of Sinister Serpent. Let's see what John Wick could do with these Thunder Dragons in hand.
Just gonna set a back row. Tsukiyomi. Who's gonna push for lethal here? It's a Mirror Force. Oh, but the Solemn Judgment. And that's gonna win SJW the match.
Yeah, I didn't see the Solemn coming.
Neither did I.
Not that there was much you could have done about it, but... Yeah, that Snatch Deal was brutal. That Snatch Deal got rid of John Wick's Book of Moon, Nolumina Crossout, and Dark Blade.
Yeah. Hey, so how about it? SJW's gonna pick up the match.
Upset. Victory.
Over John Wick? Yeah, upset indeed. Last tournament champion going down. Match you're thinking about joining here, Scully? You want to check out Alvarado?
Sure.
Game 1 here.
Cool.
Nice. So game 1 here. I'm gonna jump right in. Looks like Alvarado's gonna try to mind control the BLS. Gets met with a Solemn for only 200.
Main deck mind control, interesting.
Yeah. Graceful's also going to be stopped by Solemn for another 100. So 300 points to clear Mind Control and Graceful. Not a bad deal late game. So...
It's a weird... It's actually early game.
Yeah. Yeah.
Weird.
Right?
Weird game state.
6 cards.
BLS on board and 100 life points. Looks like it's late game, but there's only 4 cards in the graveyard.
Yeah, I didn't even see the graveyard. I just looked right at the life points in the board. BLS is going to hit Alvarado for 3k.
Ring is gone already too, so Alvarado's probably doesn't have any other burn cards. Alvarado's still fighting for a invite this season.
Magician of Faith summoned.
And attacking the Black Luster Soldier.
Desperate times call for desperate measures. 2,700 from that battle will allow Alvarado to summon a Chaos Monster. Deal with this BLS. It's a Sorcerer. No third Solemn from MZ1.
No book.
No book. So, all of a sudden, it's a tight game, only 400 points separating both players. The Koichi's going to fetch Z1 another card. We're going to see Serpent. We see Meta. Oh, we're going to see Creature Swap.
MZ1 can still normal summon.
I'm just running over it, yeah.
They normal summoned the Sinister, sorry. Or did they flip it? No, they normaled it, yeah.
They normaled it, yeah. Alright, so book. Save Alvarado at least another turn.
Smart move by MZ1, banishing the Dakochi.
Yep. Play. Want to see a snatch come down, but nothing from Alvarado. So game 1 goes to Z1. We're gonna go into the sideboard.
Pretty crazy game 1.
Yeah, I mean the matches that we've jumped into have been entertaining so far. Haiku picked up a win over Insidious, so he's gonna face the winner of Mike GH or Mr. Big Noodle. And Indoors won his game over Pro Storm. as we approach game 2 between MZ1 and Alvarado.
IMZ1 did play in Worlds last year. I don't remember. I want to say they won a GOAT Format Championship before. Someone in chat can let us know. But I know they at least played in Worlds last year.
Tiger Heart on loser side won his match over Snatch Steel. Dingle Sig, their game on loser side as well. Alright, on to game 2. Alvarado's going to open up with the Delinquent Duo. I'm going to snipe a Nobleman. And followed by the Koichi. Just one back row. Gonna pass it over to MZ1. We're gonna see another duo and dust shoot combo open up a new game, so immediate advantage over to Anthony Alvarado to try to even up this series. Have a swap, Baker, Serpent, Charity, it looks like. Yep. I want to see that with a graceful in hand. So Serpent going back to the deck. So swap, Breaker, and Graceful Charity for MZ1. And he's going to swing in here for 19 with a big breaker. And back over to Alvarado. Just going to set one monster. And we're going to see the swap with a face down monster. Let's see what just checking what the face down was. Can't change position with swap at least yet. And it was a Sangan, so nice play here by MZ1. Try to get back in this after the duo and dust shoot. They're gonna fetch the Serpent again, yep.
Yeah, that swap was really powerful last match as well.
Yeah. One of my favorite cards in GOAT format, personally. Creature swap. Alright, so the Graceful Serpent eventually gets pulled off. It's going to pitch the Koichi with that Serpent. So all the cards written down from that dust shoot are now used. So one back row, one in hand for MZ1. To deal with his face down assailant, a back row, and a big breaker. I think why he didn't probably put the Sangan in attack mode. He was going to run it over anyway.
Yeah,
Nonetheless,
point.
yeah. Nonetheless, Breaker's gonna hit for another 19 here. Let's see if that 900 comes into play. Alvarado would have been at 2300. Let's see. Back row. Back row. Z21 play the guessing game, but that's going to be a 50-50 guessing game after the MST on the end phase going to pick up the wing blast. Now Alvarado's just going to pick up the breaker. So 1300. Been at 400. He summoned that Sangan, but let's see.
One left set. I'm guessing this is a Sinister Serpent. And Alvarado has not given up yet, but one more shot at his life points, it's gonna be over. So almost certainly that 900 that was not a Graps with the swap play is gonna come up here.
Yeah, definitely going to come back to haunt.
Even last turn, because I assume this face down card is now a Sinister Serpent, so that could have been a game shot.
Yeah. And we're going to see a summoned Dekoichi on Alvarado's end. Up to shoot for the face down. King of Destruction. Let's see if we see a book. We do. So Alvarado not going away quietly. Still down 51, but tournaments against these top players, you have to make every life point count, and it'll be tough after that 900. Nobleman's gonna take care of Deco. Pick up. Just one more from the deck. I'm gonna pitch Thunder Dragon, so it could be lethal. He's gonna sack the Serpent. Try to push for game here. Moon gonna buy Alvarado another turn. Still has that Knight Assailant and a face down Thunder Dragon.
Oh, that's what the set card is? I missed that earlier.
Yeah.
So that's a Knight Assailant, okay.
That was from the creature swap with the Sangan.
Dead hand for Alvarado.
Wow. 2 Thunder Dragons, a Serpent, and a BLS. So, not over for Alvarado yet, but has to go to the loser side, work his way back. Very early, yeah. Alright, so MZ1 gonna take that match. We'll face the winner of Comic Odyssey Juan or Pico.
We're gonna watch Arts 1 versus Ivan Rosidio.
Good one too.
Arts 1, winner of GFC 14.
It's like we're...
Believe
Sorry, go ahead.
I want to say did they win the Patreon tournament before that too? Did they get or the Patreon
I-
tournament after? I feel like they won back to back something.
Yeah, I think it was back to back or 2 out of 3, but I remember seeing a few wins for Zone. All right, so fresh into game 3.
Game 3,
We saw
round 3.
Yeah, we saw a Thunder Dragon pitch and an upstart for Ivan. Gonna dust shoot on, looks like main phase 1. Pick up Sangan. And we have Scapegoat, Sorcerer, BLS, Nobleman, and Breaker. Art Zone's hand. Knock will pick up the Suki. Set the goats.
Could have went for the clean 1900 shot there with Breaker. If the Breaker gets stolen, you could activate the goats. But
Yeah.
interesting, I would get a Breaker, the goat that they knew was Scapegoat.
Indeed, he had the knowledge. And just one back roll for Artzone. After one goat leaves the board.
Oh.
Back over to Ivan.
Was Breaker the card that got put back with the drop to shoot?
No, he put away say, I think, did he put away? Now I'm having a mind lapse here. He put away Sangan. With the dust shoot. Ivan did, at least. Might be wrong.
Yes, I think you're correct.
Alright. Back over to Ivan's turn. As Artzone down to one goat. He's going to keep applying pressure. Going to try to swing in here for 26 after Serpent picks up the last token.
They did have a chance. Did have a chance there too to summon Breaker and attack over Ivan's Breaker when Ivan didn't have any back rows.
That too.
Chose not to.
Alright, one back row for Artzone.
It's still holding that Breaker in hand.
Yeah, he's holding on to it. Still early in the game. Dust shoot on Artzone's side.
Gonna return BLS. Not sure what CD stands for.
I was trying to give it myself. I only thought of card destruction, but you can only run one. Another 26 is going to connect on Ivan's side, so that's going to bring Artzone to 38. Put the Serpent in defense mode along with a face down and a back roll. So a loaded board on Ivan's side. Artzone has to start chipping away at this board. He's below half.
I believe they're trying to wait to get to a charity so they can get these Chaos Monsters live. Maybe it was Regeki Break, not Breaker. In Ivan's hand?
Ivan...
Or I mean in Artzone's hand, from when Ivan dust shooted him.
Maybe it is Raigeki Break.
Because like, to not play this Breaker yet is kind of baffling.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe we got the wrong break. Maybe it is Raigeki Break, which make a lot more sense. Let's go with that. Snatch Steal And we'll book the breaker to prevent that and back over to Ivan.
The card we haven't seen yet today that would have cleared up a ton of these boards is a Sewer Priest.
Yeah. I thought I would have saw a lot more Sora Priests so far with the popularity in Go Control rising. But never know. May make an appearance one of these matches. It'd be nice here.
I think CD must have been TD Thunder Dragon, because there's one in the grave.
Yeah.
That's what that was.
Koichi gonna fetch Ivan a card and make Artzone's Dust Shoot live. And opts to put the Spy back into the deck. See if we can get knowledge of the hand too. We won't. But this is lethal if it connects. This is 4,000. Breaker's going first. It was Raigeki break. I'm gonna pitch the Sorcerer, and that's gonna be the game because Ivan has Solemn Judgment face down.
Another upset.
And Ivan's gonna pick up the match over Artzone. Loser's bracket is gonna be a
I was
gauntlet.
gonna say loser's bracket is gonna be stacked today.
Yeah. Those on the winner's side, keep winning because it's gonna be a gauntlet on the loser side. Like Big Dog Branky won his match over Cal. Earlier beat MMF. Aiku won his match over Insidious.
Let's see, is the Lucas game up yet?
We have Lucas and Yada.
Yada 88. I don't think that they're playing yet though.
No.
Let's go to Duckduck Goose versus 2 Pale.
Right. And this looks like it is game 2.
And 2 Pale won game 1? Is that how that works?
I think it's Duck Duck Goose because I think we're spectating from Tupaye side.
Okay.
I could be wrong.
Well, I never remember how that works, so.
Yeah. Believe Duck Duck won the first one, but we'll find out.
And Chaos Command Magician on board for Duck Duck.
Haven't seen that one since it made its top list. Pair that with a Kaiku, but not enough to get over the Reaper. Face down for Tupaye.
Duck Duck we saw 2 weeks ago in the grand finals lost to John Wick, so still looking for a World's Invitation.
Yeah. And Chaos Command is gonna run into a Sangan. Tupaye down 3,600. Gotta get his way back into the game. See what Sangan fetches him. I'm gonna get a Shining Angel. It's the light he needs. Kaiku blocking that, and Sorcerer can't touch Chaos Command Magician, so.
Yeah, a lot of continuous monster effects on the board right now.
Definitely, it's tough to break. Just a face down. You would assume that's Shining Angel.
2 Pally could get to another creature swap though.
It'll be a good one.
Duck Duck's grave is loaded for a Chaos Monster to come down.
So Chaos Command, I hit the Angel to see if Kaiku could clean up the graveyard. It's gonna connect.
Chaos Command can be banished by DD Warrior Lady.
Yeah. So light in the dark out of the graveyard for Tupaye.
Mistake on Duckduck's end there. He could have got both the dark monsters out of Tupaye's deck, or graveyard rather. Instead chose to banish one of the Shining Angels.
Yeah, I would have cleared the darks. Here's Roulette Barrel though. See if he can pick up one of pick up the Kaiku would be nice, right? Because Chaos live.
I believe we could even kill the Chaos Command Magician. Let's see. Destroy one monster in the field whose levels equal. I am not sure if that targets.
Not too sure either, but it's mute at this point because he rolled a 1 and a 2. So Roulette Barrel. I'm gonna go to defense mode along with a back row and another monster. So Tupaye bind some turns with this Reaper. Just building up some defenses to try to answer Goose's board.
Tupaye opting not to get the DD Warrior Lady.
Now I'm gonna try to lucky with the die roll for Roulette Barrel. And Goose is gonna think this over. Air Force not used on Tupaye's end.
Do you summon a BLS here if you're Duckduck?
Oof. I don't know if I would. The new back row kind of scares me, and you can pick off the Roulette Barrel with the Chaos Command. See what's face down.
But it's still not dealing with that Reaper.
It is not. I'd rather bring out a Chaos Monster with just the Reaper on the board and not overcommit to the board in case he does have a Torrential or... We gotta see.
At that point, you're still risking your same monsters, though.
Yeah. So it might be worthwhile on Goose's end. Pi is only at 24.
Because their ring is already gone. They're playing Wing Blast instead of Regeki Break. So if that leaves you Chaos Monster, Snatch Steal, your Torrental's gone. There's not a ton of answers left in Duckduck's deck besides a Chaos Monster.
Yeah. Or a
Reaper.
Tribe if he runs it. Yeah.
Yeah, Tribe. So that's 3 to 4 cards out of 18 that aren't named Blackluster Soldier.
I'm gonna opt for Heavy Storm, so play might be coming. See if Tupaye has a response. A book, Spirit Reaper. If Goose has a response to that. Chain Link 3. No. So Heavy will clear the back rows. Reaper's gonna get put face down, preventing it from... I think Scully, you said he used Snatch already, right? No, he didn't.
He hasn't. Yeah, that's one of his options.
Yeah, so that's gonna save the Reaper from that. We're gonna go into battle. Let Barrel. See if he puts the Reaper face up. Doesn't. It's a tomato.
This game state has been very much simplified from that Heavy Storm.
Yeah, let's see what two Paye picks up from this tomato. Both players do have live materials for chaos. However, Paye has to clear that Kaiku first.
Ring would be game for
For
Duckduck
Goose?
already used it. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Reaper face down. That's two Paye's second tomato. Don't know if he's running a third. So, he's bought himself a lot of turns here.
No Magicians of Faith used yet either. That could be what Duckduck has set. Which could be
But
huge for Pale now.
This could be a game-breaking card here. Mind control on the face down. If it is Moth, he has a plethora of options. It is.
So if you got creature swaps or smashing grounds.
I think I'm taking the smashing ground here.
Well, if you play Nidoria,
That too.
but there's already one banished.
To prevent the top deck Chaos Monster if he does opt to give him Kaiku on the swap. He's gonna go with Smashing Ground and clear the Command Magician. Just set the tomato to the fence. We'll switch it rather. And just play the top deck game.
Yeah, what could have been cool if he could have swapped the Faith back over to Duckduck. But it would not answer the Chaos Command Magician.
Yeah, no back row. Giving away a fourth of your life points and another plus. So, Haiku and Faith for Goose's end. Face down Reaper, face up Tomato on Paye's end. Despite the 4,000 difference, is a tight game. I assume Paye lost the first one. We're gonna see. Wow, nice top deck for a Goose. Gonna be able to bring up BLS. Yeah, to Paye's dismay. He's gonna have to top deck some gold. But let's see what Goose opts to do. He's gonna go into battle. Kaiku's gonna pick up Tomato. Paye thinking if he's gonna search, and two, but he's gonna search. And we're gonna see a third tomato hit the board. So giving up 1,600 here if the BLS swings. Leave him to 800.
Do they... Like, what could even be left in the deck for the tomatoes at this point?
Oh, you know Nidoria's not out there because I would have bought it out.
Yeah, he would have rammed it. A third Reaper is possible.
Yeah, but BLS still has to hit twice.
Yeah.
So Goose is gonna banish the tomato on main phase 2, switch the Faith, leave two Paye with a Reaper.
Still a Snatch Steal in the deck.
Snatch Steal. Let's see. The anxiety's kicking in for me. I'm not even in the game.
Anything that can answer the BLS is what you need.
Yeah. Or if Goose draws anything but a monster, there's only 21 on the board. for Goose. So, oh man, he drew a pot. BLS and pot, back-to-back top decks for Goose.
Well, they're pretty deep in their deck at this point, so
Yeah. That's... So you would, right? Mirror Force has not been used on Tupai's end. It would behoove Goose to just put this in defense mode and banish. Yep. And does he swing with the Faith? He has 6,400. Don't know how much value, but...
does that change a premature burial being able to be activated?
Yeah, this will... Oh, the Kaiku... No, it wouldn't, because the Kaiku will leave him at 600 if it connects, so maybe not.
Yeah.
It connects. Yeah, so Tupai on the top deck. Can't get a Chaos Monster because of Kaiku. I think Snatch is a good one. You can pull it out. Last turn to do so. One to the back row, one face down for insurance on Goose's end. Oh, just gonna scoop. So Goose picks up the win against Tupai 2-0.
We're gonna go over to Lucas versus Yada 88, and they are in
Yep.
game 1.
This is gonna be a good one. So Yada, we're gonna go right into game 2. With Lucas picking up game 1. Two heavyweights in this match.
Yada 88, not to be confused with Yada Yada.
Over on loser side, Dingle Sig won their match. They're playing Gravity Bind. How Uzi won their match over Tiger Heart. Sidious also. Mr. Big Noodle. As we get ready here for game 2 between Lucas and Yada 88. It's gonna open up game 2, going first. Alright, so Trap Dust Shoot is gonna pick up the Thunder Dragon out of Lucas's hand. Not agreed is okay. Not a bad hand. Thunder Dragon in pot so far. We didn't get to see the rest of it. The Thunder Dragon anyway. At the very least, Yada got knowledge of Lucas's hand. Looks like Lucas doesn't remember if he shuffled. Then it, which will explain the Thunder Dragon, so take all this back. So reset here, pot of greed. Gonna be followed up with Nobleman of Crossout on Lucas's end. Gonna pick up Yada's Deco. And we're gonna thin out some decks here. 3 on each side. So no Decos the rest of this game. Either player. Just one back row back over to Yada. Just one more back row back to Lucas. Just one monster's hit the board so far. That was a knocked Deco. Last turn back to Lucas. Full hand, one face down. Just gonna set another back row, which is gonna be met by Dust Tornado on the end phase. Picks up the Kree. Opts not to set another card. Just gonna go into the draw phase. And we finally see another monster, both of them being on Yada's side. This one is Skill Dark. And the attack will not go through. Lucas is going to flip up Goats. Pick one up. See if we see the meta follow-up on Lucas's end. Try to take control of the board. And we do. Take the Skill Dark. Nah. Actually, Wing Blast is going to put Thousand Eyes back to the extra deck. Graceful Charity follow-up for Lucas. One of these tournaments, we're going to see a Dark Magician. That would have been 3 spell counters on Skill Dark. Lucas opts to pitch Book of Moon and Sorcerer. Determined to take that Skill Dark. Thousand Eyes didn't get the job done, but Snatch Steal will. And a Reaper follow-up. So 22 and a third of the hand gone for Yada. Let's see what Lucas snipes. Middle card, Nobleman. So wasn't going to do Yada too much good this turn coming up anyway. So not a bad snipe if you're Yada. It's a good one. Heavy Storm. Book of Moon's gonna keep the Skill Dark on Lucas's side. Another nobleman from Yada, so maybe he had two in hand. Just gonna pick up the skill dark. One face down. And Sinister's gonna pick up a scapegoat.
A real lack of monsters being able to kept on the board for Yada.
Yeah.
Really only seeing a Dekochi, the skill darks, and Sinister this game.
Lucas has only played one monster too. The Thousand Eyes got spun back.
Yeah, he just had all the between Graceful, Pot of Greed was able to just get the right cards to pick off.
Yeah.
Yada.
Stare down.
The Reaper did its work, and now Lucas has to follow up with it.
Yeah, it definitely did. With Sinister staring down, he's just gonna put in defense mode. And
one of the drawbacks of using Reaper instead of Don Zalug is once the cards are out of the hand or if they're all on the board, then you can't just keep putting that pressure on anymore. Where at least Don Zalug's hidden life points.
yeah, it's 1400's a lot more pressure, but they both have their pros and cons. Reaper could sit here. We've seen Reaper in the game with Tupaye buy him 5 or 6 turns. It all depends. So Lucas here is going to deal with a back row and a face down. He has 4 in hand, 1 back row, and Reaper. Just gonna slow play here. Face down, Faith.
Wow.
We're gonna see Thousand Eyes.
Lucas just dedicated a lot to resolve this Thousand Eyes.
Yeah.
Because it's a loaded
Faith.
graveyard for the Magician of Faith.
Yeah, he had Pot, Graceful, Snatch, Book,
Yeah, and
Goat.
it was a Sangan grab too. That is
Brutal.
not what Lucas was thinking.
Oh, Sinister's going to the Shadow Realm.
However, gonna keep the pressure on by banishing this Serpent here. A Torrential would be absolutely insane at this point.
Yeah.
So Book of Moon gonna save the Sinister for a turn, but Lucas will be able to clear it next turn still with the Sorcerer. Because you can attack the Thousand Eyes into the set and then banish it.
Well worth the 250 to send Serpent to the Shadow Realm. Alright, so let's see how Yada deals with this board.
I don't know if it was worth using the Book of Moon to save the Serpent.
Yeah, I mean, could have got your Sangan effect to go off.
Right, yeah, that could be a way bigger deal.
Yeah. Well, we're going to battle, and Scully, you're gonna exactly what you said here. Lucas will pay the 250 to banish the Serpent.
Yeah, he could have booked the Thousand Eyes, searched the Sangan, killed whatever.
Yeah, and you don't fear the Reaper because you had Sinister.
Right, you just
But no,
like,
Sinister would've been banished.
even if he wasn't gonna use the book like in this next turn or two here, it would have been worth it to like have the option, I think.
Yeah.
But now Lucas, if he wants to progress, is could try this attack play into the set monster again, or can banish the Sorcerer, or banish the Thousand Eyes rather.
See what Lucas opts to do here. Just gonna pass turn back to Yada. In hand, 1 face down. Gonna opt to set another monster face down. Back to Lucas. Alright, so a few past turns here. Back to Yada. Still has to deal with this board that Lucas has out. This is still game one between these two. Oh, I'm sorry, game two. Yada lost the first one. I'm sorry. That was Lucas who took game one. We're in game two of this match. A series of past turns. Alright, so Yada finally picks up a pot of greed that's going to resolve here. See if he can get some resources to clear out this board. Kind of stalemate for the past 4 or 5 turns between both players.
Yeah, Lucas played that Metamorphosis that seemed really out of place when he activated it. Yada had almost no cards at the time, and it's now just completely brought Yada back to the game.
Yeah.
He did have to do it in order to get the light in the grave for the sorcerer, so I mean it was kind of going to be just a pass back more situation, I guess, anyway. But I think just setting that Magician of Faith would have worked out a lot better.
I wonder how different this match would have looked, Scully, if that Book of Moon play resolved on the Thousand Eyes, fetching Yada the Sangan.
I think we'd be in a pretty similar spot.
Yeah, well, it looks like Yada's going to clear up some of the board now. MST on the face down Decree. Wing Blast is going to spin the Thousand Eyes back to the Fusion deck. We're going to see Magician of Faith get flipped up on Yada's side. So it looks like Yada's going to make a push here to get back into the game.
8750 though, and you're gonna, like, no matter what you do, you're not gonna win this turn, I don't think. And then Lucas have a bunch of cards to use.
Yeah, I mean, still have to clear a stall card of Chaos, yeah. But, no, he's going to keep digging. He's going to be in the single digits now on the deck. Pot twice and graceful.
Yeah, they haven't used Snatch yet. So, I mean, it's possible they have like a BLS creature swap Snatch Steal tribe play or something that they get to. They've got the majority of the deck they've seen now. There's only 9 cards left here.
Yeah, well, you committed this much so far, so let's see how much deeper Yada goes to try to make a push here. Right. So Wing Blast and Breaker are the discards for Yada. There's the Snatch Scully. Gonna take Sorcerer from Lucas.
Still meta the sorcerer. Book, that works.
Yeah, that works too.
He must be going for some game shot here if you're booking this sorcerer, right?
Yeah, he has to be. Yeah, maybe just got tired of the passing. Another Faith.
That does happen as well. Nobleman.
This time it's knock.
So I don't see any way you could win this turn then.
No, I don't see it, but I'm gonna tribute a Moth. Now Thunder Dragon. You have 39, 42, 72 on the board. Oh wow. 2 lights, 2 darks, so we got 46, 76,
That is
86.
game.
That is game, yeah. Wow.
89.
Looks like we're 46, 76.
Impressive.
Yeah.
I didn't think that
Alright.
many,
He did the 8750 and then some, so we're going to game 3.
Well, he did it correctly. If you're gonna break that board, you gotta do it for game shot.
Absolutely. Bracket update. Looks like Kaiku lost his match. This is Michael JH. Moving on. Mark MPS won his match against Big Dog. Winner side. Alright. Luke is going to open up game 3 by pitching Thunder Dragon. Two to the back row and a face down monster. Over to Yada's side. Alright, so Thunder Dragon on Yada's side as well, but Pot of Greed is going to get solemned. T-set, 2 to the back row, and a face down to follow up after the solemned pot for Yada. And we're going to get a dust shoot on his side to see what Lucas has. So you know you have 2 Thunder Dragons already in hand. He's going to return Sang into the deck. Alright, so Jar agreed for Lucas. Gonna follow up with Nobleman to pick up Yada's Magician of Faith.
Good pickup.
Absolutely. 3 on Lucas's end. 2 on Yada's end.
Yeah, the switch to 3 Magician of Faith from 2 is something that we really saw catch on this year. Be almost a universally played thing.
Yeah. Ring of Destruction on Yada's end is going to deny Reaper from sniping another card. Upstart Goblin. Yada going to put Lucas back to 47. Only a 3,000 point difference here. Each player having 4 cards.
2 cards are Thunder Dragon for both players.
Yep. So Deco flipped on Lucas's side, gonna fetch him another card. Mater will join him on the board and see if Lucas starts chipping away at these life points. So Mater will pick up Deco. 1400 direct, so just a 1600 point difference after the first turn Solemn.
The Mystic Tomatoes, Spirit Reapers, these have been cards that have let these decks kind of deal with Warriors, Triple Blade Knights a bit better.
The Warriors hate to see it. Here's BLS on Yada's side. Gonna banish the tomato.
How long is it going to stick around is the question.
That is the question. 1 back row, 1 face down. Start on Lucas's end. And keep digging. Jar agreed to follow up. Alright, here comes Chaos Sorcerer on Lucas's side. Attempt to banish BLS, but Book of Moon is equal to that. And Deco's just going to pick up the Serpent. Put 1 face down and to Yada.
Got a bit behind on cards here, but if BLS can't be answered, might not matter.
But as mentioned earlier, 2 of those are Thunder Dragon on Yada's hand.
Lucas still is the #1 player going into the World Championship, ranked #1. Has qualified for the World Championship 7 times this season.
So DD Warrior Lady gonna crash into the Sorcerer. Small price to pay for Yada to get that off the board.
Yeah, now the BLS can safely banish the set.
Yep. It was another Deco face down. Alright, no back row to protect BLS, so
By doing
see what Lucas.
the DD Warrior Lady play first to play it around Mirror Force, but
Perhaps.
flipping the BLS first would have played around Torrential.
So on Lucas's end, we're gonna book the deco, flip it up, start. Just Suki it face down. Back to Yada. Still holding a pair of Thunder Dragons, but on the standby phase, we're gonna spin BLS to the top of the deck.
Which will be a dead draw, and Lucas now has a Suki lock.
Yeah.
Oh, but Yada gonna break it and put a Dark on board. So now Lucas is gonna not want to kill this skilled Dark Magician because it will make the BLS live with Yada's Thunder Dragon in hand.
Yeah. Interesting to see how Lucas plays with this.
If you can put a Chaos Monster on board, would be the best bet to banish the Dark and make the BLS still be dead.
Yeah. And that'll have Yada with 3 dead cards on the draw. And yeah, you called it. Here's Sorcerer gonna deal with Skill Dark, so I don't know what the other card is, but Yada's gonna be drawing dead here, at least for this turn.
Lucas does have the option to throw out the last Thunder Dragon in hand to go for 1600 damage, but I would guess, yeah, you're gonna keep the Sorcerer.
Yeah, not worth it. At least with 75, still for Yada.
Who also has the Serpent still, too.
Yeah, so we know BLS and 2 Thunder Dragons, and the Serpent's face down. So game 3 between these two. And we're going to see Tsukiyomi, so Yada's going to be taking 23 here. Dead hand for Yada.
Here's where you're really seeing one of the spots where Wing Blast working better than Regeki Break.
I was just thinking that. Wick would have dealt with. Let's see what Yada draws. Or if he's gonna just. Serpent can't stall him forever with Tsukiyomi on the board, but that's a great pickup.
And solemn for it, wow. I was about to say, and it could be the opposite where that Wing Blast was good for a few turns if they have, but then if Yada turned Graceful to make it live again.
Yeah, that would have been brutal.
So, I think if you're gonna play Wing Blast, you should be playing it with Solemn.
Okay. So Tomato's gonna pick up Serpent, stay on the board, and another 23. So Yada really has to pick up something worthwhile here to deal with this board.
Ring already gone, so attacking Tomato, Ring, and Sorcerer is not going to be the route to victory.
Yeah, Tribe will be nice here too.
Oh yeah, Tribe would be really good.
Gonna see a T set, so Yada, depending on what he drew, maybe trying to just buy one more turn with this Sinister. So Tomato picks up the Serpent. 23 is going to go through. Yada chaining MST to pick up face down duo on Lucas's board.
Yeah, you do that
Let's
there
start.
in case it was ring set.
Yeah. So, picks up Serpent. Can't hide behind it this turn. See if Yada could deal with this board. We still haven't seen Mirror Force on Yada's end either.
But there's
But
the ring.
there's the ring anyway, so Lucas is going to pick up the match against Yada. Well played on both ends. Fun match. And bracket update, looks like Ivan won his match after upsetting Art's own round prior.
Let's go back to Duckduck Goose again.
Let's check it out.
Looks like they're in game 3, round 4.
Yeah, looks like, yeah, game 3 it is.
Both players with a lot of cards.
The loaded boards 3 to the back row for Goose with a face-up spy. Vert has 2 face down, along with a face-up spy, a tomato, and a back row. Life points, moderate, only 2,600 separating the two. We've seen a Solemn, a Book, and a Mind Control out of Verts. Graceful, TD, Breaker, and Sork in the grave for Goose. And we're going to see a Wing Blast pick up the back row, pitching Thunder Dragon. Let's see how Goose follows up here. 4 monsters to deal with.
Seen a lot of Mystic Tomato today.
A lot of tomatoes, a lot of reapers. Chaos Sorcerer coming down to the board for Goose. Gonna pick up that face-up spy.
Interesting they didn't go for the tomato.
That's what I was thinking. Would have picked up the tomato as well. And Goose is gonna book his own spy.
Maybe they're gonna snatch steal this tomato.
I don't know.
Because that would be exactly game if they have double nobleman snatch. No, that's only
28, 38, 42. Yeah, it would be if he has it. Oh, it'd be 38. I'm sorry. 24 and 14 and 38. Be off by 200.
BLS.
Here's BLS.
Definitely going for a game shot.
There's the snatch.
But where's the game shot?
BLS has to not attack first, obviously, but do you swing in here with a tomato face down? Does he have a read on one of the face downs already, which is why he snatched the tomato? Let's see.
I would be afraid of another one of these is another spy.
Yeah.
Do you have one nobleman and have to 50-50 it?
He hasn't used any yet. Sorcerer can't swing, as it banished already.
They're not looking at the extra deck, so I don't think they're thinking about meta. If you've got meta into Gatling, I guess you go for that.
Yeah, that'll be optimal, contingent on the dice. Excuse me, on the coin flip. But BLS is going to banish the far right, and it's a moth. Would have been nice for Vert to had mind control in the grave. The tribute off the tomato, Thunder Dragon, Acid Trap Hole.
Did see this tech from Duckduck in the Patreon finals.
Did, and that's exactly 4K with the spies and the Thunder Dragon.
Nice play.
Yeah, nice indeed. How about that? Exactly 4,000 Acid Trap Hole for the win.
Yep, and that was why you snatched the tomato, not the spy, because the Acid Trap Hole does not work on a spy. Well,
yeah,
it doesn't matter if you're using it on the set card, but yeah, great. That would have been crazy if it was a spy, though, huh?
Yeah.
Because it would have activated the spy and not destroyed it.
Yep. But pays off here. It was just the tomato. Duck, Goose.
Again.
Goose is going to advance.
We're gonna watch that Big X versus Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider won game 1.
And 5 points still even. 8 cards in the grave for Ghost Rider. Triple TD, Pot Sangan, R Solemn Wing Blast. Saw a Mind Crush on Big X's side, along with Heavy Space and a Blade Knight. Set and a Necro Valley on the board.
And this Necro Valley could mean trouble for Ghost Rider. They're playing Wing Blast instead of Regeki Break, so that's kind of a two-sided sword, right? Because it's good that it could be good to stack Necro Valley, but it could also be really bad because you just can't ever get rid of it. And Ghost Rider's deck is based on turboing 2 Chaos Monsters, which cannot be summoned with Necro Valley out.
And Necro Valley shuts that down, so...
However, if you could just put it on top of the deck for 1 turn and then drop Chaos Monsters onto the board, is really all you need, and then you're giving them a dead draw, so...
Absolutely.
Wing Blasting it could be good, you just gotta do it at the right time. Which could mean in the meantime, your opponent having boosted up Gravekeeper monsters that you would have rather had destroyed it if you were playing Regeki Break instead.
Yeah, we saw that last game, right? One more back row for a Ghost Rider and a face down monster. Big X top decking. 2 back row and a face down himself. So, gonna match the board with Ghost Rider. About Duck Goose so far. Grand finals last time, moving along this tournament.
Yeah, it's been improving all season.
So, loaded back rows for both players. 4 face down, along with a monster. Necro Valley, the field of play. Gonna see Tribe Infecting Virus on Ghost Rider's side. attempt to attack the face down. Ring of Destruction gonna take care of the virus, and both players will swap. We'll take 1600 and back over to Big X. Lincoln Duo on Ghost Rider's side is going to trade with the in-hand Snatch Steal. Going to set one more to the back row and pass it over to Big X, still top decking.
This has been a pass back and forth game for sure.
Yeah, I'm going to change the narrative here.
1700 spy flipped.
Big Spy, 17 on the front, 25 on the back. Search out an Assailant. I think the Twitch chat is saying that you kind of your mic volume is a little low.
Okay.
Thanks, Indigo, for that. So Big X is going into battle. Ghost Rider is going to meet him with a Mirror Force, which will resolve, clearing out the Big Spy and the Assailant. And that's going to be it for Big X. Back over to Ghost Rider. Players, 3 face down, 1 monster. So, another set for Ghost Rider.
Yeah, the thing is, with so many decks playing Gravekeeper Spy, that even when you have Necro Valley out and you have these big 2000 monsters, your opponent can have their own Gravekeeper.
Yeah.
And there it is.
There it is, right on cue. Spear Soldier is going to take 5 from that battle. And it's going to bring Ghost Rider another big body to the board.
Yeah, if I had another Assailant in my deck, I would have opted for that. Did he normal summon the Spear Soldier or get it with a Spy?
I believe he normaled it. He did. This is once again game 2. Ghost Rider picked up the first one.
Alright, Ghost Rider on the play, gonna clear out a Necro Valley. No protection for it.
Here we go. Tsukiyomi to put the Spear Soldier face down. Ghost Rider's Chaos is live now that Necro Valley's off the board. Alright, so Mirror Force is going to protect the Spear Soldier. Get rid of Tsukiyomi. We see the Chaos Monster on Ghost Rider's end now. We're going to see a Gorilla instead. So just the defense for spy. Strider's gonna goblin.
Yeah, Ghost Rider did get the Necro off the board, but still not able to deal with 2000 defense.
Another Tsukiyomi is gonna hit the board, flip the gorilla. Just pick up the spear soldier. Keep in mind, gorilla has to attack, so.
Only if Ghost Rider enters the battle phase, though.
Right. One more face down for Big X. 3 total spies on the board. 5 points are still high.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the path to victory for Big X is right now. Your best answers for these spies are kind of gone already. Exiled, Ring, Snatch. If you get a Necro Valley with an Assailant combo together, would work. Your Heavy's already gone though, so getting that to all resolve is going to be tough as well.
Yeah, and we're gonna see the snatch on Ghost Riders in here to take that last spy. Well, that we think is the last spy. Suki it face down. I'm gonna make 3 spies on Ghost Riders, and that's quite the wall. Alright. Wow, another spy. So Big X had 2 down, so both players were having 2 spies. That's gonna void out Gorilla's attack.
No effect. It is not an optional effect, so if there is one in the deck, you do have to get it.
And we've seen Assailants and Spear Soldiers, so you would assume there's another copy of something in the deck. But we play on. Winner of this match will play Pastel de Pollo the next round.
Yeah, there's no targets left in the deck, so we didn't see game 1, so it is possible that Big X just brought in a Gravekeeper package.
Yeah. Oh, is loaded with spies now. But the only one that matters here is Big X's spy. Holding a lot of damage. That leaves the board. Comes a big Blade Knight on Big X's side. And try to run into the spy and it connects, so one less monster on the board for 800. would assume Tsukiyomi could pick this up. The new face down is. I'm gonna protect it. Here she comes. Yep, so Gorilla picks up the Blade Knight.
And Ghost Rider's
Back
seemingly just not getting to a Chaos Monster yet.
Yeah, and how many more turns before we see another Necro Valley? Oh, there it is.
Not even a whole sentence before.
Yeah.
And now you're looking at having to Wing Blast or Heavy Storm to get Necro Valley off the board. I guess Breaker's still in the deck.
Breaker's viable. We're going to see a Dust Shoot on Big X's side. Serpent, Tsukiyomi, Gorilla, and Blast with Chain. Gonna opt to put the Serpent back.
Well, Blast with Chain is a potential way to destroy Necro Valley.
Yeah. Let's hope we have the right blast, not like last time we had the wrong break.
What other blasts would it be?
Yeah, the only one I could think of is Chain. No, it's Chain Burst. Never mind. Chain with Blast with Chain it is, but the second Gorilla will hit the board for Ghost Rider. Still can't deal with this 2500 Spy. Thing will.
But
See if this resolves.
We'll have to switch a Spy to attack mode, right? To try to attack for game here?
Yeah, that'll be 4,057. That's exactly game if this connects. He's going to put both in attack mode. That's the game. So 2-0 for Ghost Rider. Going to pick up the match against Big X.
Alright, and we are now going to take a little break from this tournament to check out our new content on goatformat.com of our new deck section. So this has been a really big project. Spooky definitely gets 99% of the credit on this one. Him and along with the team that went through naming all the decks. And we are going to have, this took Spooky over 200 hours to make all these decks. We are going to have, I believe, 100 new decks on the website. So if you guys want to check out goatformat.com, our new decks page, we have a introduction to it right here on the main page. And if you go under decks, the change to the website now will bring you to this overview where you have the different sections. We now have lockdown decks, control decks, aggro decks, combo decks. These are all made already, all of these pages. They're not all accessible yet. We'll be updating them, turning them on as the weeks go on here. So for week 1, we do have these lockdown decks have been added. And I'll just show you guys one example of like Pac-Man here. And so we now have overviews of the decks, full deck lists, additional card options, articles and reports from decks. So you see here like GFC2 player interview, go right to that from there. Format libraries page, the deck link from the 2005 US Nationals. So very exciting. Not just competitive decks on here. The goal is to have every type of like deck that has come into existence be put onto here. So stuff like Pac-Man, Final Countdown decks, Guardian decks, not just for the competitive Yu-Gi-Oh player. A big part of Spooky's website of the GOAT format weebly was having all of these options for casual GOAT format players as well, and we are going to have that for you guys. So yeah, again, check out goatformat.com, go over to the new deck section, or check out the new write-up and article from Spooky. and we will go back to the tournament. Once all the decks are up as well, we're going to be doing some streams of some of the lists that are on there for the tournament, or that are on the website. Some streams of some games, and the viewers can vote which decks you want us to try out. Alright, so we're going to head back into this GOAT Format Championship Series 15 with Ivan Rosidio versus the #1 ranked player in GOAT Format, Lucas the Heretic.
Looking forward to this one. Shout out to Spooky and the team. Really cool content on the page. Gonna check that out after this.
So looks like
Spirit Reaper on.
Ivan is up game 1.
Yeah. Spirit Reaper's gonna connect to take out the last Thunder Dragon in Ivan's hand. Four face down. No heavy yet used on Lucas's side, but Reaper's gonna go to the fence. No hand on Ivan. That's Scully. A lot of tomatoes, a lot of Reapers this tournament. Seeing a lot of that. Stally, slow games.
Yeah, Patreon tournament, it was Scapegoat holding all the games up, and today it's Spirit Reaper.
Yeah. Ivan's gonna set a face down. Lucas is gonna meet that with a Nobleman. And it's Gravekeeper Spy. The Spies too. So 2 out of Ivan's deck. 1 more out of Ivan's deck, I'm sorry. Just another face down for Lucas. Man on Ivan's side is going to pick up Deco. We're going to keep thinning out some decks here. 2 on Ivan's side, 2 on Lucas's side. Another face down. Winners round 5. Lucas and Ivan. With Ivan taking game 1. We're gonna see Mind Control flipped up on Ivan's side. Gonna pick up Lucas's Magician of Faith. What are you picking up here, Scully?
Duo? Even though there's one a Thunder Dragon in there? I mean, I guess the other option is you get rid of this Reaper now.
Gonna opt for the duo.
But like we said earlier, once like you've burned through all your cards and everything's on the board, the Reaper's not much of a threat.
Alright.
And if they discard the Thunder Dragon, then they can't summon and attack you with it either.
Yeah. And Ivan's gonna snipe a Faith from Lucas's hand too. I mean, swapping Nobleman, but still a good hit when you don't hit Assailant, or I mean Sinisters or Thunder Dragons or
Hey, that was a good trade. He traded a Mind Control to stop a Magician of Faith effect and discard 2 cards from Lucas.
Yeah. Can draw it up better than that. So back to Lucas. Has to deal with 3 back row and a face down monster. A couple of weenies on board. Chaos not live. Only lights for Lucas's grave. Make that both players' graves, just lights.
So this book would allow Lucas to trade it for a nobleman or a creature swap. But I wonder which there would go for. Oh wow.
Ivan is
that was a great play.
yeah, Jar agreed
Drew a dead card with it.
to discard fodder for the Wing Blast to spin the Faith.
Which will then protect, my guess is their own Faith that's set, and allow them to duo again.
Yeah, you wouldn't go through all that trouble if it wasn't worth it on the face down. We're gonna see Tribe Virus or Lucas. Ivan's gonna opt to solemn that, bringing him down to 2850.
The power of Wing Blast and Solemn together is the knowledge of what to say no to because you know what your opponent's drawing.
Yeah. So, Ivan on the top deck. Both players 2 cards in control. Life points in Lucas's favor, 9,000 to 2850. Reaper's just been hanging out this duel. Another face down on Ivan's end. Going to pass it back to Lucas, drawing into Faith. Three options in the grave. If it was to resolve, you have Book, Knock, and Swap. Reaper's going to go on the offensive and hit a face-down Magician of Faith. Ivan's going to pick up Mind Control. So be seeing that Magician go face down, I assume. Reaper's just gonna stay in attack mode.
And not gonna trade the card in hand for the Reaper.
Yeah, just gonna hit for 2,000. Pass the turn. Gonna keep the mind control in hand, preventing Lucas from playing that Faith. And just gonna think it over and pass the turn after putting Reaper to the fence. See if Ivan clears him out with this draw.
Yeah, at least now he'll have to burn a card if he wants to deal damage.
Yeah. I'm holding on to that mind control as long as I could, though.
For sure, holding on to the mind control is key right now. What's gonna be tough is if Lucas sets a bluff, do you use it?
Yeah. Oh, pass turn on Ivan's side. What he drew.
A Chaos Monster, and it wasn't enough for game to discard and kill the Sangin?
Perhaps.
And that's what they were thinking about for so long, of what they could search with the Sangin to make a game?
Now he has a back row to deal with, along with the Reaper. 3 in hand for Ivan. We know 1 is a mind control. He's going to opt to activate Tribe now. Going to pitch the Snatch Steal. Actually going to call Fiends here. Well, Scully, you were right here. We're going to search with Sangin, bring out a Chaos Monster to deal with this Reaper. See what Ivan wants to search. Yeah, it's Tsukiyomi.
That's pretty crazy.
That's a nice one. It has a plethora of spells to choose from in the grave.
Torrential would be insane right there.
Oh yeah.
I think you duo again. But that brings you down to 1850 with a Faith in attack mode.
Yeah, and that last card is the Chaos Monster. So you figure it's duo Chaos Monster, mind control. But we're gonna see the duo anyway.
It might not be a Chaos Monster.
Perhaps. I just wanted to cycle the Faith. A Snipe of Faith from Lucas's hand. See what the follow-up is. Reaper staying on the board for 2 turns with a face-up tribe. I don't know how often you see that. Lucas thinking over this discard here.
Yeah, I don't know. This feels really risky, dropping your life points this low.
Yeah. It's gonna be meta. Right, so
So Lucas had the option to go Meta Faith on Thousand Eyes and clear that tribe if they wanted to last turn.
but opted not to. Here's BLS, so it was the Chaos Monster. I'm gonna banish face up Reaper and swing in here for what? 29, 32? 3,000. 27, 33,000.
Could have went for game this turn. Right?
Be mind controlled. Would have been short.
If he had searched, no, I guess you're still short, even if you search something different with Sangin.
Yeah. So we know that last card is mind control. And gonna be paired with Tsukiyomi on the end phase. 1850 and a face up Magician of Faith with no back row. Let's see what Lucas draws here. This was a good start.
Yeah, see, like this Magician in attack mode. And dropping down to 1850.
Yeah, well, now he has the Dark in the Grave. He pitched Sook. Yeah, this is just gonna run over the Faith for game. We're gonna go to game 3.
I think Ivan kind of threw that game away.
Yeah, you kind of get that.
You didn't have to duo there.
What else is in the grave? Snatch Steel, Heavy Storm, Upstart, Book of Moon.
Was Book of Moon in the grave? I don't know if it was.
No, I don't think it was. I know Upstart was, Heavy Snatch.
Yeah, I don't think there was
'cause
any
he did-
defensive cards in there.
Uh,
Know what was in there?
then
Creature swap. You could
Creature
have
Swap, War Dreamer.
you could have got creature swap and swapped the Faith to attack twice with the BLS.
And that would have done it. Oh, let's see. Ivan's gonna start us off here in game 3. This is winners round 5.
And then even if that didn't work, you wouldn't be ending your turn with, like, because there was a face down, you wouldn't be ending your turn with a attack mode Magician of Faith.
Yeah, you would have been a little bit more protected. That opened the door for the sorcerer to just run him over. And Ivan, Lucas's frustration is gonna have Dust Shoot here. 2 tomatoes, Breaker, Tribe, and 2 Faiths.
Not The worst hand, though.
The worst. Got a couple lights, couple darks, some back row removal. But Ivan's gonna have his pickings as to what goes back.
I'm guessing that's Breaker, not Regeki Break, because we saw the Wing Blast before.
Yeah. He's gonna opt for Tribe Virus to go back.
Yeah, the choice here really, I guess, is either play a Tomato or go Breaker, hope for best in a worst case spot.
Alright, here's the Tomato. Just gonna attack into this face down, and it's Gravekeeper Spy. So I'll give Ivan the early lead and another monster on the board. Upstart will give Lucas the life back, but make that two. So I've been digging in a little bit here. Gonna see how we could deal with this Tomato. Ivan is going to crash the Sangan into the Tomato to search out Mr. Serpent and main phase 2 Graceful. Love to see it. So Deco and Serpent are the discards.
And Ivan gonna have Chaos. If Ivan has Chaos already, then Lucas is gonna be in big trouble.
Huge trouble.
Because a Reaper is what Lucas is gonna be looking to hold on to this game, yeah.
Yeah, this is looking grim. Game 3, so Tomato, Breaker, 2 Faiths in hand for Lucas to deal with a back row, 2 Spies, and Chaos Sorcerer.
And Tomato does not really help you too much here because the Spy can attack if it's in defense mode, and then Sorcerer Banish what comes out next. You can't just put it in attack mode because then Sorcerer just banishes it.
Yeah. No spells to play the Faith. Just Breaker. Ouch.
If Lucas maybe topped a Snatch Steal to follow up here.
Just gonna put a face down. So, in hand for Lucas is 2 Faiths and the Tomato. Evan has a full hand and 3 monsters on the board. Trade the heavy for the back row. It's Book of Moon here. Got 24, 44, 47 on the board. He's gonna push with that too. So gonna put Lucas in a tough spot here. Almost half of Ivan's life, and he's holding.
Lucas take the 1600 off for the ring?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, he did 600 then. I see.
So just the face down. Oh man, brutal. GG. Face down Nobleman. Ivan's gonna take the match over Lucas and advance.
And let's see, Ghost Rider still in winner's side against Pastel.
Want to check that one out?
Sure. Ghost Rider has qualified for Worlds, but did it through the Dueling Book ladder. So I'm sure another invite via tournament would be a big feather in their cap. And something you want going, some momentum going into the World Championships.
Yeah. It looks like Ghost Rider picked up game 1 here over Pastel. And it's gonna
Easy
call
gate.
8.
Gonna get him. Got the call the
Yeah.
gate. Not quite enough on board, but we're still gonna give it up.
Yeah, that'll do it. So Ghost Rider will face Michael, right? Michael JH next round. I'm saying his name right.
Just checking out what we got going on in losers bracket here before we move forward. Slash Tap still in the tournament. Still chasing that invite.
Check out Don't Copy's match.
Sure.
Looks like we're just getting into game 2 with Don't Copy picking up the first game.
This is the loser side of the bracket.
Alright, Delinquent Duo to open up Don't Copy's turn. After Aaron opened with Pot of Greed and a T-set, it's going to snipe the Magician of Faith. Followed by Call the Haunted. Start Goblin and a T-set for Don't Copy. Going to pass it back over. And Phase gonna pick up the Saku. Mind Control on Aaron's side. Looks like he picked up a Spirit Reaper.
It'll be interesting to see the breakdown of how many Spirit Reapers and Mystic Tomatoes were used in today's tournament.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that. We've sure seen, I think every game we've clicked into is seen both of them, if not one of the two.
And Aaron Yeager failing on both of these mind controls, hitting a Sangan and a Spirit Reaper.
Yeah, that's hate to see that. Geki break, gonna pitch the gorilla to pick up Mystic Tomato. We're gonna try to get rid of a card in the hand here.
Wow, that
And
connects.
both attacks connect. Gonna pick up Sangan. Duel will equalize the card advantage and pick up Gorilla and BLS from Don't Copy's hand, which was not live, but back over to Don't Copy. Top deck Pot of Greed.
That was good timing for it. They were literally only even in cards because of Duo and Pot of Greed on Aaron Yeager's side.
Yeah. Now, Don't Copy in the driver's seat can just keep poking here with Sangan. If he puts the Reaper in attack, he does. Be met with Book of Moon, so gonna trade the card in the Book of Moon for the card in hand. And Sangan's just gonna keep poking here. One more face down, gonna be met with Dust Tornado. Picks up Decree. There's the Torrential, so Copy going to be able to search the deck here. Could still summon. Opt to get Sinister Serpent and swing in with a Tomato, so just going to have to draw something good here. 2 back row and a Tomato, running out of life points.
Wonder if Don't Copy only has one Spirit Reaper boarded then.
Yeah, you would have assumed he would have fetched it with the Sangan. The duo already been used, but could have another break face down. Premature Burial. Let's see.
I'm guessing gonna target the Sangan.
It was the break. That's gonna clear out the Premature.
I guess that was the reasoning behind searching the Sinister.
Oh man.
And a well-searched Sinister it was.
Yes, indeed. Hot last turn, graceful this turn. The ditch Mask of Darkness with the Serpent. Trade MST for the back row to knock.
Wow.
Aim.
Triple Berserk Gorilla.
So Don't Copy 2-0 over Aaron Yeager. Copy will face indoors in the next round on the loser side.
Alright, we'll go back to winners of Ivan Rossetti versus Easy Schmoney.
Ivan fresh off that win against Lucas in game 1. And Schmoney has quite the board, but again, see Reaper, who's been the boy of this tournament so far. We've seen a lot of them. Putting back Kaiku and a pair of Warriors. Storm's gonna hit the face down Snatch. Follow that up with a Graceful Charity. See if we can search for some answers to deal with this board.
This is a winners quarterfinals round.
IMZ1 on the loser side. One is match against Dinglesig too. Kaiku beating Matt Uber. Delinquent duo on Ivan's side, gonna bring him to 25, trade with the Blade Knight in hand. Chaos not live in either player's graveyard.
It's the first warrior deck we've seen all day.
Yeah.
Is Easy Schmoney playing? Oh, see, this is rough now too. Now the Kaiku and DD Assailant both be banished from this.
Yeah, and two more from the grave. So we're gonna pick up both lights. Oh no, he's gonna opt to hit Donzalug.
That does open the door to clearing all of the cards, but you also just... Well, I guess they can't summon a cast monster if you have their breaker.
Yeah, can't clear it out. Scared of the heavy here, if anything.
And even that doesn't clear the Reaper. Yeah, but I guess
Right.
heavy there, then you can summon a chaos monster the turn after. Pretty safe this turn if you're Ivan, though.
Yeah.
So
And top deck Lola.
if they play a Ninja Grandmaster, now's the time to get it.
Absolutely.
I would hope that's not a card that was cut out of a warrior deck, but I have seen people cutting it lately.
I mean, maybe after this tournament, it'll be bought back in with all these Reapers.
Yeah, I mean, Reaper, Spy, Tomato, Sorcerers, and Defense. I think having one to toolbox too is always worthwhile. 1800 attack is fine to just trade with something else if it's not good at the moment.
Yeah.
See here, you just had to exile instead.
Yeah, Exile's gonna pick up the Kaiku. Another back row, another face down. DD Assailant was so popular back in 05. I think every deck ran sided one. At least that I remember.
Yeah, Phoenix was popular at the time, and Genzo, so
Yeah.
it was answers for those cards.
Card though. Good stats. Swing in here to the face down.
I mean, this is probably the card that I think should be the Ninja Grandmaster as the Assailant.
Yeah, you figured it would have if he searched the exiled.
Yeah, no, I just mean when you go to your deck building, I would cut the Assailant for the
Yeah.
Grandmaster.
Oh, that's good. I would too. But dealt with the Reaper, gives you a light. A little bit more attack. So this time it's a spy. So it'll deal 300 and fetch Ivan another spy. He opts to.
In hand, maybe?
Probably in hand.
Nope.
Oh, it's
Like
in
a
deck.
little
I
lag.
get it. Defense building on Ivan's side has two face-up spies and a Reaper that's been on the board since we got here. Two back row for easy Schmoney. Add one more back row, one more face down, so Money has the advantage life points wise, but card advantage and field not so much. See if he can start picking some of these monsters out. Does have a live chaos in the graveyard. Has the materials.
And I hate to harp on it, but imagine if this assailant was a Ninja Grandmaster.
Yeah, totally different game. Would have had his pick of the litter.
But it looks like Easy is actually on a Gearfried build.
You're gonna see Blast with Chain.
There's one in the grave already.
Doesn't deal with any of the face-ups. And this is game 1, winners quarterfinals.
So
You are going to see the Blast with Chain.
something that I think is would be a better play here. You attack with the Gearfried the Iron Knight, and then in the damage step you use the Blast with Chain, so that you don't lose out to a Book of Moon here.
Yeah, agreed.
Or you could maybe force like a Sakuretsu and then do that. Yeah, see, look.
Yeah, right on cue.
Yeah, if you wait till the damage step, then this can't happen.
Let's see if Schmoney has a response. Ivan threatened to spin the Gearfried to the top of the deck.
The blast would then be destroyed by game mechanics, and therefore not trigger to destroy a card.
We're going to see another one.
So this blast will go off.
Pick up a deco.
And we are going to be slowed back down to at least another turn of not being able to answer these defense monsters.
Yeah. No cards on the field other than the assailant going to be drawing into Gearfried. Let's see if Ivan could close out this life point gap a little bit. No rush to. Ring's already in the graveyard for Schmoney.
There's been a lot of spots today where I've had the thought of a lightning vortex would be good here.
Yeah.
I want to say it was Sparky Flary that we saw in a few tournaments use Giant Trunade and Lightning Vortex to like deal with these game states and warriors.
So Gearfried's gonna get summoned. Face down for Ivan.
I gotta think Ivan's taking this game.
Yeah. I mean, yes, 4, 6, 9, 10 cards total. The knock, yep, that'll do it. 23 plus 24, 47. All right, off to game 2. In winners quarterfinals, Easy Schmoney and Ivan.
We saw such a heavy dominance of Warriors this year, and as we get closer to Worlds, it seems that people have just kind of figured the deck out.
Slowly, meta slowly going back to goal control, pass, Thousand Eyes, Reaper, game state. But like you said, Scully, Grandmaster Sasuke would have put in a lot of work there, or at least forced out some back rolls last game.
Right. That Reaper never left the board.
Never did. Then couple that with a couple of face-up spies, and it's tough for Warriors to deal with that without Sasuke in the deck. Is this the second Warrior that we've seen today, or the first? I think it's the first, right?
I believe it's the first.
Yeah. All right. Game 2 underway. Easy Schmoney is going to kick us off here. All right, turn 1 Rhoda. A fetch Gearfried, the Iron Knight from the deck. See a hand grenade turn 1. Smoke grenade. There we are. Not a bad start for Easy Schmoney here. Gonna get some hand knowledge.
Pluck out a Graceful.
Yeah. So Thunder Dragon Saku go.
What's the first card?
Uh,
SS?
Maybe Sinister Serpent? And just typed an extra S, perhaps?
Sakuretsu Thunder Dragon to Kochi. Snatch Steals?
Could be it, too. If it is, Snatch Steel's not doing him any good, at least right now.
Right. Hitting Graceful was definitely huge on that hand.
Definitely. Alright, T-set. That's the Saku and the Deco. ON phase response on Schmoney's side. The assailant on easy Schmoney side. Attempt to hit the face down.
Not sure what the issue here is. I've been trying to bait out a blast with chain, but it would flip before damage step, so.
Yeah. So Saku's gonna take care of Gearfried.
If Easy does have a blast with chain, then they should have attacked with the Gearfried first.
Yeah. Yet again, that other misplay last game. The Wing Blast. Let's see what Easy Schmoney is still in the battle phase. Oh, I guess just the lag. So. Alright, back to easy Schmoney side. T-set on Ivan. Anzalug is gonna hit the board. Seva into the face down, another deco. Gonna fetch Ivan another card. See if this Don goes through for 14. Yeah, it's gonna connect. Oh man. Out of 5 chance and hits the serpent. Followed up by a end phase Zingzan Hu. See if this resolve is gonna paralyze those 2 back rows. Yeah, it's gonna resolve. So Easy Schmoney's back row paralyzed right now. Ivan draws into upstart. Let's see if he can start picking away at these warriors. Face down, 2 back rolls, and a face down. Ivan, back over to easy Schmoney. There it is, Scully, another Reaper cameo. Gonna hold off these warriors for this turn. Let's see how many more. Just another face down for Ivan. Gonna pass it back over. Sitting behind the Reaper, back rows, and a face down. Comes Kaiku. If he's thinking it over or lagging. Sailing's gonna go face down. Perhaps looking for a tomato, but gonna run into a spy as well. So take 300 from that battle and another wall on the board for Ivan. Kaiku's gonna sit on the board and shut down Chaos in the meantime. See if Ivan can start some life points on the board.
Our scene again, just this deck building flaw, I believe, of not having Ninja Grandmaster.
Yeah. In 2 games in a row, facing the same board. Salient just doesn't do much here. Definitely hoping that was a tomato so he can pick the next card off with Kaiku and clean up the graveyard, but with another spy. So Kaiku's gonna swing into the new face down. Gonna get mad with Sakuretsu armor and turn Chaos back on for Ivan. Salient's gonna hit the face down Sinister Serpent, so behind his wall, building up some resources here.
Hopefully, hopefully Easy plays a copy of Tribe.
Yeah.
I don't know how else you're clearing this.
Main phase 2, we're gonna premature back the Kaiku to shut Chaos back down. Oh, Suki's a good one here. Can't contest this battle with the Zing Zing Hu on the board, so I was gonna easily pick up this Kaiku. Turn Chaos back on for Ivan. They're stuck in their tracks. Can't get over the Spies or the Reaper. Oh, just a face down for easy Schmoney. Gonna pass it back to Ivan. Has a full hand.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time till Ivan starts dropping his chaos monsters and cleans this game up.
Sure looks that way. He's already up a game.
The thing with playing Ninja Grandmasters instead of Assailants too is it lets you at least run Black Luster Soldier.
It gives you the light. And it'll come in handy here. He already has the dark in the grave. So what was once a sort of overlooked card in the warrior build, I would assume is going to be mained again with all the Reaper, Tomato, Spy plays, Goats we've been seeing. Wouldn't do much against Goats, but the Spies and the Reapers definitely would expect to see it. As we approach, like you said, Scully, as we approach World Championships, Warriors' popularity has just been dwindling down. You can see why.
Yeah.
Not prepared for these type of matches.
There are dedicated Warrior players though that have their invite, so I know we're gonna see Warrior decks at Worlds.
Yeah,
although a lot of those players have been switching over to Chaos Control too, so. But
Does shoot.
I do expect someone like Sparky Flary to still show up with Warriors.
Yeah. You know, AJT BLS plays Warriors a lot too. Alright, so Trap Dust Shoot here. Pick up Ivan's Chaos Sorcerer from the hand. Nice timely Dust Shoot there, because Ivan had the resources to bring out Sorcerer with no response for the back row on Easy Schmoney's side. Big Dust Shoot there. Tsukiyomi is going to put one more spy down. One more back row. So Ivan almost has a loaded board.
No Blast with Chains used yet from Easy, so I mean they could, if they could stall long enough, they could turn it into some Blast with a Gear Freed to clear out these walls.
Yeah, gonna have to start taking them off. At least the spy, because you could target Reaper with, say, a Snatch or...
You could put a Smoke Grenade on it.
Yeah, that too. Blade Knight picking up the Serpent. Another Zing Zang Hu. It's a set. It's mandatory for 2 though, right?
Yeah,
so
you can select another. Okay. They could have selected one of the cards that was already selected by the other one, probably. Would have been better.
yeah,
Because then if one dies, it's still locking down one card continuously.
I think Schmoney's a little confused on sequencing of that play. Oh, lagging. So there it was. He targeted his new face down, chained the jar. Here comes Tsukiyomi. Gonna try to pick up this Blade Knight, and he will, with back row being frozen. Scully, I think you're right. This is just a matter of time before Evan just picks the board apart. The dust shoot delayed it a little bit.
Yeah, and that's all it did was delay it.
Yeah.
They gotta get another Kaiku on the board, but Tsukiyomi's gonna nullify that strategy.
Yeah. It's gonna pick off all those little 1000s and lower the fences. A tough spot for Schmoney. So the Zing Zing Hu under the Reaper is targeting the cards under the monsters, and the new one, the far right of our screen. Okay. Not agreed on Ivan's side.
I actually thought it was the opposite, but
I could be wrong.
I'm not 100% sure. Zing Zang would be a super cool looking ultimate rare card.
Yeah, they would.
Never gonna happen though.
I think my favorite ultimate rare was Lightning Vortex. It just looks so sick as a card.
The purple on this card with the outline around the pot would look really cool.
Yeah. Spirit Reaper's been on the board since like turn 2.
It never left the board game 1.
Oh.
It's insane that this match is even still going on as they've just walled each other out.
Maybe, I don't know what he could have him, unless he sided in like a smashing ground, but what good really is that going to do? Smudgy's going to think this over.
There's a lot of cards in play, but 3 of them can't be activated.
Yeah. The back row's frozen on his end. Here comes Nobleman. Gonna pick up Sangan. That's it. Slow moving game, still a lot of life points for both players, but Ivan seems to be in the driver's seat.
He does have less cards in deck, but he's much less locked.
Yeah. Can't fathom just going 16 turns without Ivan in the board. Just Blade Knight for easy Schmoney, unboosted. To Ivan. Chaos Live on both ends. This monster will definitely speed up the pace of the game. Here, right on cue, here's Ivan. Bring out Chaos Sorcerer. Money can't respond.
Finally getting this DD Assailant off the board.
Yeah. Right, so looks like Ivan's gonna go on the offensive here. Schmoney can't flip up any of those back rows, so we're gonna crash with Blade Knight, and we're gonna see 2,700 worth of damage. Finally breaking through here, and a card out of the hand from Schmoney's hand. And let's see what Ivan picks up. Oof. Yeah, ouch. Picks up the BLS.
So they do play BLS and still didn't fit in a Ninja Grandmaster?
Who was live? He had 2 of each. Tsukiyomi is going to protect the sorcerer. One nobleman already used on Schmoney's side. And Ivan's going to load up the back row. Oh. Right. Here's Heavy Storm. Man, you wish you would have kept that. Not sniped that BLS, would have been a different outcome. A Solemn Judgment is going to be activated on Ivan's side to stop the heavy. Two new back row that can be activated now. Ivan has 5,000 on the board before Tsukiyomi, so he could push for lethal, but let's see if these two new back rows deter him from doing so. No Mirror Force, no Torrential used on Schmoney's side. Spirit Reaper MVP of the game, I would say so far. Back over to Ivan. He's going to use a heavy on his own and try to push for game here. Only the 2 on the left could be activated on Schmoney's side. And that'll do it. So Ivan 2-0 over Easy Schmoney.
In a grueling game of sit behind Reaper.
Yeah. Reaper and Zing Zing Hu getting the job done for Ivan. He's going to advance to winners semis. Where are we going next, Skull? You want to check out Ghost Rider's match?
Yeah.
Jumping into winners, the other side of winners quarterfinal.
Is it even
Ghost Rider.
Is it even quarterfinal this side?
Is it? I think it is, right? That is quarters, because the winner of this match faces Mark MPS.
And that would be quarterfinals.
Oh, yeah. So, BLS on Ghost Rider's side. Suki's going to pick up the face down Thousand Eyes, and we're going to hit for 3,000. 3 back row and a face up BLS. And 40 far that. Snatch steal, but Ghost Rider was ready with the MST. Just gonna set face down and pray to live another turn. Three, we already saw Tsukiyomi. Gonna banish. And Suki. And hit for 3. Yeah, that'll do it. 41. So that game 3, right? So Ghost Rider picks up the match with advance.
Quarterfinals. Let's check out Alvarado versus Pro Storm on loser side.
All right. Timing just started. Alvarado's going to open up with Delinquent Duo. Winner of this game will face Lucas. Gauntlet, that is loser's bracket.
Yeah, Alvarado lost round 1, so has won the last 4 in a row to get here.
Not bad though. Good opening start. Duo pot.
Or, correction, he lost round 3 it looks
Round
like.
3.
So
Yeah.
they won the last 3 to get here.
So Pro Storm is going to summon Deco after Upstart Goblin, making the life points even again. Run into Alvarado's Deco. Pass turn. It would be nice if it can pop that back row cleanly. And we're going to see Raigeki Break responding on Pro Storm side. Teaching Magician of Faith to pop the back row.
Yeah, Pro Storm doing the
That'll
best they
make
can with what they have. Pot agree duo, and then looks like they didn't have a very good opening hand to begin with, so.
Let's see if Alvarado brings out a Chaos Monster to prevent a Dark in the Grave for Pro Storm. Dragon Graceful's nice. Dig into the deck, see if he can prevent chaos. I'm just gonna go into battle and the Deco.
Way up on card advantage, so.
Yeah. I would assume he has a response. Answer in hand if Pro Storm was to drop a Chaos Monster. Here it comes. This far behind. Just have to go for it. So, gonna banish the face down. Set one card. Deco gets banished in the process. Let's see if Alvarado could deal with this BLS.
Yeah, if he can't, it could be a chance for Pro Storm to stay in the game, but
Oof.
not quite.
Yeah, Tribe is gonna swap Knight Assailant for Deco in hand. And we're gonna go into battle. Pro Storm on the ropes here. Top decking with Cine and Graveyard. See if you can see if that's it again, sitting behind it or into another answer. Nope. And it's tough because Spy doesn't even help you here either with Tribe on the board. Yeah, so Magician of Faith is gonna duo the hand again. Gonna dump. Alright, so it wasn't. Oh man. It wasn't Sinister, and there's the game. Not gonna Deco summon. How much you can do there if you're Pro Storm?
No, not at all.
Alvarado's gonna pick up game one. And we're gonna go into the sideboard for game two on losers round 5. Both being good sports about it. Love to see it.
Yeah, that's Yu-Gi-Oh for you sometimes.
So Pro Storm's gonna open up game 2 down 0-1. Gonna ditch Thunder Dragon, thin the deck out, dump a light in the grave, upstart Goblin, and a T-Sat. Alvarado will match the board with a T-Sat 2 and pass it back to Pro Storm. Flip the Deco and swing in. Sangan for Alvarado. Fetch him a Sinister Serpent. And Pro Storm, oh man, gonna attempt to Tsukiyomi the Deco, but Alvarado has the Torrential waiting. That's a nice pickup. And on the standby, back and forth we go. Trap Duck Shoot on Pro Storm's side. I get to peek at Alvarado's hand. Sinister Serpent, 2 Book of Moons, Breaker, Deco, and Suki. Pick from. And it looks like Deco's gonna get sent back to the deck. Oh, 1 face down. Not scared of Breaker. 2 books, a Suki, and a Sinister.
Storm about 4 cards deeper into their deck.
so Alvarado's going to summon the breaker. Going to be met with Ring of Destruction. You kind of expected that since he didn't send it back. It's going to pass the turn. Face down for Pro Storm, back to Alvarado. The T set. Pass it back. Player's playing pretty fast. Reaper Spy flipped up on Pro Storm. Gonna fetch him another in attack mode. Run into Deco. 1200 to give Pro Storm a slight lead. Put one face down. Onto the back row. And back over to Alvarado. Alright, so here's the light Alvarado needed. Chaos is now live. Into the back row and another monster face down. Be even here in game 2. Alvarado taking game 1 if you're just joining us. Eco's gonna get flipped up for Pro Storm. Fetch him another card. And here comes Kaiku. Follow that up with a Nobleman. Gonna pick up Tsukiyomi. And Kaiku's gonna attempt to swing here and clean up the graveyard. Phoenix Windblast says no, gonna spin it on top of the deck instead. Keeping Chaos live for Alvarado. You take the 38 though. Looks like he is. So Storm gets away with a lot of damage either way. Two face down. Two back row, one face down. Space is gonna pick up, assume one of the Book of Moons, right? Yep. Looks like we're gonna go to game 3 here.
Bit more of a back and forth game, but again, pretty one-sided like game 1.
Yeah, and Pro Storm is gonna force Alvarado to use this Book of Moon. One of the spies if this attack goes through. We're gonna see Ring instead. That's gonna pick up the Deco, dropping him down to 1,000. Serpent to the grave. Spy face down. Alright.
Ouch.
So, yeah.
It's like BLS was like the maybe game shot thing that could still happen, and then...
Yeah, Kaiku's just gonna sit on the board and main phase 2 and shut Chaos down.
Yep,
and Alvarado
there's the BLS.
Alvarado had it. Alright, we're going to game 3. Quick game 2. All right. So Alvarado opened up game 3 here. Ditched Thunder Dragon. Storm's gonna do the same.
Pro Storm having the Thunder Dragon protection for duo here.
All right, back over to Pro Storm. 6 in hand. Here comes a Chaos Monster. Sorcerer. Gonna finish that tomato. Set another card. Those just joined, this is loser side round 5, game 3. Pro Storm and Alvarado.
96 players today for GOAT Format Championship 15. The top 4 will receive invites to next month's World Championship Tournament.
Can't wait to see that. Really excited to see what decks are going to be played and who wins that tournament triumphantly. Still got a ways to go before that. Few players looking for their last minute invites, Alvarado being one of them, who lost early on but gone through the gauntlet in loser's bracket and ain't here in game 3. Nobleman on Pro Storm's side is going to pick up the Faith that's face down. Pick up 2 more out of the deck for Alvarado. Reset and back over. So 2 of those in hand Thunder Dragon. If you subtract those 4 cards, I believe Pro Storm has 1 more Thunder Dragon in hand.
Right. Alvarado with 2 of them. Gonna turn the Assailant into a Thunder Dragon. And has the Nobleman.
Here we go. There's the Faith. So that's the last of the Faiths.
Thunder Dragon connects. Pro Storm with Pot of Greed. If he could get this into a Kaiku here, it would be pretty huge.
Instead, we're going to add a back row and put 1 face down, back over to Alvarado. And we're going to see Dust Shoot on the standby phase. Let's see who picks up.
Much closer game 3 here.
Yeah.
Storm, Tribe, Thunder Dragon, Chaos Sorcerer.
Yeah, so
The Sorcerer is live.
and
It's
not
going back
anymore.
in the deck.
So gonna leave Alvarado with a Storm, a Tribe, and the last Thunder Dragon. Even 4-4 cards. Thunder Dragon's gonna run into a face down Spy, deal 400 and fetch another one in the process. So Dust Shoot again. Another timely Dust Shoot we've seen. Would have been nice here on main phase 2 to drop a Sorcerer. We see Tribe on main phase.
He still can Tribe to clear these spies.
Yeah.
But you could also hold your Tribe Heavy combo.
Tribe Heavy, T-Drag. Let's see what Alvarado opts to do here. Just gonna pass, so it's gonna save the combo. Pro Storm in case he drops a Chaos, which is, I believe, live on his end too. Yeah. Go, be in the dark. Okay, so Pro Storm's gonna tribute one of the spies, bring out a Thunder Dragon of his own. Would assume has to follow up with something. No, I'm just gonna crash and run for 1200 here.
Well, it does get the Thunder Dragon off the board instead of it being possible swing for 3200 with a Tribe and a Thunder Dragon.
Yep. Now the Tribe can run it over if...
That's true.
Let's see.
A Book of Moon could be huge protecting it too if you try to discard or attack it.
Absolutely.
I guess attacking it, and yeah, if you attack it and they Book of Moon your Tribe, then run it over would be pretty crazy as well. But Alvarado does have the option of using the Heavy Storm, but could be just what Pro Storm wants.
Yeah, if it's a book, Tribe looks good either way. If he runs it over, let's see. We're gonna find out now. Storm asking Cryo. Alvarado's gonna opt to say yes, gonna toss that Thunder Dragon. Plus, no Book of Moon. At least for that play. Tribe is going to
look
in here.
You don't really want to book it in that spot because then it still does. Well, if you book it in that spot, then Alvarado has to discard another card to clear the spies. So I guess that aspect it would be worth booking it for.
Yeah.
And I believe both players have gone through all their Thunder Dragons now.
I think that was the last for Storm.
That was
yes,
the last,
two.
All gone.
Yeah, one banished, two in the grave. All three in the grave for Alvarado. Has an 1800 point lead. Back over to his turn.
Still has the heavy.
Just gonna swing in here.
What is in Pro Storm's hand that they didn't want to play anything else? I guess they just didn't want to get heavied.
Perhaps, yeah. But the ring, they're a Tribe. Both players holding 3 cards, no Thunder Dragons. 5 points, pretty close still, only 1800 apiece, separating the two.
Either player could win with a BLS and a monster next to it, or in Alvarado's case, just heavy BLS.
Yeah. We're gonna see a face down to the back row. Back to Pro Storm. Game 3 here in loser's bracket round 5. Heavy's gonna trade with the back row to ring.
Oh,
Right,
man.
here we go.
Does he have BLS Kaiku? No.
Sorcerer. It's gonna do 23.
Alright, he's gonna force Alvarado to answer this thing.
Yep. Assume the heavy's gonna come down this turn. Yep. Gonna trade with a dead dust shoot. Not agreed.
Wow, great. Played the heavy before playing the pot of greed to get around the dust shoot.
Can you deal with the sorcerer now?
No quick answer.
Oh, just a T-set. Oh. 5 points a lot closer. Pro Storm. Up 5. Mind control. This could be trouble. Dangan. Okay.
23, not enough to end the game. Both players just used ring.
Do you flip up the Sangan and banish it?
Oh, good point.
Maybe that's what Pro Storm's thinking about.
I think you do.
You can't win for game here unless holding a monster.
I
Which
mean, you don't want to like attack into like a Mirror Force or Sakuretsu and then give him back Sangan. But if you flip it, what if he Torrentals you?
That's the thing. And the only trap Alvarado's used so far was Ring. Just the flip.
He can't use priority to banish the Sangan right now.
Yeah, the flip summon's okay. Does he leave Alvarado with 200? Does he banish the Sangan? So at least you know Torrental's not down. Definitely would have got flipped there. Just tried to push for lethal.
I think that's it.
Oh man, Pro Storm wins the match. It was solemn. So Pro Storm will advance. Great game on both players' end.
Yeah.
A great game 3.
I wonder if Pro Storm would have went for game if he solemned the mind control.
Yeah. A good game. Love to see Alvarado get that invite though before World Championships. Hopefully he can.
It's cutting it close.
Yeah. Alright, so Pro Storm, as we just saw, will advance on on loser's side to face Lucas.
Right, we're gonna.
Didn't the match start yet?
Is Ghost Rider done? Oh, Ghost Rider lost. Okay.
Ghost Rider lost to MPS, who was going to be facing Ivan.
And they are playing, and it looks like Ivan won game 1.
Ivan picked up game 1.
And this is winners finals, so Ivan has now earned an invite.
Congrats to Ivan. Right, over to Sigma. Just BLS. Banish the face down on Ivan's side. It was Gravekeeper Spy. Ivan clean board on the top deck. No Chaos live in the graveyard. Sigma, yeah, gonna swing in here with the Sinister. Trim the deficit down to 1100. One back row for Ivan. Switch it back. Magician of Faith on Sigma's end. Has options. He's gonna opt for Graceful Charity.
And Sigma is Mark MPS, who does have an invite already.
Sigma's gonna ditch the Thunder Dragon and the Tomato. He's going all out here. Gonna summon Breaker and Ivan's gonna scoop, so we're going to game 3. Not fearing Torrential.
Ivan opening up with Pot of Greed, Upstart Goblin. And my guess is a Trap Dust Shoot to go with it.
Yeah, I would assume so. Let's see. Standby phase. No, Ivan said it's good.
Maybe not.
So 2 back row, 1 face down. Sigma.
I've been informed that Ivan is a current player residing from New York.
Nice. We're neighbors. I reside in Jersey, but work in New York. Sigma gonna match the board. 2 face down, 2 back row, excuse me, and a face down. In phase 1, good for Ivan as well, so no dust shoots. And we're gonna see Magician of Faith flipped up. Sigma gonna think this over before Ivan gets that Pot of Greed. Oh, gonna solemn it. $500 points cheaper thanks to the Upstart Goblin, but it's gonna deny Ivan that Pot of Greed.
It's a good spot to solemn it. He could have Suki, he could have Book of Moons, like deal with it now.
Yeah. Let it snowball. Jar of Greed is gonna flip up, so that was the other set card. Attainable. Let's see how Ivan attacks this T set on Sigma's side.
Both players running Chaos Turbo decks in the winners finals here.
Spirit Reaper gonna connect here. Ooh, and pick up a Snatch Steal from Sigma's hand. Good pickup here, and yet another cameo for Spirit Reaper, who's, as mentioned earlier in the stream, has been the poster boy of this tournament. Love to see how everything shapes up prior to the World Championship next month. Looks like we're gonna have to gain some answers for Reaper. Dangan's gonna flip up on Sigma's side. We might have a response to that Thunder Dragon discard. Up Divine Wrath. Perhaps. Divine Wrath will stop this. Ivan says it's okay. So, we're gonna catch 2 more Thunder Dragons.
The jar would now turn on Trap Dust Shoot.
Yes, it will. Sigma's already... Yeah, he did set this turn. Because I could have thought maybe he tributes Sangan, make Chaos live, but he set earlier in the turn prior to pitching Thunder Dragon. We're gonna see Wing Blast, spin the face down so he can draw it again. Now draw a Resolve, picking up the monster he has set this turn. Heads up play on Ivan's end.
And like you said, since he did set already, that does turn him back the clock on him a bit here.
Yeah. And no Dark in the grave to deal with this Reaper, but swing in here for 700, pass it back after setting a back row. This is game 3 winners finals. Both players already have their invites, as Scully mentioned, for next month's World Championships. Evan getting his invite here. Three in hand, 1 back row, and a face-up Reaper. And we're gonna see Sangan on Ivan's side. Gonna crash. Assume this goes through. Let's see. Well, that'll turn on Chaos for Sigma as he searches the deck for Sangan's effect. Pick up a Serpent. To potentially protect his hand from the Spirit Reaper's direct hit. the percentage game.
It is a dark in the grave now too. I mean, the hand's pretty protected, right? It's Thunder Dragon, Sinister.
Yeah. 25% chance he doesn't hit that.
So it doesn't mean anything though. It could easily hit the real card.
Let's see. Ivan picked up Magician of Faith from his Sangan. Reaper's gonna connect and hit a Thunder Dragon from hand, so use there for Sigma to hit the real card. Oh. Sinister Thunder Dragon hand for Sigma. We know half of it. See if he can deal with this Reaper. Just gonna set one face down. Pass it back to Ivan. Gonna put a pair of Thunder Dragons himself.
Ivan is seemingly in the advantageous position here, but a Graceful Charity could turn things around pretty quickly for Sigma as well.
Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna switch the Reaper to the fence and set a monster next to him. So again, we do know half of Sigma's hand, one being Reaper and the third TD. Main phase 1 is good, no dust shoot. Omen of Crossout on Sigma's side, gonna pick up Magician of Faith. It's gonna in Sigma's deck by one more. And again, the theme of the tournament, at least thus far today, is dealing with Spirit Reaper face up.
It has been a struggle. Snatch is already in the grave too.
A struggle it has been. Ivan still has a lot of life points. He took that 700 from Sangan, hitting Reaper. Sigma still has decent, but a little bit below half. I'm gonna add one to the back row and pass it back over to Ivan. There's the Graceful. On Ivan's side, not on Sigma's side, who desperately needs one. But Ivan's gonna discard his pair of Thunder Dragons, and let's see how he follows up here. A Woman of Crossout gonna pick up the other Faith. Let's see if Ivan pushes here for some damage. The other hand is Thunder Dragon and Reaper. Upstart Goblin. Gonna give Sigma some life. Yeah, not much value putting the Reaper in attack mode here. Gonna see Heavy Storm. Wing Blast is going to target the Reaper, ditching the Serpent. Let's see if Ivan responds here.
Considering Solomon? Or Jar Greeting, maybe?
Book of Moon works too.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't. It doesn't. No, Solemn Judgment. You're right.
Yeah, that's a great Solemn. Now you're gonna hit him
Yeah.
directly. And he already discarded the Reaper.
I'll take care of the last Thunder Dragon. So bring Ivan to 3650, but in the driver's seat. Sorcerer is going to join Reaper on the board. Getting rid of that last Thunder Dragon, Scully?
Yeah, it's worth
Yep,
it.
Ivan agrees.
Although, does this make BLS gain? No, 27.
Yeah, 54. 5400 if back row can't deal with it. Alright, so on the top deck, gonna pick up Sinister Serpent and T-Set.
Now, this still is lethal on the board. Reaper can attack over and Sorcerer can attack direct, so the face down card has to be something real.
Well, we haven't seen Mirror Force yet on Sigma's side. It's 1350 separating the life points in Ivan's favor.
Oh wait, was that Reaper supposed to be destroyed?
The Wing Blast?
Yeah,
But there was a Solemn.
but it was targeted by a card effect.
That's right. That would.
Check with the judge here.
Yeah, let's check in with TK.
Okay, it is not destroyed. Cool.
All right. Shout out to TK. All right, so we play on. It's on Ivan's side now. We're going to see a flipped up Magician of Faith. Plethora of options available. Once again, winners finals game 3. And Sigma is gonna solemn judgment that Magician of Faith.
For the
Rightfully
second time.
Yeah, rightfully so. He had a bunch of options. Knock was there.
And that's going to be game, though.
Yeah, either way,
We
you
know it's
spin it.
sinister.
Yep. So
Alright, so we'll move Ivan into Grand Finals. And we still have about 3 or 4 more rounds of loser side left. So we're going to take a break on the stream, and then we'll be back with some more loser side.
yeah, I'm gonna walk the dog too. So. All right. Thanks, man.
Okay, and we are back. We are on the loser's side now. This is round 7 of loser's side. Game 1.
Hey, what's up, Scully? Can you hear me?
Yes, and welcome James Ark onto the stream. Good to have you. So we're doing Duckduck Goose versus Paleonomes. I have no idea how to say their name. Looks like Burn against Chaos.
Oh, Paulo NS. Yeah, he plays a lot of cool, a lot of burn, but just a lot of like alt win decks or just like interesting strategies. So this is still game 1.
Game 1, yeah.
But it seems like I just realized how many cards Duckduck Goose has in their hand. So
Yeah, that is a lot.
So I'm thinking that this one.
Well, if this isn't game right here, then Secret Barrel could still steal this.
Hey, you're not wrong. I mean, it might be correct to like discard a bunch of those in the end phase.
And with Tribe even. Duoing, is this not... If it's not game, why are you duoing?
Yeah, this is seeming pretty
My life points for him
rough.
are showing up as 4,602 though, so I don't know what they actually are. Yeah, you got a Suki lock going as well. Looking good for Duckduck.
Team back again. Hey James.
Welcome back, Bobby. What does the life point show for you guys?
It's 4,000 Duckduck Goose to 1,600 Paolo.
Okay. Same on my end.
Maybe if I hop out and back in, it'll fix it.
Yeah, that's just a glitch that sometimes happens. I mean, he draws graceful, but like, I'm sure there's like 2 end phase Regeki breaks or something.
Still showing 4,602 on my end, but that's okay. The deal will be over.
Yeah.
Level limit on Paolo's side.
Yeah, I mean he's got a Suki lock, so
Duckduck has a Suki. Yeah, this is just game then, right? Because you can just
Just pick up the MST.
right, exactly.
We're gonna see end phase Wing Blast on the set monster. Yeah, this is over.
I mean, usually burn decks have a pretty like overwhelming good matchup against like more standard turbo or warrior game 1. So if they're ever able to take the game 1, I feel like it just like tilts it so far in their advantage.
yeah. Paleo wasn't able to get any like card advantage cards going.
Well, yeah, if you look at his grave, it's like all these like battle recruiters that are sort of especially not very good against turbo, and even like Night Assailant, even though it blocks the
Interesting build to have gotten this far in the tournament. You don't see much Giant Germ and Nimble.
Yeah, I have not seen a lot of Giant Germ. I don't know. Paolo is actually a very good player though, and plays a lot of other Yu-Gi-Oh formats I know as well. So I think he just has kind of good fundamentals no matter what he's playing.
Possibly playing like a Stein variant or something here too with the Nimbles you always got to consider.
Sure, maybe into it game 2. I wouldn't be surprised. I'd say that much of cards in hand, and you still need good enemy.
Duckduck gonna take game 1. Duckduck's still on the hunt for that Worlds invite. Getting closer every tournament. Well, can't get
He's been
closer than
having
last tournament, but
he's been having some really good performances, right? What did he got? He got
he
like
got second
third or
place in
fourth.
the Patreon tournament.
Oh yeah, right, the
Yeah.
Patreon.
But I think they topped like at least the tournament before that.
Yeah, they've definitely been
They've been doing
making pretty deep runs.
consistently good runs, yeah.
It's cool. I mean, it's so funny that obviously a lot of people that have their invite just like don't have a huge amount of incentive to keep playing the tournaments, but it's crazy these people that like I'm thinking of like
Lucas with 7
Slash Tap.
invites.
Well, Lucas with all the invites, and I'm saying people that keep missing it, like Duckduck and Slash Tap and Alvarado and Ghost Rider has his now, right? But
Yeah, Ghost Rider has it. I mean, John Wick just got the invite 2 weeks ago.
yeah, after like consistently top 8ing, like
Once he got the invite, he went to like, I think now he's the highest rated person with only 1 invite because his regular ranking was so high already.
oh sure,
So he
yeah,
like jumped that high up in the seating just from getting the invite.
yeah.
So yeah, no, it is crazy like the people that are like good players and still having to chase it for this long. But then at the same time, you have Lucas who like literally got an invite 7 times. So then it's hard, it's hard to make an argument that it's like an impossible thing to do. But
For sure. Well, I think it's a good system because it's like it's not like an overwhelming advantage to
get more invites.
like yeah, exactly. It's just like kind of a bonus.
And it's not like it's. I mean, getting 7 is obviously like there's no reason to get that many, but to like be a higher seed for Worlds is like to not have to play round 1 could be humongous in a double elimination tournament.
For sure. I mean, like for a while, yeah, like I personally like wasn't really trying to go for more invites, but then it's like, well, there's money on the line too, you know? I mean, not that that's my main motivation, but it's like, hey, like if I can save myself, yeah, like you just said, the odds of getting knocked out, like why not put in a little effort?
It's like the difference of having to play an extra round or like not having to play 1 more round as everybody else, or having to play an extra round and then round 2 having to play like Chris Perovic.
Right. Well, and the difference obviously is like in a normal tournament, if you play round 1, you know, obviously you get crazy matchups, but like there's a pretty good chance it's not going to be someone super high level.
Mm-hmm.
But in the Worlds, it's every single person there could beat you basically.
Right. So that extra win or that extra round could be huge for that reason alone.
Mm-hmm. So anyway, so he's just PD gracefuling and like probably slamming a BLS here, which or going aggro with this, or maybe okay, sure.
Wave motion's a weird one. I don't think it's that good of a burn card unless you're running skill drain.
Yeah, you have to be pretty dedicated lockdown, but even then it's a hard card because like in my experience you want to have your full lockdown set up,
right?
And then you want like 1 wave motion, but if you have multiple, then it actually clogs your spell and trap zone, and it's not an additional like
it's not doing
solid
anything until it does.
Yeah, exactly.
And apologies to stream, our life points are glitched again. He is at 20. He is at 5,700, not 7,086. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good in this position if I'm Duckduck right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's doing exactly what he's supposed to be doing. Like, if their opening is just a wave motion, that's not like a full lockdown setup. And usually you would lead on maybe something like a level limiter, a bind, or, you know, whatever.
Potentially a faith set next to the sorcerer. The your biggest fear is really a cyber jar.
Mm-hmm.
Solar Flare Dragon. This is an old school burn duck.
I've definitely played against some decks like this and like dropped games to them.
Oh, you
and been
just
like,
don't have
how?
the answer, and you're like, well, I just
Yeah,
didn't
it's just
draw
like,
it, but that's
how did that
it.
just happen? I actually think like, I mean, it's not like a good card, but yeah, it is like randomly pretty strong because it can attack and then like just because it's so proactive, like it's just like they can't stop it really unless they have like a Book of Moon or something.
Yeah, if your opponent like goat locks themselves, and then you could throw Solar Flare Dragon out, can be a little devastating.
Right.
And it was the Magician of Faith.
I think cards like Tribe are really good in game 2 in burn strategies. Even in game 1, but especially game 2 because
Take out their battle
You-
traps, you clear the field and get a clean shot in.
that and it clears all the Wombat Jinzo or like if they have something like a Decree up even, then you can like discard dead traps and it just like you can find yourself in a lot of situations game 2 and burn where like you have cards that aren't immediately useful based on how they sided or something.
So Paleo will have 3,000 on board next turn for damage if these wave motions stay. It is interesting to try to build a burn deck that doesn't have to rely on trap cards, considering
Sure.
like Decree is like the biggest issue that you're going to usually come up against.
Yeah, main deck Decree even right now. I mean, it's so weird because like even though Duckduck Goose, I would say, has a pretty great setup, if he doesn't hit a storm or a Mysteria break or something, like there is a way that he could lose this definitely.
Oh, it could happen fast.
Yeah, exactly. Because
Now they got double wave out.
Yeah, because it's going to be 3, 5, 7, and so maybe if he's able to get even a little more ship damage, then 2 turns from now.
Yeah, I mean it's possible this tribe can connect. But
Yeah.
Duck, looking at the grade.
Yeah. So, sad day. Oh no, not game by 100. But I think I would still totally make that. Yeah, unless. I guess if he has level limit and Duckduck still doesn't have any backer removal, I would get him there.
Yeah.
But even then, like any kind of drawn like Sinister.
Playing Lava Golem?
Good question.
Probably.
Be a good one here.
Looking at the list, I would guess.
Yeah, right.
Or what the cards that we've seen, rather.
Yeah, it is what are the same. Like I could see this deck totally being, but there definitely just are some choices that are like, okay. Well,
They got Book of Moon, I'm sure. Well, they already used one, maybe not.
well, it's kind of confusing what these traps would even be then. I mean, if
Could be Decrees.
it'd be Decree. Jeez, oh,
This could hurt. Can't
we were so ready to call it quits, but
I don't think Duckduck has anything. Oh, that's something.
on the
on the snatch.
Should have picked the BLS.
Yeah, well, he
Oh, he did pick the BLS.
okay.
Or did he pick the
Wait.
Snatch? Snatch, okay.
Okay. I mean, I not that it doesn't matter, but
I guess you want to be able to maybe draw a mystical
Yeah.
if you need it.
Yeah. And like, if
If they level limit you, then Snatch doesn't beat you anymore.
yeah, exactly. And like, it's a turn that he doesn't, he can't draw another Solemn. You know what I mean?
And it is the level limit. Man, he drew great off that Graceful.
Yeah, right. I hate that, man. It's like you were already pretty sure he didn't have the level limit, right? And sort of sure he didn't have the Snatch because I don't know if he would have done the tribe thing in that way. Oh.
Oof, thank goodness we
Well,
didn't put the BLS on top.
yeah. Wow, that's funny. Well,
Duckduck will move on to face Mike LJH.
who's that? It seemed like he was having a pretty good run from when I looked at the bracket.
He got pretty far on the winner side.
So let's watch Pastel versus Juan from Comic Odyssey. They're in game 3.
I played still on the last match here. He was on. Well, this time it seems like he's on Reasoning Gate. When I played him, he was on like Dimension Fusion positive stuff. Yes.
We saw Reasoning Gate have like a little uptick and then just completely fell back off again.
Yeah, I mean,
Probably
I think,
because of the rise of Scapegoat.
yeah, I mean, I think just I was kind of gonna say with the burn stuff too. It's like playing against burn, not just building your side deck, but knowing how to play against it is sort of such a specific skill. And I think a lot of the late round players need to practice or like have practiced that. And Reasoning Gate's kind of the same way. It's like it's kind of its own little mini game, but once you learn it, I think the matchup gets a lot more easy.
Calling the right numbers is humongous.
On the right numbers and just knowing like
When to push for damage.
yeah, and just what they can do in any given turn, what they're trying to set up. Like I don't know. It's like I feel like it's like you've never played against the deck before, or you're just learning. Like you think like, oh, they're always going to draw Grenade double chaos. Like
I think that's one of kind of it's a little bit of a like a barrier for getting into GOAT format is this deck because you just top onto Dueling Book and at the low levels you see this deck a lot.
Definitely.
And it's like that's not a fair deck. But,
no, it's stupid.
But the more you play against it, you realize, oh, it doesn't always do what it just did to me, and there's stuff I can do.
No, I mean, maybe he reasoninged into this Crane. It seems more than likely, but like the games that they're like you go first, you set a monster or something, then they're like summon Crane attack, and you're like, okay, you know, it's like there are a decent amount of games like that too.
Agree, and they don't play a lot of battle traps either, so it's usually goats or jars that are face down, so knowing that knowledge too.
I feel like that's the times that Reason Gate sometimes does beat me is like when they're sometimes playing like a bigger trap lineup than I expect, and then you slam into a Mirror Force or
that's what Slash Tap was trying to do, but
I feel like that's like that. I feel like that was sort of what I tried to do at one point. Right when I started playing Goat again, like because it, and I related to Slash Tap because it's like a later format thing that you have these like super like combo aggressive decks with then like a 5 or 6 trap lineup that just like you make a big board, stun them out. But that just doesn't really work as well in Goat format for a wide variety of reasons. But
I think Cat Sorcerer is the biggest reason it doesn't work.
It's like a Liquid Duo.
Yeah, that
like
screws it up too. But the whole just put a big monster on board thing, I think really gets beat up by Sorcerer.
Yeah.
And the fact that all of your opponents are playing Sorcerers.
Totally.
I think that's one of the biggest differences you see too now from maybe like 4 or 5 years ago in GOAT format, where like putting out a Dark Vaulter was like such a like powerful move, and now a Dark Vaulter gets put out, and I feel like it gets cleared the next turn every single time.
It's so rare, I think, that it's like the right play to turbo into one of those things. But yeah, I mean, people do it all
So
the time.
this guard gonna wall out and bounce an Air
Yeah,
Knight back to him.
Weirdly, like, insanely strong right here.
Yeah, Air Knight, another card that's lost its luster.
Right. But he does have live sorcerer now, if he chooses to do that mean too. And Juan's on double Thunder Dragon in hand, so. I mean, it's hard because, like, until you, I mean, maybe he has like a suit main 2 to flip this down, but you can't really pressure Reasoning Gate that efficiently, quickly, like as quickly as you would want to, when you have these like double Thunder Dragon kind of weaker flip monsters, especially now that you flip Scapegoat.
I'll be right back on the stream, guys. I'm gonna try logging out of Duel Invoke and logging back in because we're still getting this life point error here.
Sure.
Sounds good. Okay, so a goat is gonna get cleared. I thought he opted to leave them on board.
Yeah. Yeah, you can sometimes do that.
It did not solve the issue.
Really? I don't know. Sometimes you can clear cookies or switch account or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
It's a weird one though.
Let me try doing it in a new tab.
Yeah, incognito tabs. I don't know. I've never really understood this issue, but it's really annoying.
Life point still glitching?
Yeah, for me it is.
That's 9,000 to 72. Juan has 9,000.
Okay, I just switched accounts.
Pascal is probably just thinking, like, at what point does it make sense to go off? I mean, again, he knows 2 Thunder Dragon, and even if this face down is a Faith, it's only getting back an MST, so that's not really that threatening.
Yeah, the 2 macros are probably what they're worried about. You think that's
Yeah,
a 3rd
for
degree
sure.
set? Or that was set just to not have to discard?
Well, Pascal's already used 2 degree, but
Normal, another crane. Try to just
yeah,
bait
not a
something
very
out.
good hand. But sort of this is okay though, because again, Juan doesn't like have any pressure, or until he draws like a Potter Graceful, you know, or starts getting some Dekoichi flips going, doesn't really seem to have much ability to apply pressure. I wonder if he bounces a goat token or the.
I like, I was gonna say I like bouncing the crane if it forces a discard or to put something on the board, but
That's just gonna put him to 6.
and no, you asking it can change the target, you cannot. And did they take the damage?
No, I didn't yet. Yeah, he takes the gun. He's good. Yeah, I kind of wonder, like, I don't know. I feel like just booking the crane is not a bad play.
I was gonna say the same. Booking, you might just want to book the crane just to not have to deal with it again.
Yeah, and you just run over with the guard, and he has one less card because like each of those cards in hand is like
Could be a card.
a discard for graceful, yeah, card destruction or reincarnation, you know.
Although it kind of forces you into having to attack it next turn.
Mm-hmm. And between these traps, if they're not additional copies of Decree, they could be something like a main deck Mirror Force or Ring of Destruction. So
Right, like, and even here, you'd have to commit something face up that he might not want to.
yeah, like if he knew Pisto had the other sorcerer, and then he like books the Crane, then he drops the sorcerer, banishes the thing, then he has to.
But I do like that it would have locked the field.
That's true. That's a good point. But like this deck has like gates, you know, so it's not really the same as. I mean, this guard is now banished as a slight buffer against Dimension Fusion, which is kind of nice.
Yeah, that's true too. 1900 defense can hold off a decent amount of stuff to make them have to use a banish effect on it or a demock attack.
Yeah, especially because he only has a single Crane loaded right now, so that sorcerer wasn't summoned. Yeah, it's just one of these unfortunate things where it seems like he was kind of able to stave off Questel's additional little combo of like reading into Crane, Tree Fair Knight, Premature. Like he had a decent amount of counters for that, but now he just has like no ability to pressure. And if you give Questel like 3 more turns in this type of situation, he's going to be able to just kill. Although this does, you know, equalize. Yeah, I mean, not a ton of excitement here. It's just duos the already known Air Knight and Reincarnation, or already known Air Knight, and then
Winner of this match plays Lucas. Next round. Loser side.
yeah, I mean, Lucas is definitely a player that I think has a lot of experience, like in these kind of all-win matchups. Just given the deep runs that he's had. Owns the second guard, so he's main decking 2 guard, or this is game 3, but still.
Yeah, game 3. He sided in the other one.
It's wild to load up on a card like that, kind of in
Yeah.
general, but especially like I don't think it's super strong in this matchup or anything. This duo could be pretty nice.
Strong in any matchup.
Yeah, I would probably agree.
Crane is going to run over Faith here. It's the option of MST, Book, or Duo. On one side.
I mean, sure, with Duo he could set everything, but that doesn't seem like a bad Seems like Duo is a pretty good pick to me.
Duo's
Yeah.
usually good against these kind of decks. Anything that's trying to put together combo pieces, right?
Yeah, and he already normal summoned this turn, so
Limit the resources, but opted for MST and try to deal with one of the back rows.
well, especially with like the premature being gone, I don't really get it.
And 2 Decrees gone already.
Yeah, right. And it doesn't even seem like one has that many traps, so
So that leaves like the 3rd Decree to hit with the MST, or maybe a call.
yeah. I mean, call ring Miracor's. I mean, he probably has a better idea of what Pastel has in deck,
We didn't see game 1 and 2, so
right? But even so, like I think it's pretty likely Pastel could be holding like another Chaos Monster, a Dimension Fusion, something like a Tornado Storm, a Demok, Jinzo even, you know. And, like, yeah, putting Demok into grave is not a super great hit for a duo, but
yeah, the safest place for Demok is usually in the opponent's hand.
but even so, like, I just don't like MSC. I think is a pretty strong card against Reasoning Gate and like Just Tornado like effects, but that's like because they have a pretty strong reliance on Premature and to a certain extent Snatch. But neither of those are gonna.
I think it would have even taken the book over the Mystical.
Yeah, I mean, it does depend what he has, but we know it's Thunder Dragon in hand. He really just needs to find a draw spell or a Chaos Monster or, you know. Okay, so maybe now we see some pop off.
Something has to give. We're gonna see ring in response on Juan's side. Pick up this crane.
You know, I wonder if that will, like, that doesn't seem that strong, right? But I wonder if it'll actually end up being a somewhat good stop to the play, because if he had the Demok in hand, then I could totally see
Summon
is
BLS, banish,
Well-
then summon Demok or something.
this card needs to go back to hand. Yeah, or like this gate finding the other tribute material, like if the crane was still on field. Metamorphosis also, you know, like he needs to put his card, yeah.
Yeah. Picks up a beefy Fuchsilia dragon off the gate.
Yeah, and actually this is pretty strong here because, like, honestly, what even if this is again another faith, it's not going to get back anything of relevance. I think like best case for Juan is it might be something like Nidus Allen.
Third guard.
Right.
Could be spy. I assume he's got spies in the deck with all these guards.
I would have to hope so. I mean, I'm just not liking with 2 Thunder Dragon and like, you know, he has, I don't know, he's got to have something. So it's just like if he can keep pushing with a 2800 attack monster, that's enough to beat 2 Death Thunder Dragons.
Yeah, that was Deco.
Okay, that's good. At least it gets him closer to Chaos or Draw Spell. I think he does have the Demok in hand. I don't see why you would True
I
Nade.
was gonna say, why else are you turnating then?
Yeah. I thought it might be meta instead of the gate, like to create the second tribute material, but the gate just makes it even more more likely, I think. That it's D-Mock. Okay.
I'll let you attack a goat.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see, Captain a knock. I hope he doesn't attack Facilier. Okay.
Just gonna put the one goat and pass.
You know, Sugi's actually a good card to set against this deck too. And
Yeah, it does block into a TK.
them having another token out is actually probably better for you. And I mean, I know the Suki would die by getting attacked, but what else good is it really going to do?
Yeah.
I don't think I like that summon Suki attack a goat play there.
Yeah. Oh. Oh, okay, so now we're seeing the D-Mock summon. Yeah,
I
sure.
thought he was about to summon a King Dragon and
King
not know
Dragon,
why.
yeah. But what is this? Well, I guess he can go D-Mock. And this is going to put Darks in the grave too.
Yeah.
So he could go
D-Mock.
D-Mock. Oh,
Shinzo.
oh, just
okay.
this? Oh, this is still a Dark in the grave? Yeah.
That's
sure.
game.
Okay. Yeah, that's game.
Yeah,
So it wasn't D-Mock.
he should have set that Tsukiyomi.
Definitely.
And I think it was pretty lost regardless. Like,
Not necessarily. You set the get in another turn. It could be a huge difference. You get to a scapegoat. You get to.
I think he would need to hit Pot or Graceful on the following turn.
He had Light and Dark and Grave.
I know. But, like,
One more turn could definitely have been a big difference.
it could have. I don't know. Yeah, it could have.
A Graceful, yeah. He had 2 Thunder Dragons in the hand.
It's definitely 2800.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
28. He's saying that flip summon.
Does not make a difference.
Yeah, no.
I mean, it came out at 28, so it was never 14. Let's see what we got. We got who's Easy Schmoney? Do you know what's their dueling book?
I
think
There's
it's Easy Schmoney. They're still in this tournament? Wow.
yeah.
They were knocked into losers. Who knocked them in? They're using a Gearfried Warrior deck.
Wasn't
Oh,
it
hell yeah.
Ivan?
Yeah, Ivan knocked them into losers.
I love Gearfried. I'm a fan.
He lost because he had no answer to Spirit Reaper at all.
Sometimes
I think Reaper sat on the board for the
Literally,
whole game.
literally both games, it just never left the board from like turn 1. So we're going
was he
to
playing Smoke Grenade?
Yes,
Yeah,
He could have used that to kill the Reaper. Come on.
but he just kept having DD Assailant. I didn't play a copy of Ninja Grandmaster and just sat there against Spies and Reaper.
I'm curious to look at his list.
So we're go down to Duckduck versus Bardad.
But there's really not very many matches left in this tournament. This is losers quarters basically, I think.
Yeah, it's Lotus Quarters, yeah. So Pastel's gonna play Lucas after that win.
So can y'all clarify something for me real quick? So who is up a game right now? I forget this every
I
time.
believe Duckduck is.
Yeah,
Okay,
I think
okay.
whoever's screen, like if we're on Duckduck's side, the numbers in front.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
I got you.
It's like someone always tells me, and then I like try to remember. Oh, why is he? Okay. We enter this game immediately confused. Why is he attacking the tomato here?
Would have thought he would have brought over the Thunder Dragon, but
But he didn't. Oh, okay. Yeah, right. Especially if you. Okay.
another Spirit Reaper cameo. Close game though here in game 2.
I guess if he attacks the Thunder Dragon, then he's gonna have another light engrave. I don't know.
Yeah, but regardless, he had Kaiku on the board. Well,
Because he would have just sorted.
yeah.
What? He's like, you summoned Reaper.
I'm okay. That was off the tomato. Okay, I got confused for a second.
Well, he looked at his deck and then stopped looking, but I assume it was like to check his graveyard or something. Like,
yeah, mute at this point. We're gonna go to game 3.
that seems weird though, attacking the tomato. Whatever. Seemed like he wasn't gonna win that game anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, so starting out with Breaker.
Ring's gonna meet him there. Both players are gonna take 16. James, I think you had a little feedback from your end. I don't know if you're good now.
Oh, sorry.
I think we're good now.
We're good.
Yeah, and I got a life point glitch again. Jeez. So 1600 off both players. Duckduck gonna go for the 300.
Gonna be met with scapegoats on that side. All right. One back row going to be met with an MST on the end phase for Duck Goose. Pick up Royal Decree.
Pretty big pickup. Also, like, also, if you know they're on Decree, a lot of times you want to save the MST, but hey. Or you could just snipe it.
Yeah, that's true. Keep it in hand, but... All right, we're going to see Kaiku hit the board. We're going to pick off 2 more goats. So Duck trying to apply some pressure here, get rid of the goats. MST on far that side is going to pick up the goat. Follow that up with Smashing Ground to pick off Kaiku.
Doesn't have a light.
And a T-set.
I wonder what Duck has, because if you can push through, like, I feel like smashing there means it's pretty likely our dad doesn't have a battle trap, so I think you can just start swinging, and if this Reaper can get in next turn, maybe a Faith for the smashing. Oh, okay.
This is gonna hurt.
Yeah, but it's okay. I mean,
15. Oh, just the dark. Yeah, I thought it. Right.
if that Reaper hits a grave, he has the dark already, so.
Yeah, be good.
If he has like a Souk on top of this, that would be really strong here.
Yeah. See, only has two options. He has the goats and the MST he just played.
I think the MST is super strong here. Like,
Yeah,
I don't.
Only 4 cards for Fardad. I want to start picking them off.
And it's just like he can't even chain the goat. Maybe a ring, but that's like not even that bad. I feel. Okay.
I'm gonna pick up goats.
Maybe some Mobius. Oh.
Chaos Command Magician tributing the Faith.
This could
Well,
be
it seems
hard
like
for Dad to get off the board.
Definitely. I mean, that just seems like even more reason to have the MST then. But
MST, yeah.
Well, I still can't get over this thing.
19 defense though.
Yeah. Oh, let's see. Add a back row and pass it back over.
And what do we think the monster next to Kaiku is? Sinister? Reaper?
Spy. It can be Spy.
I
Do you just switch the Kaiku to defense at this point?
would have.
Stuff like that is always tricky because like it can let them run through 2 more monsters, not 2, but 1 more monster more easily.
Yeah.
Like you could
He had
sometimes
a
buy an attack
like a
over it
Sangin.
or Sangin, yeah.
So it's like sometimes it's worth to take the extra 600 just to make sure that you're going to keep all the guys on the board.
Goose is gonna add a face down monster to the board and then pass. It's gonna be tough to get this Chaos Command off the board if you're Fardad.
Yeah, ironically too, because it's like he already used I don't know how many copies of Smash and Bounty plays, but
And just the fact that you used the book already is going to make it harder to ever attack over
Sure.
it.
True.
That's swinging with Aura. Yeah,
First-
this will be the light.
First time we've seen a sewer priest today.
it was
Sinister.
Sinister. Yeah.
Today there's
I mean-
so many tomatoes and reapers that like they easily could have not been Sinister.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and again, this is Game Theory, I believe, so they know a little better than we do, but in some ways, like, neither was, like, popping the Asura was not a huge deal either, because...
Yeah, a month ago I popped the Asura. But this didn't
Right.
even open now for a Reaper to get in.
Oh, that's true. And popping the Asura would have given him a light, too, so I think, yeah, this is probably correct.
27.
This could give him a light, too.
What is Fardad at?
31.
31.
31. Wow.
Be alive.
Ooh!
Yikes.
Well, good call not popping the Asura, for sure.
Well, there's one potential answer for the Chaos Command.
Oh! It just keeps coming.
And when it rains, it pours. There goes Sorcerer and Priest.
I think. Pretty much curtains. The only thing I can think of is you can like
Yeah.
block with goad and
Not popping that Asura was everything.
yeah. I think just even if it was a Reaper or a Sinister or Sangin or something, it's like that's still not bad and it still clears the way for the Reaper. Oh, this is actually a pretty good draw, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Well, it'll clear the Magician and deal 13, but 6 cards total for Goose. He has to have an answer, I assume.
Yeah, Chaos Monster.
It's gonna be something if he doesn't, because this tribe's gonna then answer the Reaper.
Premature burial will be a good one. Flip up Faith and pick up MST. And just set one face down. 2 to the back row.
He got back MST. I mean, getting back this... Well, no, this seems fine, I guess.
So the Reaper's gonna finally be taken out.
Yeah. I hope he has something for this tribe, because if tribe is just able to kill Faith... I guess he has the MST for like a potential ring, but that's how I would be worried about losing this game is...
Tribe was a much better draw than I thought it was gonna be.
Right, yeah. Well, it just, you would think he has... Oh, he books the...
He books the tribe.
Depends what he has, I guess.
Yeah, he only had duo and that should get end-phased. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Alright, let's see.
And what's Dad's life points at?
31 still.
31. Yeah, I mean, as long as Duck doesn't dip too low and he draws like any amount of live card, I think he can pretty easily win this.
Knight of Sailing will take care of tribes, so you have 1,500 here, almost half.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, if the PLS and stuff was still in deck, then this is risky, but it's not, so...
And the Sorcerer's gone with it as well.
Yeah, it's just really one Sorcerer would be a good draw here, but even then, it's like we have a couple turns of longevity.
Another Asura would be nice here too.
Yeah, that's actually true. I think Asura would be game here.
Yeah. We're gonna see Tomato instead. Try to run over the Faith. It's gonna connect. Alright, well, Fardat's not going away quietly.
Well, even something like a book reuse the Night Sound's pretty nice here too. Oh, yeah, I mean, I think he really had a lot of draws that get him out of this. And
yep, there it is.
Starts with Sorcerer. Gonna banish, I assume. Oh, it's just exact game, yeah.
It's game instead.
Well, or game 6 different ways, yeah.
And the snatch for good measure. Alright, so Duck moves on in loser's bracket.
You want to go over to Lucas and Pastel?
Let's check that one out.
Yeah, that's the one going on right now. It seems like Lucas took game 1.
Yeah, Lucas took game 1. This is what, losers quarters?
Yeah, I believe so. It's basically the same round as we just saw.
Gotcha. Alright, so both players still have pretty healthy life points, but Lucas has big BLS on the board with 4 in hand, 1 on the back row, 1 face down. Estelle with 5 in hand, 2 goats. On Reasoning Gate. Estelle is.
Like I was saying, I feel like just learning to play against this deck is really a specific skill that you develop, and I'm sure Lucas has it, so I'm really like... You end up doing some kind of funky plays that you wouldn't in other matchups, kind of similar to how you play against Burn, so I'm curious to see if Lucas pulls out any little tricks here.
Yeah. Personally side Jaugen and Anti-Spell Fragrance. These decks works pretty well for me.
Sure, Jaugen's a super strong card, I think. I think Lucas is on more or less chaos control with like Tomato and Reaper, some amount of these cards.
Yeah.
And a lot of those decks can also side Cyberstorm as well.
Yeah, that's a good surprise factor. Catch you off guard and swing for game.
Yeah, both clocking Reason Gate down with the Master of Oz, or just locking them out with the Last Warrior, both, or even a Bolter are pretty strong.
Yeah, Bolter. It's a good one too.
Just a nice versatile card if you draw it at the right time. I mean, that's obviously the tough part.
I just gotta be careful because Bolter could only stop so much after Stein pays that hefty price, but still works. Still gets the job done. Gonna see Trinade on Pastel side.
Well, Trinade when they have a couple cards in hand is not really what you want to see, because you know something's coming.
Yeah, let's
Even
see.
if, in this case, it might only be getting rid of that, guaranteeing to get rid of that BLS, you know?
Yeah. We see a meta. Meta it is, and we're gonna see Thousand Eyes.
Yeah. I mean, unless... it doesn't seem like he is able to put together a big OTK push here, so... Well, although...
Opt for the face down.
I mean, if he has, like... Tribute Monsters, Snatch, Chaos, I think that'll do it. Okay. Here's part of that. Use the effect. That would get banished. Oh, tribute, just tributing. Okay, so he doesn't have the chaos.
No. It's a 49. And the draw.
Still pretty strong. I mean, especially because Lucas has used the storm, so... and if he sets a ring too, that would be lethal. I don't know if that's really what's going to happen. I think it's a good play either way.
No ring yet. Figured you go for a move like this, you have some sort of protection for that BLS. Well, Monster Gate on main phase 2. Gonna sack the last goat.
That's interesting. I wonder...
Why not do it main phase 1? But they drew it off Air Knight, I guess, right?
Yeah, it must be that. But I'm kind of surprised. Like, why are they doing this? You know? I guess maybe they hit a Jinzo and then Lucas is locked out.
If you hit DMOC and grab Defusion, you're pretty locked in to win into, right?
Yeah. I guess I just mean like he could do a lot of this the next turn, assuming he is able to keep any amount of monsters on board. But I mean, I see it. Sure. Yeah, this is probably the worst possible hit left in his deck. So
Trade the token for a 28 for Shilia Dragon.
interesting that you can see he's playing double Air Knight too.
Yeah, just gonna end turn, so
yeah, this is where Lucas really needs to crack. This is where what you're saying, Jaugen would be pretty good, even though it wouldn't kill the Air Knight.
yeah.
It's too low for Stein.
Yeah, Jaugen is cool against Reasoning Gate in that it's good before and after they go off.
Yeah.
Discard and just prevent. You get him on the board early.
That's like a Sangan search too. It's super strong. Because otherwise, like, I think you don't end up having a lot of great targets for it.
Yeah.
But this is a great counter. I find it, yeah, the Sentinel's fine. I find it pretty unlikely. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I think Lucas has got this one kind of wrapped up if he sees it out.
Well,
He's gonna.
What chaos monsters are left? One sorcerer,
Just
1 to 2 sorcerers.
Probably 2.
That's a decent number of cards.
The thing is, though, like if he, I mean, yes, that's definitely how he's gonna try to out this. But if he does Swark it, sort the Thousand Eyes, then it's not like Dimension Fusion is really that scary here because Lucas has 2 banished as well. So like if he does have the Sorcerer, then
The
I think
BLS will
Lucas
come
really.
out though if he has Sorcerer Dimension Fusion. Was it summoned? The BLS?
No, it wasn't.
Oh, yeah,
It was
there's
milled
nothing
up.
banished. So yeah.
Yeah. Neither of the Chaos Monsters engraved were summoned correctly.
Yeah, so the biggest thing will be like
Getting the Crane draw or Air
like
Knight,
a
yeah.
single Air Knight, yeah.
Yeah, and that's not. I mean, if Lucas is getting back Sang and Thunder Dragon. But I mean, it is also true that like Lucas doesn't have a Dark Engrave, so if this Thousand Eyes gets banished per se, and then he's sitting on double Thunder Dragon, and if he doesn't have immediate traps to deal with the Facilier, then that could just kill him in 2 turns.
Let's see here. Pastel trying to take this to game 3. Winner of this match faces Ghost Rider.
Rider. Pastel digging deep. I mean, if Pastel has a 3rd Trunade, that's pretty excellent here.
That'll be a good one.
2 are gone.
So 2 Thunder Dragons, right, in Lucas's hand. We're gonna see Monster Reincarnation on Pastel's side. Gonna ditch a Monster Gate.
Getting back to BLS. Oh wait, actually the Trunade wouldn't. The BLS was snatched, so it's actually Lucas's BLS. I wasn't thinking about that.
Right.
So that Trunade would not have done much. But this is actually pretty freaking good. If Lucas again is not able to find a snatch or a Trenchal on this summon.
What do you think, it was 50-50 if they monster gated into DMOC instead of activating the reincarnation?
Ooh, that's a good question. But it's
because you could have monster gated into DMOC pot agreed. I mean, you could have monster gated into DMOC pot agreed and then
reincarnation.
and then reincarnated.
But it's Jinzo, another Crane, and DMOC in deck, right? So
yeah, potentially a Stein could even be in there. Who knows? It's game 2, right, or 3?
I've even known some Reasoning Gate players will side like 1 or 2 Kaiku.
So Scapegoat on Lucas's end. Block that 28. If we see another meta. No cards in hand for Boyo, and BLS and Future Dragon on the board. Lucas is going to set a face down along with his 3 goats and pass turn.
Yeah, I mean, kind of like we saw in the Duckduck game, Pastel against Swan, the pot's already gone. Like, if he doesn't hit a Graceful here, or I guess the Metamorphosis, to the combo with these goats, Lucas is actually not drawing that dense of outs to this.
Yeah, I agree.
I think every GOAT player knows the feeling of when they summon the BLS and it seems like you still have a few cards, even though in Lucas's case these are multiple Thunder Dragons. You still have a few cards, but you just can't deal with the BLS and it just runs away with the game. So
yeah, and it's trending that way right now. Picked off the Deco. Gonna be easy pickings here for the face down too.
Well, Lucas needs to keep setting this stuff too, because first of all, it'd be a bunch of damage if Pastel is able to get in with the BLS, but it also leaves him with the GOAT token, so it does potentially leave him with the ability to draw a Metamorphosis. So bleeding these monsters sucks, especially when it's a dark that you want in the graveyard. But it's also like all you can kind of do to stay in this game. Yeah. Yep.
And Pastel not going to make it easy for Lucas.
I mean, yeah, as prepared as you can be. That's how it goes.
All right, so off to game 3 we go. Losers quarterfinals, game 3, Pastel and Lucas. Once again, for those joining, winner of this match on the loser side will face Ghost Rider. And Lucas is going to kick off game 3 by pitching Thunder Dragon. Gonna get a couple more. And Rosito awaiting the winner out of the losers bracket in grand finals. T set on Lucas's side. Pastel's going to open up with the upstart. And just pass turn. Agreed for Lucas, along with a flip to Koichi, gonna get him 3 new cards.
Yeah, this is definitely a pretty ideal start from Lucas, and just, I mean, doesn't always equate to a win against these types of turbo decks. If they have True Native combo, it doesn't do much having all these extra cards. But if these extra cards are things like Dust Shoot, Scapegoat, interrupts, then that
Definitely
help.
weather the storm if you have the resources, in case Reasoning Gate wants to go for the big push.
Yeah, but I mean, in this circumstance, he didn't have more backward sets. Okay, so we're going to see some combo here. Maybe he's just trying to end it all. It seemed, depends what his hand is, but it seems like in order to kill here from 4 cards, he would need to hit a Crane or a Demok here. Or mill a Light Dart. Yeah, this seems not super ideal, I'm going to say, because I mean, this seems like one of those games where you're really just gonna have like this one push. If you gotta assume Lucas's set is probably a magician, and oh, okay, maybe there's something here though. If he metas into Balter,
That is a light engrave.
right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like summon a chaos, dimension fusion, get the Air Knight draw.
Let's see what Oil does here.
Yeah, this could be something for sure. Although Lucas has light and dark now too.
Balter it is. Here comes the Chaos Monster follow-up.
And actually hasn't used his normal. Interesting. So if he has something like a Defusion back to Air Knight normal summon a Crane.
There it is. Defusion's gonna fetch back the Air Knight.
Yeah. It's actually not... Depends what his last card is, but I don't think it's actually game because he's at 9,000.
Yeah, the Upstart played early, but... Could be, Is Pastel back in the game here?
It definitely... Oh, but why is he... Oh, it takes him out to the left. Well, no, but he already had the Thunder Dragon. Yeah, I don't know why the hell they do that.
Wasn't it? Yeah. So, 39 it is. From Balter and Air Knight. Pastel's going to be able to draw another card.
He was just worried about spot. Why did he do that?
I don't know. Lucas has a loaded hand. He has 7 in hand, right? 2 of them are Thunder Dragons, though. No, one of them is.
One of them is the Thunder Dragon, and one of them is the card that he set that got trinated back, you know?
Got trinated, yeah. So, Lucas still up 500 thanks to the Upstart.
Like we said earlier, just passing with a Balter out is pretty risky still.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of this... It's like we already said, and also kind of the same as the last game, like, you know, I don't think it's really like... I mean, maybe you could say that the only way... Like, Lucas is clearly getting his engine off and generating so much advantage that maybe the only way that you're going to be able to win this game is making some aggro plays like this. But at the same time, it does seem like kind of a slam everything on board, hope they don't have the out to it, which against, what, 8 cards in hand now? Doesn't seem safe. Yeah, exactly. This is one of the best outs to Balto as well. Okay, I think this must mean Lucas has a pretty good comeback here.
Yeah. Well, Duel's gonna eliminate the rest of the hand, Sork and Trinade.
And maybe because he already had the second Trinade, that's why he was down to do something like this?
I don't think he's got as grave an answer as you're thinking.
Maybe you're right, yeah.
Creature
I think
swap.
Just had to turn
Any
some
kind of-
cards on.
Yeah. I mean, he's still too low to survive this, basically. Okay.
Reaper on the Nightmare ain't gonna get you out of this.
His own Balter can swing over the Air Knight.
Run over Air Knight for 100.
And then he's just dealing with the BLS, and if he sets a goat, that could be okay. I mean, hey, like...
Yeah, it gets you there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see who goes back. I mean...
And Balter
that
out
does seem...
at least gets you, you know you're at least getting to the battle phase. Well, no, you
Yeah.
can just banish it, but then still, that's fine.
On me field. No, it doesn't say. Yeah, I mean, I don't... Depends what Lucas has, but he clearly, I think, has some kind of. Oh,
There it is.
well, but he has light dark.
I was gonna say that's not gonna be game automatically, right?
No.
31.
Yeah.
It does save the ball to return.
Right.
Yeah, you got to do it then, otherwise you're just gonna lose the ball to her.
We're right. I suppose so. I don't think it's out of the question that Castel de Pollo could just go to battle phase and attack, though.
Then you still end up in the same position.
But then you burn his battle phase.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he could have, like, the other card could have been a sorcerer, and that would have sucked.
Yeah, it's kind of the same result then. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I think it is the same thing either way. But it's definitely not, Luke is not really out of the woods. And yeah, this is a pretty fantastic draw. He could not attack. Okay, sure.
He is. I mean, worst comes to worst, it's 4,000 that he's going to be able to do, so he'll live 100 if he doesn't have something to
If he
stop the
literally
BLS.
does nothing here, he could.
Yeah, he can set Sook as
Yeah.
well. I
He
mean,
could have
Lucas has.
He could have just summoned Suki, put the Balter face down too.
Yeah, I guess you know it's not a spell or anything.
Yeah.
Well, this way, I mean, I think that Pastel's most likely play is going to be
Banish.
summon this PLS, banish the face down. So I guess you're keeping the Balter.
It is the play.
This is tough. It's just, it sucks to, like, you know, have whatever set up and then you're just getting, like, run over by a DRS and can't find anything.
Yeah, I mean, it comes back to the Argeki Break Wing Blast argument.
You know, I'm going to say very good point. Like, because, yeah, Regeki Break would have been basically game ending here.
Oh, Tsukiyomi and Balter are going to pick up 2 more tokens. Let's see. Phase 2 if there's anything else. Oh, we're just going to send Suk back to the hand past turn. Close game here. You think is face down, because could essentially force a normal spell to drop him 1,000. He thinks it's nothing.
I mean, it's just one sorcerer meta, whatever, away from equalizing, but it's just like, damn. It turns out BLS is a strong card. Oh, okay, alright. Let's go.
All right.
Has 3 draws to find something to out the BLS.
Gonna ditch Serpent. Chaos is life for Lucas. If he picked it up.
Been alive. I mean, ditching the Serpent, I mean, maybe he has another level 1, but I don't know if he has the meta. But let's think about it, right? It's like 2 meta, 3 Chaos Monsters, Snatch Steal. Even another swap is pretty good here, because you could flip down the BLS, attack the
Definitely
token.
A lot of stuff.
Yeah. So the other discard was Heavy Storm. So let's see how Lucas deals with this board now.
A bunch of traps as well. I mean, another Oh, well,
Wow.
I was gonna say.
Let's need this serpent. What did he draw?
No,
Yeah,
he-
right. That's these are always the questions here. It's like, what do you even whiff on here?
Like
Just more monsters.
Like what? Is it,
Nah, they must be out.
right? Like what did you draw there?
Because even if you had no money, could Souk.
Yeah.
But like, what do you draw here? Just more monsters. Maybe an MST or something. Although that gets set.
He forgot his serpent.
Yeah, I was just about to say that.
I should.
He forgot it.
Bummer. I mean, I guess he knows the set's not serpent. Ooh. Okay, we can do that too.
All right.
He must have drawn like a bunch of Dakochis.
I mean, he plays
Spies
Reaper and
or,
stuff.
like-
Reaper Tomato.
Yeah, like you said before, it's a bunch of monsters.
This might be the Souk set. But I don't... Yeah, there's really so few things it could be, because even something picking up like a tribe obviously is good. Breaker, maybe he has a breaker in hand.
So Pastel still doesn't have too loaded of a banish zone.
So the discards are what? Goat and Reincarnation?
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, Reincarnation at least, pretty dead card. Go. I mean, it's so weird if you're in Pastell's position because you're thinking the same thing that we are. Like, what is this guy even drawing, and how much longer can I like keep getting away with this? You know what I mean? What is this?
Gonna do the Thousand Eyes Jinzo play again?
Yeah, most likely, right? And that would be lethal.
Lucas hasn't played a Scapegoat yet, so
Sure. Yeah.
And halfway-
Although I feel like it would be a little weird for him to keep setting all this stuff if he did just have a go.
That's true.
Doesn't even bother. Oh, okay. It doesn't even bother check it.
It was a deco again, so Scully's probably right. Probably just drew into multiple decos on that graceful.
Yeah. Deco, Breaker, Reaper.
Right. Still only 400 separating. Let's see if Phil makes his push here.
Okay.
this could be even more devastating than Jinzo. Well, not really. In this game, so.
Well, it's so weird because I mean he hasn't attacked, right? So it could still be Mirror Force, but again, it kind of bears the question of would he have kept setting everything if that's the case?
Torrential would be nice here too.
I don't think it's torrential because he could have like got back this. I mean, he forgot the Sinister, but he could have normal summoned anything and torrential.
True. Oh, it's
That's
Air Knight
like-
partial. Mm-hmm.
And definitely a good punish to the Scapegoat if that's what it is.
Alright, let's see if Lucas has an answer because this is lethal on board.
Did Pastel also forget their Serpent?
No, he doesn't play Serpent.
Huh? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong grave. Whoops.
Yeah.
We did the wrong order, right? If this is Goat, he's supposed
He
to swing
did.
the...
Yeah, he
Yeah.
went with Air Knight first. It connects. It's gonna get him a draw, but See if BLS connects. That's the
Happens, I
goal.
guess.
Half of those tokens gone.
I mean, I do, like, I was saying maybe he wouldn't have said everything if he had the goat, but
It's actually better to
it
leave
also
the two
makes
goats.
sense.
It's actually better to leave the 2 goats because you can defusion out Air Knight still.
Uh-huh. Yeah, sure.
And there's nothing
Well-
he could really do with 2 goats that he can do with 1. Other than like a meta
Sure.
and creature swap play.
Yeah, I wonder, I mean,
don't think he thought
like
about
we just
it.
described, what,
All the defusions are also gone. But there's still Demock, I guess.
no, he didn't tribute someone, he used gate. Oh no, he did,
Yeah, he meta'd then tribute summoned.
yeah, he meta then used gate.
Oh right, yeah, he didn't tribute summon. You're right.
That was gated, I think.
Yeah,
Meta then used
it was,
gate.
it was definitely gated. It's right on the top.
Yeah, yeah, it's literally that. But I was gonna say, like, okay, so we said that he probably whiffed on the graceful hitting like breaker, etc. Breaker deco. And so now it's like, okay, so what can he even draw that is another dead card? Another, like an MST, a trap is not particularly good here like it was the turns prior, because now he has to answer sort of 2 threats. But I mean,
Thunder Dragon is already gone. So not that. Yeah, it should be live at least, whatever card.
I mean, it could be like a torrential, so we gotta hope that Pastel doesn't just completely whiff into that. But if it's just a mirror force, he could have a pretty good play of like BLS Spanish face down, Air Knight attack a token, switch BLS defense. So he does banish. Kind of, confirming what we thought his hand was. Yep. Just pretty straightforward play, to be honest. If he flips like a crane, I guess he opens himself up to torrential, but I might be okay with taking that risk. Oh, this seems a little...
I mean, he's been just going for it for like the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, you kind of love to see it. Like, I mean, I don't like to see Lucas lose, but oh.
Yeah, I mean, they were in a position where it looked like they should have lost a long time ago with just that BLS out, so...
Jeez,
Yeah, sang it.
that is so bad. Because they were like, it's like, I don't know, like almost any combination of other cards he could have drawn.
Had a lot of cards to not answer that
It's
BLS.
just MST. Yeah, he hit the MST. Yep. He had like 6 draw steps, and he hit like about the only 6 cards that he could have had to make him miss.
All right, so Royal's going to move on to face Ghost Rider in the next round of losers bracket.
Duckduck and Easy Schmoney rematching, and they're in the same position as the first match they played.
What was that?
where Easy Schmoney can't deal with Spirit Reaper.
Oh, we got a Zing Zen Who up. The Zinger.
It looks like Easy won game 1?
Judging by
No, they lost
our
it.
understanding.
They did?
I think they won game 1. Judging by our understanding of how this works. You tell me.
I think, okay, so we're in the Duck Easy Schmoney, right? I stepped out for a second.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Duck lost the first one, it looks like.
Okay. Yeah, so I think Duckduck won 2-0 last match, so...
So at least Easy Shmoney was able to take a game.
Both players with 30 cards in deck.
I mean, weirdly, like, having all the spawn trap zones locked could kind of put Duck in a weird position. It's not as clear cut to me that he's ahead.
You don't know how locked they are, though.
Yeah, but if you're Easy Shmoney, well, see, this is the thing. It's like, I mean, if he has a rotor, he can break at least one of these things at any time. But like, I think there's some benefit to just like sitting there for a while.
Yeah, you don't know what their set monster is, though. You know, pop
Yeah,
with
true.
1,000 eyes.
Makes sense. Now the Gear Freed's gonna go. Love Gear Freed. Can't say enough about him. Okay, just on the exile.
It looks like we're gonna deal with this Reaper as well. Nope.
Looks like we're not.
Yeah, MSP's gonna fizzle that plan. Reaper lives. Theme of the day.
Yeah, and if these back rows are actually answers for Reaper that are locked, it could be there for quite a while longer.
Yep. Flip up DD Assailant. That can't deal with it either. But we're gonna end after setting another back row.
I mean, I really think that this deck does have a good amount of answers to Reaper. It's, I mean, if he can draw them before Duckduck's putting anything together, that's the problem. But
Yeah, that hasn't been just Reaper, it's this entire position. Like, if it's
Yeah.
not Reaper, it's Spy or Sorcerer, like...
sure. No, that stuff's definitely hard to get from. Also, kind of confused about flipping the Assailant here.
You don't want to get no
If
wind
it's-
and then Reaper.
But if it's game two, then he probably takes out the Nolan.
You would assume so.
I thought that maybe his set, that new set that was Solemn, could have been
Well, flipping it's gonna bite him.
costume. Yeah, I thought that maybe it could have been Blast with Chain. That's why he put it to attack, like in case like Duck attack with a Kaiku or Berserk Gorilla, but it wasn't,
Yeah.
and now it seems like he just loses.
Yeah, the Solemn and the Ring's gonna push money down to 19.
Whoa, why are you summoning?
Oh no, come on, he switched it.
He
He
just
switched
switched
it.
it. You can't do
Yeah.
that.
See if Schmoney picks up on it. We
Can
can
you can you text him?
Yeah.
I think that's one of those things where you're just like, your hands are moving faster than your brain, or vice versa or something.
TK is in this match as well.
I mean, all that being said, I don't think that you, this is gonna save Easy Shmoney.
Duckduck just needs to play cleaner. They had this issues 2 weeks ago in the Patreon World Championship qualifier.
He did a blunder or something?
Many.
Oh, bummer.
He was like 4 warnings deep.
I mean, like I said, I just don't. He's up so much and down to so low life that.
Yeah, one card could be the difference of stalling for another 10 turns or something, though.
I think this was his draw because I don't think he shuffled his hand.
Did not.
But so if that's the case, then I don't know if he has like more traps to set. Oh, yeah, this seems like it's gonna be it to me. I don't think that backer is real.
I don't think you attack if it's not real.
How could it be real? Like, how? No, because what did he do? Like, what is this?
Not gonna summon
I would-
Suki for game.
I would totally summon the Suik because look, he said if we're sure that he drew the DD Warley, which I mean we're both saying he didn't. Okay, sure, whatever.
Well,
But if he had the Mirror Force last turn, then why didn't he set it with this all?
I guess that was the reason that he didn't shuffle, that the plan didn't work.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, there are
I don't know
reasons
about all
to
that.
not shuffle your hand. That'd be a good one.
Yeah, for sure. I'm thinking what the actual sequence was, depending on the draws. I mean, if he didn't set Solemn and Mirror Force, he could have been trying to play around another Zingzhen. I don't know.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. But you can Zingzu just one card if they
You can, yeah.
pick the other one that's already set too.
Well, if he's using this to protect his Tsukiyomi, then he better have another
That's true.
monster. Oh,
That'll be
okay.
it.
Yeah. Do you know if Easy Schmoney plays BLS?
They do.
Okay.
And that's why I was even more surprised that they don't run one copy of Ninja Grandmaster.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I wonder what their light count is then.
I think we've only seen the Blade Knights.
Warrior
And
Lady, yeah.
Warrior Lady, yeah. Which is cutting it close to being enough, but
Yeah, 3-blade Warrior Lady, 2 Rhoda, but usually people are playing a Sasuke and then maybe even a Sura or a random Magician of Faith on top of that. Yeah, I really just want to see more of this Gearfree build because I think Gearfree does a lot of really good tools right now, and
yeah, there's a lot of spots too where like Easy isn't using like the damage step with the Blast with Chains well. Like there's been spots where like he could have played around stuff by like just use like attack and defense monsters and damage step Blast with Chaining.
oh, totally. I mean, to me, that's one of the like here's the thing. I'm gonna give you the preview right now. Blast with Chain is already a card that's like borderline good enough to main. It's super good in the Warrior Mirror, and if you look at SDL Killer's deck list from I think a Patreon tournament or one of the GFCs, he sided it, and that was just in normal Warrior. So it's like it's already really really good just in like standard Warrior versus Warrior matches, and then if you add the Gearfrieds, I mean Gearfried kind of sucks. Like obviously Gearfried kind of sucks, but it is immune to Snatch. It is immune to Suit. So it's like a pretty solid beater that you can commit to the field. And then you have that package where you can, the Blast, even without Gearfried, can just let you run over spies. And
a thing you have to be wary of when you use it though is like you want to try to use it in those damage step spots when you can, so they don't chain Book of Moon to your Gearfried.
Totally. I mean,
because that really just can. Book of Moon alone can just blow you out because of that. Then your Gearfried's getting run over, you lost your Blast with Chain, you probably really needed to destroy the card you just didn't destroy.
I also love it without Gearfried though, because like, and Easy Schmoney's playing cards like DD Assailant as well, and like normal summon a DD Assailant instead of Blast with Chain behind it is like actually a really good setup, you know, like if they are forced to use a book, then they're going to have to trade with the Assailant anyway. If they try to do something like that.
Assailant.
Yeah, it's really strong. Oh, this is a tricky hand. If Easy Schmoney doesn't have like a Nobleman, that could easily stall out for a while.
Do you put back a Spy or BLS here? It really depends on your hand.
It definitely depends on your hand. It's too hard. It definitely depends on your hand. But leaving him a double Spy is actually pretty threatening because like
well, Easy can't deal with defense monsters easily as we've seen, so
yeah, right.
And Duck plays guard, so they'll both resolve.
Oh, good point. Yeah, that's even more. Then I feel like the fact he plays guard makes me want to take the Spy, but it does depend. But yeah, the Blast Gearfried also like I think improves your like burn matchups and sort of chaos control. You know, like you can chain it to the meta and kill 1,000 eyes, or use it to kill a level limit. It's just pretty versatile, I think. Big fan.
Alright, so he did have an answer for the Spy, so you kind of just know your opponent's hand is dead unless their next card breaks it.
Thunder Dragon, or Graceful Pot.
Wow, just a pass, so...
And what did we see? He had TT meta BLS.
So gonna have to use the Torrential most likely here. Easy does run, I believe, 2 Downs of Lugs we saw in one match.
It was TT meta BLS MST, right? I think. The last card.
It was something that didn't actually do anything. Spy, BLS, Torrential Tribute, Meta. Yeah, I don't remember the last one. I do like not revealing your new card after getting dust shooted when you're in a position like this, if at all possible.
Yeah, totally. I think even like waiting to set cards that you know you're going to set, even if they're not immediately going to be live, you know?
Yep.
Just because then they don't know where stuff is. That's a pretty good draw. Okay, sure.
Like, now a Gear Freed summon into like a smoke grenade or anything like that would be awesome. This is mystical. This is a great draw here too.
Well, it was all. It's going to be good no matter what. I think it definitely is the MST.
Yeah.
Scully, quick. Here's a quiz. If you summon the breaker and they have the book, like the situation that Duckduck was in, when he summoned breaker and he found the book, can you give me the one card that you can think of where they would wait to remove the counter, and you chain the book, and it's going to matter, and I need you to. Why wouldn't you just book on activation of the counter? You know. Did I phrase that okay?
Yeah, it could be. What's it called?
There's one card. There's one card that I know.
Where neither player can set anything.
Ooh, okay, good.
What's that card called?
I was thinking Ryoku Field.
Ryoku Field?
Ryoku Field is a card that
doesn't it do the exact same thing as Spell Shield type 8?
Yeah. I guess Spell Shield type 8, yeah, a good similar. So if they book, the people in the chat are gonna be like, what the fuck? No, if they book and you have the Spell Shield or whatever, then the breaker would stay at 19. But if you wait for them to remove the counter and then you book,
yeah, it could actually happen with Spell Shield too.
Right, it's a card that's played. Okay, so Duckduck rips
Ryoku Field, not exactly played. Okay, Duckduck gonna turn this hand back on now. This went from I can't do anything, he knows all my cards, to probably the nuts.
Yeah, that is extremely good. Finding the Night Assailant. And I'm just so confused about what Easy Schmoney's hand was, or is.
No follow-up monster, right?
Yeah, and it seemed like he drew into the breaker because he would have summoned that much earlier. Mm-hmm. I think I would put him on Snatch personally. These kind of like reactive, it may be exiled, you know, or no, he already used the exile. Or premature,
Duckduck
perhaps.
win this turn?
BLS Sork is 67 over a breaker, and so if he has,
he has Spy
13. Yeah, so any other monster there, a Haiku or Tribe or something.
We've seen him done before this tournament with 8,700, so could be.
If he runs something like a premature, then maybe.
Runs metas.
Right, he runs meta. So actually,
meta Spy.
Yeah, meta the Spy into Darkfire. I think that. Well, you know he has the BLS, so.
Yep.
Yeah, this was one of those unfortunate games where you were just like hoping they didn't hit the Thunder Dragon or the Graceful, and he happened to hit both of them. I have a strong feeling that what we just said is about to happen. Oh, I mean, no, he has the meta, so it is lethal. Yeah, he has this work. Assuming he sees that.
He's gonna attack without it. Okay, he used it.
Yeah, I'm like.
We are on a delay, so he did not hear us say that play yet.
And I would feel sad if I was Easy Schmoney.
I don't think Easy Schmoney even realizes it yet. Now they know.
Yeah.
That'll do it.
Shark. Don't shark. You switched the thing wrong.
That's not even what he's talking about.
Oh, is it some other situation?
Where he also didn't shark. He played Snatch Steal on a Gearfried and was made to put the Snatch Steal in the graveyard.
Yeah. Okay. Read the card.
So that will bring us to Duckduck will move on. So that leaves us with Ghost Rider versus DePaulo. And Ghost Rider won game 1 is what we have figured out, gentlemen?
Yes, sir. This is losers, what, semis now?
Yes.
Right, yeah, Ghost Rider game 1.
See, I always get a little confused about this. Is this actually loser semis? Because there's 2 rounds left of losers bracket.
So this is losers quarters, yeah.
I think this is losers quarters, technically.
Yep, that's what the last round was as well. Or the one that we just were showing. Okay, cool. So it's all correct then. So did Duckduck just win an invite then? We've got the guy in finals left, Mark left. Yeah, Duckduck just qualified for Worlds.
Hey, there it is. And Ghost Rider does already have his, right? He got a ladder top 4? Is that...
Yeah, yes.
So... Well, so it's just 2 new people, right? Duckduck got his finally, and Ivan Recito did not have his, I believe.
Right, and if Pestel wins, they'll get an invite. If they win this match
Yeah, Pastel did not have. I'm no disrespect to Pastel, but
they didn't seem to know some basic things.
they didn't seem to know a lot of basic things, and I'm not I don't really care honestly who wins, especially because Ghost Rider already has his thing. But I have a feeling their luck's gonna run out.
Well, let's see if it runs out here. Ghost Rider a duo on main phase 2. Golf 2 cards from Poyo's hand. Mock and Fusion are the drops. 2 back row and a face down to end the turn. Back over to Poyo.
Funny that like Ghost Rider would bring in a card like Berserk Gorilla, but there are a lot of cards that you usually want to board out, and like it's just the exact clock that you want. 2K, 3 hits of that and they're out of Dimension Fusion Ring, 4 hits and they're dead.
So Ghost Rider in good position. There are still some lines where like a BLS defusion play could turn the tides for Pastel though.
Yeah, well, it's really funny because we've seen now a number of Chaos players in kind of a similar position with like board setup, a good amount of cards in hand, and they just completely can't get over a BLS. But you got to remember that that's like the least likely situation, even though that's what we've been seeing all day.
Yeah, but even like he can win in one turn still with the like if it's not a Book of Moon set and he true nades him here, then BLS defusions.
Yeah, because he has a demock, sure. Possible, but that's not super likely to me. I mean, because it's actually not. Oh, he's at 57, so I guess.
May grab the crane here. But
Depends if he already has a fusion, I guess.
I guess you get BLS no matter what here, because then you just attack the Sangan if you get defusion with it, and then if the Demock dies, you just bring it back.
Yeah. Well, although that would get him to Sangan back, but
Solemn. Now you just lose to BLS.
Yep. Yep. I mean, you even lose to...
Sorcerer Crane.
No, it's just outside the range.
But he had nothing. Good Solemn.
I mean, it's premature on a demock. It's definitely a solemn-worthy situation.
And I don't think this is still quite going to be a game shot either.
No, this isn't. If he has a ring set behind it. Or a ceasefire.
So I don't think this is one of the defusion decks that would do it, but have you ever seen the like sneaky side in the continuous spell card where you don't take any damage from one of these decks? Just to like defusion you when you least expect it because your life points are so low.
The spell economics?
Yeah. I've seen it happen a few
Yeah.
times now, and it like I don't think it's a good consistent thing to do, but it does come up.
Cool. Well, lets your premature be free too. And like brain control. Duo.
Call
Keep going.
six. Call 6 here, right?
Depends what the set is, but I think also 4 is fine.
Do you lose to Air Knight Snatch here? 1,000. No, that's not enough
No.
for game.
I think calling 4 because you're really just worried about the BLS.
We know the rest of his hand is dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like calling 4 here. Although, long give some answer for the Jinzo.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I think it's like one of those things that like then they hit the Jinzo and like happen to have the weird combination of cards that kill you, and you're like, well, I guess I should have called 6. But I think 4 is the play.
If you have a Wing Blast down, I think you call 6.
I still think. I don't know. Whatever.
Because then even if they get the BLS, you're just gonna Wing Blast it.
Well, how about this? If they get the crane and you,
Make the crane draw itself.
yeah, right? Good.
No,
Didn't that happen
call
earlier?
6 then. Is that how that would work?
I mean, yeah, it would trigger, and then you just chain them. I watched a game earlier where I think it was Ivan Rosito against
It was like a
someone
Jar
else.
Greed Wing Blast combination.
Oh, did that happen? I saw one where the guy discarded Thunder Dragon, and the guy was like, "Hold on, let me think on the Thunder Dragon effect," and I thought he was going to chain Wind Blast.
We
So,
saw him go activate Jar of Greed, and then he chained Wing Blast to put the monster that he had just set that same turn on top of the deck.
Ooh, tricky.
So now BLS is in the grave. He could have monster reincarnation.
Yeah, but maybe Ghost Rider has some trap to stop this.
Because the 3 cards in hand were dead, there was no good monster to reincarnate before. So you have to wonder
Sure.
what cards were just sitting there not doing anything.
Yeah, and it wasn't like a Trunade or anything. I think it could be a meta, for sure. Oh, certainly a good answer to a big field of monsters.
Now, do you solemn this?
Well, it's gonna go through.
If
Search Karibo? Nope.
I mean, he can take the hit.
All Chaos monsters are in grave unless he has the 3rd Sorcerer in deck, which is possible.
I think they usually run 3, but depends.
Whew.
Right.
Close one.
Ghost Rider. Yeah.
That's his mind on the. Yeah, okay. That'll do it.
So Pastel falls just a bit short of the invite. That would have got him the invite, right? If he won.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And now Ghost Rider has 2.
Yep.
So we're due for what, Ghost Rider against Duckduck?
Yeah.
I
The
think that-
winner will move on.
Play Sigma, right?
Mark, yep. And then back to Ivan.
And then yeah, winners.
I'm gonna take a quick break because I'd really like to watch this last 2, so maybe I'll let you guys do this couple.
Sure.
But yeah, I'll be back on. See.
Good. All right, so for those who are on the stream, we are moving to next match. We have our final 4. The winner's side, Ivan Rossetti. We have Sigma, waiting the winner of our next match, Duck Goose and Ghost Rider, who just won his last match to face Duck over Pastel. So,
Yep, just waiting for that match to go up. Take a look at. Let's take a look at the standings. So, waiting in grand finals is Ivan Rosidio, who went 7-0. Mark MPS waiting in losers finals, who went 5-1 so far. And the winner of Ghost Rider and Duck, when Ordo here, will face Mark. Okay, and Duck is hosting, so we'll be starting the semi-finals shortly. Ghost Rider on Chaos Turbo and Duck using Chaos Control.
should be a great last couple of matches to round out this qualifier.
Graceful Thunder Dragon.
Good start here for Duck. All right, Nobleman on Ghost Rider's side. After ditching Thunder Dragon, gonna pick up Gravekeeper Spy. Players will thin out the deck a little more. Winner of this match face. I'm sorry, Scully.
I was saying
Go ahead.
Duck already down to 27 cards left in the deck.
Yeah, did a lot of digging. Ghost Rider right behind them. Gonna dig a little more with Upstart Goblin. Oh, yeah. Dig more with Graceful. Winner of this match is gonna face Mark Sigma in the losers finals with a chance to meet Ivan Rossetti in the grand finals. Both players opening great hands, right?
Ghostfire firing right back with their own Graceful Thunder Dragon and now a duo. Still at least one Thunder Dragon in Duck's hand. But getting this duo off now before Duck gets back the Sinister Serpent.
Huge.
Hit the Faith too. Man, is Ghost gonna have like a Reaper on top of all this? Heavy in there before you set your monster in order to prevent getting wing blasted. Now it's good to get your Sinister there in case you're attacking into a Faith, but it's also possible, yes. So I think if I had Nobleman, I wouldn't have got back the Sinister there, because I don't want to get dust shooted.
Agreed.
Although this is a spot that does also leave you open to get hit by a Kaiku attack. But if you have Nobleman and you set another back row here, okay, yeah.
Yes, no back row.
And now even next turn you can get dust shooted.
Some power cards to open up the game. Knock on both sides. E-set for Ghost Rider. Gonna pass it back to Goose. Just gonna go right into battle. Another Magician of Faith gonna pick up a Graceful. Both players about halfway into their deck in the first couple turns. And Ghost Rider's gonna do a little bit more digging with that Graceful he just picked up from the grave.
Yeah, it looked like Ghost was about to get ahead on the card advantage, but between the Breaker and the Graceful, it's still pretty close. And now gonna recycle the Magician of Faith with Night Assailant's effect.
Breaker on Ghost Rider's end too. Attempt to pop the back row. I get met with Book of Moon. One more to the back row. Take that too. And back over to Goose. Heavy not used yet for Goose's side. Again, gonna go right to battle. Pick off that Breaker he just set last turn. Just past the turn. Gonna pick up the +1. Back over to Ghost Rider. Gonna see Jar of Greed, trade a back row for a card in hand. Set a monster. One more back row and back to Goose. Facing the same board he did last turn. Here's the heavy though.
Ghost Rider thinking hard about how to answer this. No dark and gray for Duckduck.
Answer with Solemn Judgment. Come down to 27. More importantly, just going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Strider does have to start picking away at some life points here. It's down a lot. Alright, so Goose is gonna summon Tsukiyomi here.
He's gonna make Ghost have a real card. And these are darks on the board where if they are destroyed it could turn a BLS on.
It's 37 on the board would be lethal, so like you said, Skull, you're gonna make force Ghost Rider into playing a real card to answer this board. No, he's sending the guard, okay. So it's 27, this is still lethal. Alright, we're gonna see Wing Blast, ditch another Wing Blast. We're gonna target the Sook.
So that will put it on top instead of the grave. Not putting any darks in Duck's grave still. Well, this will now.
Will.
But you'll get through the turn.
Gonna live to see another turn. So, Gravekeeper Guard, gonna stay face down. Strider on the draw, does have a live Chaos. Gonna set one and pass the turn. Nice game, isn't it? Don't you just flip the guard, Suki it back down and swing?
Well, they can't both attack if you put it back. Oh yeah, Suki attacks direct. Yep.
That doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Gets the job done.
Game 1 to Duck.
Alright, so Goose is gonna aggressively swing in here with the Sangan, gonna be met with Gravekeeper's Spy. Ghost Rider gonna add another to the board. 2 to the back row and back over to Ghost Rider. This is game 2 of loser semis. Winner of this match takes on Mark Sigma in the losers finals, and then Ivan in grand finals, the winner's side. So Ghost Rider is gonna ditch Thunder Dragon.
This does open up a tribute summon Thunder Dragon, summon Chaos Sorcerer play.
Yep.
But it puts you at pretty big risk to a Torrential Tribute.
With 2 face down, let's see what Ghost Rider opts to do. Just gonna set 1 into the back row and pass it back to Goose. Right. Baker on Goose's side. Gonna be met with Wing Blast. Ditch Thunder Dragon to spin the Sangan back to the top. Gonna end the turn. Alright, Delinquent Duo on Rider's side. Put him in the driver's seat, card advantage wise. See what he picks up. Be Nobleman on the snipe and Kaiku the ditch for Goose. After Ghost Rider set 2, this is going to resummon that Sangan that was spun last turn. Swing with Breaker, and we're going to get another Delinquent Duo on Ghost Rider's end. The Magician of Faith resolving.
Stripping the cards away, but you gotta get the board clear too.
Yeah, the hand's taken care of, the 1-for-1 trade, but Spy's unable to get through the board. Just gonna keep the wall up. Okay, just 1 back row. Switch the critter to the fence mode. Draw pass from Ghost Rider. Rinse and repeat from Goose's end.
So Duck now has a monster that can potentially clearly spies.
Was Duckduck Goose the only player we seen today play Chaos Command Magician, or was there another?
Just him, I believe.
Yeah. Okay, so I lagged out a little bit. Goose is going to activate Graceful Charity.
He dumped Sinister, hasn't dumped the second card yet. Doesn't have a light engrave yet, but the cast command is on board.
Taking over this additional discard. Gonna be Thunder Dragon. Slower paced game here, game 2. Both players biding time, building resources. Starting to go for push. Goose did take game 1 of this match. It's gonna set one back row and pass it back over to Ghost Rider.
Yeah, both players really afraid to make too big of a move here. Probably both waiting on Heavy Storm. And Ghost Rider to go for a third duo.
Wow.
If he has
That's
Heavy
gonna-
with this now, it would be insane.
Yeah. He's cleared Goose's hand twice this game. Self-inflicted 3,000, but well worth it to be up on advantage.
Needs to get an out to this Cast Command Magician though. Sorcerer isn't going to be it.
Sorcerer literally does nothing. So Goose thinking on a response to the third duo. Perhaps has some value in his hand that doesn't want to get rid of. Wing Blast is going to be chained here. Gonna ditch Magician of Faith to spin one of the spies back. Making this duo a 1-for-1. Let's see, Scully. Let's see if he has something in his hand to get rid of this Chaos Sorcerer, this Chaos Command. On the board for a few turns already.
Yeah, I mean, Wing Blast is kind of an answer for it.
So Ghost Rider's gonna set another pair. On the end phase, be met with Zing Zang Hu. Gonna target the 2 Speller Traps underneath the monsters. Would have thought he did on new cards that were set. Wing Blast will be chained.
Yeah, that is
Let's see if he
surprising.
spins yeah, I thought he would have just went with the 2 new. If he spins back this Command Magician. Ghost Rider's gonna target the Zing Zang Hu.
They gonna potentially solemn this Wing Blast?
We're gonna find out. He's thinking about it. Bring him down to 35 if he does. We're gonna see Ring of Destruction on Chain Link 3. And he's gonna target the other spy on Ghost Rider's board and clear that.
Why?
I don't know. I'm still trying to figure why the Zing Zang Hu wasn't on the new set, but maybe something that we're missing. So that's the draw for Goose, is the Zing Zang Hu. Both spies on Ghost Rider's board are gone. One to the graveyard, one on top of the deck. Goose 2,000 and up a game. Chaos Live on both graveyards. And Goose forgot the Sinister in the grave.
Gonna reset the Zing.
And resets the Zing. Wonder if he realized.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of just opened up your Sinister to a Kaiku attack, right?
Yeah. This deep into the tournament, can't make mistakes like that. Let's see. 4 in hand for Ghost Rider, 4 on the board as well. Switch the Faith and set her face down.
The Chaos Command Magician is doing its job of just being stuck on the board.
And we're going to see the Zing Zang this time on the new set and the corner left that was set last turn. And it resolves.
I don't know if Wing Blasting the Zing even was the best play there either.
Yeah, I was
'Cause
thinking about that too.
he didn't activate any of the other cards that he like turned the Zing off for, right?
No. Here's a good answer for the board. Let's see if it resolves though.
Which monster attacked?
I think the Blade Knight was gonna run over the Faith.
The Breaker?
Break it, right.
So he could have flipped some into the Chaos Command Magician then? If the Breaker attacked.
I believe it was the Breaker that did attack. I was looking away for that split second.
I thought it was the Breaker that attacked too, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, that's what I... So, Spy that was once on top of the deck. Back on the board. Nobleman. The face down Command Magician. Finally off the board after all these turns. And Ghost Rider could start plucking away here. 24 at a time. Let's see if they go through. Yep. And so on the draw, Goose is just going to set one card. Now finds himself behind in this match, 400 points after being up. This is game 2, loser semis. Goose won the first one if you're just joining. Another knock on Ghost Rider's side. Gonna pick up the Spy. That hurts. Yep, no more. So only one Spy will connect. Scapegoats is going to salvage some life points on Goose's end. Now finds himself down 1600 after that turn.
And the card closest to the deck and underneath the middle Spy are both locked, right?
It's the far left and under the Spy next to the Magician.
Wow.
A good one.
We'll clear the whole board. Do you have a book? Nope. And game?
This is lethal. $16 connects. That's the game. Goose is gonna move on to face Mark Sigma in losers finals, defeating Ghost Rider 2-0. So we are down to the nitty gritty. 3 players left. Ivan sitting in winners finals. Gonna await the winner of this last match, losers bracket, and that'll take us to grand finals.
Play for the $100 prize and the title of GOAT format champion. Which does get you into things like the Clash of Champions tournament. That Chris Perovic won this year to qualify for Worlds.
What's up, guys? I rejoined for the final thing.
Match is underway.
This is Ghost Rider, or no, Duckduck against Sigma. Okay.
Yeah, this is losers finals. Winners goes on to face Ivan in grand.
Yeah.
So Sigma's gonna open up losers finals T set. Back over to Goose. A ditch Thunder Dragon.
They both on chaos control, basically.
Yeah. 2 more. 4 TDs to the hand. Three players left in the tourney. We're gonna see a matching T set on Goose's side and back to Sigma.
Okay, going in with the breaker. Wow.
Pick up Solemn.
I was about to say I have a hard time imagining that's going to resolve for value, but that's definitely the best possible outcome. Jeez.
And the knock to follow up and pick up the Spy.
And so Duckduck is playing metas and stuff with the spies, right? We saw that in that other match.
Yeah, Duckduck's pretty much just on regular Chaos Control with a Chaos Command Magician.
Well, if he's got the spy package, I mean, that's all I meant. Like, that's already a little not standard in chaos control. Like, yeah, it seems like he's got a bunch of stuff on the side at least, like chaos command, Zing Zhen, who we've seen.
Yeah, he brought the Zing in a lot.
Zinger. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely really strong, especially like
Yeah, I guess no. Looking at this deck now, it is a Chaos Turbo deck.
just has
And-
copies of Metamorphosis.
And he sides into the Chaos Control package.
Oh, okay.
So pretty much the same deck that he got second place with.
Oh, I guess I didn't see that list.
Same concept. He just trimmed up a few things.
Nice. Always good to make a few adjustments from event to event.
Absolutely.
Whether it's the metagame or just you realizing what you want to do.
Absolutely. So Sangan crashing into the tomato, going to add the dark. Goose's graveyard. Still hasn't searched. We're waiting for the Sangan search here. And we're going to main phase 2. It's going to get Spirit Reaper from the deck. Seen a lot of him today. You would assume after that crash, Tomato's going to get banished here, but let's see.
Yeah, I mean, both players are on Reaper in this match, main deck.
Yeah, Sorka's going to come out in defense mode. Banish the Tomato. And just one to the back row, going to pass it back to Sigma.
Well, the thing is, I mean, even though he's banished the tomato, we know that Sigma has 2 Thunder Dragon in hand, so he can always tribute summon over this breaker and summon his own sword. Which seems like that's exactly what's going to happen.
Right on cue.
I guess I'd say that also because, like, even better. Oh, okay, sure. Showing its usefulness, although a snatch just ends the game here. I guess if he has.
He has. Let's see.
No, he just ended, I think.
Oh, I must be lagging on my end. Let me refresh. Still see the Solemn resolving.
No, that's where they're at. You were correct.
But I'm good here. Okay, cool.
I mean, I was gonna say, but the Sork, like, usually you drop that in that position, and they, like, if they don't already have the Thunder Dragon, or if they didn't have another dark on the board, then you can kind of just like banish all their darks. But in this situation, he had the readily available way to make it live with the tribute for Thunder Dragon, but Duckduck Goose is 2 steps ahead and had the solve. So
yeah, was equal to the
correct
task.
plays all around.
Alright, so Sorcerer's gonna banish the Thunder Dragon main phase 1. We're gonna push for damage, it looks like. Tsukiyomi.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. I wonder, I mean, hedging for the second Solemn would be, I don't know if that's really the play to do, but you could attribute set the Thunder Dragon in case he did have another Solemn, and that would have saved a little damage or something like this happening. Probably giving you another light and bread as well.
Well, it looks like Goose wanted to narrow the gap on the life points. Has exactly half of Sigma's. Just gonna see a face down monster in a past turn. So Goose, he said James has 2 Thunder Dragons, right, in hand.
Yeah.
Sigma has
Sig-
1.
Sigma has 1. Yeah. But it seems like just a number of dead-ish normal summons. Because, yeah, he's going to try to draw out of it with the Dequitchi. But I mean, with Duckduck being so low, there are just a number of things that open up. Like, I don't think Sigma's really... Well, he used 1 knock, so...
Hasn't used Ring yet. Ring will do the job too.
Ring will do the job. I mean...
Not anymore.
I think, yeah, not anymore. I was going to say he was at exactly 23, so something like meta for the Sork, you know, could threaten lethal over a couple turns. Or Ring, but now it's out of both those range.
We're going to see an end phase MST on the Wing Blast. So Goose, 5 cards in hand into the draw. Pot of Greed's a good one.
Really good card to find, but in some ways he's up so much that, you know, there's certain times that, like, yeah, drawing the Polygrid was like the only way that would keep him in the game, or the only thing that's going to put him in a good position. But in this, I think he was pretty far ahead anyway. Certainly doesn't hurt.
James, I think your mic has some static.
Also, I can.
We're good. All good. All right, so Goose, still in main phase 1, thinking over his options to deal with Sigma's board. He has knock. Right, we're just doing some math. A pick up Magician of Faith. Still game 1, losers finals.
Yeah, I mean, this seems pretty down bad for Sigma.
Yeah, quite the hill to climb.
I mean, yeah, especially with the BLS gone.
And just
Yeah.
a face down, and that'll do it. Knight of Sentinel will pick that up. On to game 2.
Didn't seem like there was a ton to do there.
Yeah.
I wonder if any of that kind of spicy stuff, like the Chaos Command Magician and the Zing, is going to come in from Duckduck.
We're gonna see. Chaos Command has been putting in work for him this tournament thus far. We've also seen Trap Master early in the afternoon.
Who had Trap Master?
Yeah, I forgot who played it.
I like Trap Master. I like Trap Master more than Green Kappa, even, because it can hit the Decree, and nowadays it can hit the face-up Zing, it can do all that stuff.
Yeah, I can hit the Decree. I think he searched it with Rhoda or got it with Singing. I forgot what, but
Yeah.
we didn't see it play, but we saw it discarded. Would have loved to see it resolved.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, a lot of these like cool cards are sort of like the 39th or 40th, the worst card in your deck. So oftentimes, like the cool card that you add does get into discard to graceful.
Yeah. All right, Sigma's gonna open up game 2.
You're gonna see a different kind of discard right now.
Yeah.
Maybe he's gonna discard one of these crazy tech cards to the duo from Sigma. Bingo Thunder Dragon. Not the worst from Duckduck's perspective, but because it does give him a light dark, but definitely cutting him off from having all that, Graceful Fodder, Windblast Fodder is super strong.
Alright, so instant chaos for Goose. Let's see if he can close out this match and go grand finals. It'll be a second time if he does so. Lost to John Wick last tournament. Strong showing this one. Got his invite. Yeah, we're gonna put those chaos materials to work. Here comes Chaos Sorcerer on Goose's end. Run into tornado.
Yeah. Oh, he just summoned it and attacked. I thought. Yeah, that seems. I mean, I guess if you're in Duckduck's position, maybe you're thinking, I just got to get something going. Maybe protect the sorcerer with some solemns before Sigma can really get set up. But definitely seems aggressive.
Sigma's gonna try to pick off one of these back rows.
Okay. Ring is a pretty solid setup.
Yeah.
And it's also what you want. If these last two are solemns, for example, you'd rather use the ring first,
Yeah, well, we're gonna see if one activates now. Here's Snatch Steal from Sigma's end. Gonna resolve.
Okay. Interesting. Mirror Force, but it isn't. I don't think in his list from the last tournament he wasn't main decking Mirror Force, so. Okay, that's not bad either, though.
Not bad. Gonna take the 14.
If Sigma really wanted to, he could just banish the Sorcerer main phase 2.
Yeah.
I think that's a pretty good play here, honestly. Or tribute set it, tribute set of Thunder Dragon even.
Picks up a goat. Let's see what he does in main phase 2.
I think banish a goat, tribute set Thunder Dragon seems like a pretty good play.
Yeah, I agree.
Because I wouldn't.
That's
he didn't banish the goat.
He picked one up. I think he killed it in battle though. I did see him click on the goat. Let's see. Wow.
Okay. So Duckduck took the 1400. I think, right?
He took the 14. He activated Scapegoat on
the sorcerer attack.
Right, but.
Oh, but he can't. He used Breaker. Okay, yeah. So maybe he's thinking that, I mean, with that in mind, maybe Banish itself was the right play.
Yeah.
But we'll have to see if
I don't think they're gonna replay that far back.
no. I mean, I don't think so.
So let's see. Okay, Sigma is gonna get rid of a goat in battle. Pass the turn. Goose will draw, gain his 1,000.
If he has the storm set, this could get real ugly. Because that's kind of what you're playing around by
Tribute for the goat. Yeah.
or banishing itself, yeah.
But let's see.
I mean, that's just about the only way I could think that Duckduck could mount some kind of comeback in this game. So.
Just gonna pass.
Yep, nothing to be found. Unfortunately, this is also a situation where drawing some of those dead tech picks can be kind of rough. You know, it's like,
yeah,
it's funny because you look at some of these situations and you're like, man, if I just had something so simple, like a Sakuretsu armor or something, or like a dust tornado, you know, that would be so strong right here. But then you have all these crazy cards that drawing a dead cask magician, whatever, is not going to help you.
Yeah, not at all. And we finally get to see that tribute for Thunder Dragon, but Torrential Tribute on Goose's end.
Pretty good to even it out.
Be nice. I agree. Clear the tomato and the newly summoned Thunder Dragon. Still in the main phase, we're going to see another Sorcerer come down. This one belonging to Sigma. Swing in for 27. Add one to the back row and pass it back to Goose, who just has 2 cards to play with. Trying to close out this series and go to grand finals, but Sigma has other plans. Swing in here for 23, but met with goats again.
Yeah. Fortunately, like, double goat does not actually really help you get back in the game, you know? And
yeah.
Especially with some.
Well, let's see. Sorcerer's lethal next turn. Gonna set 1. He set. Let's see if Sigma could push this to game 3 this turn. He does, so game 3 it is. Winner takes all, going to grand finals. Face Ivan.
Let's see.
That was what Ivan was playing. I don't know if you have the deck list in front of you, James.
No, I don't. Is it in the channel? Yeah, that was a pretty easy cleanup from Sigma after the duo and the kind of a not super effective chaos source from Duckduck.
Yeah, agreed. All right. Game 3 with the date to grand finals on the line. Duck Goose is going to kick us off in game 3 here against LRG Sigma. Last of losers finals.
You know, that feeling game 3, like right now, yeah, game 3 losers finals, and like it's that first turn, you're kind of just like sitting there, you're like kind of take a deep breath, you're like, all right, let me just make sure I don't screw this up.
Yeah, get all the nerves out. Want to play focused here. Want to make any silly mistakes. So Goose is going to have a pair in the back row and a face down monster.
And no dust shoot.
And the standby comes and goes. No dust shoot indeed. But we'll see upstart Goblin from Sigma's end. First life point change of the duel is going to be a plus 1,000 for Goose.
Definitely, you know, a card that's been kind of exploding over the summer, at least I've noticed. A bunch of people playing it at various points, but I think it's gotten a lot more popular recently.
Yeah, it's a lot of players have a love-hate with it. They, you know,
Totally.
life points does bother them.
Yeah, specifically in the Chaos decks. I mean, we saw that BLS Sork Darkfire Dragon OTK, that's 8,200, I believe. So there's a lot of things that kind of put you just over 8,000, but not quite to 9,000 that can take away from the power of some of these Chaos Turbo type decks if they're trying to abuse Upstart. But at the same time, it just found him Graceful Charity. Or, you know.
That doesn't hurt either.
Yeah. The 2 tomatoes get pitched. It's interesting to me that he's even, you know, keeping those in, I guess.
Yep. And I see Breaker the board.
I think all 3 games, right? He's been Breaker turn 1 or turn 2.
And was met with a ring last time, met with a book this time.
And if he has a knock to follow this up, oh, maybe that's to snipe. Or maybe he just slams a BLS here. Ah, okay. Oh, well, I mean, yeah, sure, snipes the Zing. That he knows gets sided in.
I picked up the Zing, so he's safe to set all these 3 if
Totally.
Goose has a heavy in hand. But we're gonna see Wing Blast on the draw phase.
I mean, it's interesting in a way that he didn't do it the other way around. Like, if he kind of knew he wanted to pick off both back row, he could have space first and then just summon Breaker and go in.
Yeah.
I mean, you risk hitting a goat, but you kind of do this way as well.
Okay, yeah, Goose missed the discard here. Sigma did pitch the Thunder Dragon.
Yeah. Yeah, he's good.
Yeah, we're good here. Okay.
It's kind of... I mean, preventing a deco there is pretty big, but it's not... And a spy, for sure. So I guess it makes sense.
Yeah. So Knock is gonna take care of the face-down breaker that was booked last turn. And a T-set pass.
It's funny, both these guys have just gone down in cards so quickly. But I'm just... I'm a little anxious for Sigma because, like, he potentially now has 2 flips incoming, the one that's on the field and the one on the top of Duckduck's deck. And if he didn't have the knock for this one, the one that he had a Wind Blast, then I kind of have a feeling that he's gonna fall behind unless he can find some stuff off this jar.
Let's see if he does.
I mean, with the graceful... Oh, 2 jars, okay.
Stars. Card advantage. Even when Goose draws, life points still full for both players. All right.
I was gonna say the graceful's gone, so you know he didn't necessarily even have a lot of good stuff to hit, but that's definitely one of them.
Yeah.
1 out of 25, 1 out of 24.
Sigma doing some digging this turn. 2 jars into pot. Pairing the back row on a face-down monster.
Still not as able to find a knock. So we'll see.
Spy's gonna resolve on Goose's end. At least get flipped up. It's not searching. It's resolving, so.
Both these guys are on some interesting combinations of trap lineups. Jar Grease, Wind Blast, and at least 1 or 2 Solemn from Sigma. And then the full Solemn package is what Duck played before, with at least now post-ported some amount of Zing Zenhu.
And
okay, but if anything, if we know anything, it's that Hot Graceful Magician of Fate is going to be pretty strong.
And he's gonna get a chance to recycle one of them. Gonna opt for Graceful Charity. Dig a little deeper into this deck, see if he can find an answer for these pair of spies.
Yeah, as powerful as this is, and it's also going to filter out one of his Thunder Dragons, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. I was going to say if he doesn't find anything, because this stuff could still be a problem, but the idea of not finding much when you're this far deep is, let's say, unlikely to me.
Yeah, he's already searched through more than half the deck.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if there's one takeaway, I hope people can have. I hope perch to luck and odds or whatever, but I feel like we've been talking about that the whole past couple matches where, and against trying to out the Blackluster Soldier against the Reasoning Gate decks, and you know, you really just got to be thinking like, what could my opponent be drawing if they're not doing anything right now, like, or vice versa, like. What are the dead cards in their deck? And
yeah, gotta play the probability game sometimes.
Yeah, and how likely is it that they're going to keep drawing dead? How much can I bank on that?
Yeah, and then just strategize your attack from there, because especially with Reasoning Gate, they can flood the board at any given turn.
Yeah.
Let's see. Ring of Destruction on Goose's side to try to deal with the Sorcerer.
Yeah, and he does it in the end phase here. So Sigma just set 2 new Speller Traps, and if either of those are like Book or a Solemn Judgment, they wouldn't be able to be used here. But one of the old ones is Book, so we can't use it.
Yep.
So all of top 4 was Chaos Turbo.
Yeah, but like I was just saying, if you look at these different trap lineups, I mean, to the untrained eye, you're like, yeah, it's exactly the same. But I guess that's the sort of source of innovation right now is how you're teching it out and how you're trying to approach the meta that way. Yeah, he set these 2 last.
And all of top 4 ran Solemn and Wing Blast.
That's interesting. But they weren't all on 3 Solemn, right?
They are all on 3 Solemn.
Really, all of top 4 are on 3 Solemn.
They're not all on 3 Wing Blast, though.
Okay.
One
We're
player
still debating.
ran 2, but I won't say who yet.
Okay.
I think we're still debating if Book of Moon that was activated in response to Ring will set because Ring was on the end phase.
I don't think he's debating. I think he was just double checking which cards are set. And I mean, maybe a judge can be more accurate on this, but like, I think that's kind of a gray area. Like, I'm actually not sure if it's like public knowledge, like which cards were set when.
I believe it is, but I'm not 100% sure.
But you gotta think like if a few turns go by, right, and you're like, did you set this one first or this one first? You don't have to tell your opponent that. I think like.
I don't know.
Yeah.
However they rule it now, in current Yu-Gi-Oh, could be completely different too. So
that is very true. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think Sigma's responsive. Like, it's in the log. Check if you want. Like, draw the conclusion from that.
In my day, you could say that you had Mirror Force set when you really didn't. Apparently, that type of stuff's not allowed anymore.
Oh yeah, that's high level trickery. It's not allowed. So he solves the thing, and the ring's already gone, so he doesn't really have to worry about like some shenanigans there. Well, it's interesting to me that this guy's playing. Now we see 3 Jar of Greed and 3 Solemn then, because I feel like the problem is always that so many reactive cards that like you're jarring into a Solemn, for example, and then you still aren't able to deal with the board in front of you. I feel like this one's getting pretty sealed up because I think he probably had more Solemns.
And it's Thunder Dragons in Duck's hand.
Yep. Not looking too good. Because like I also feel like Soloming that Faith flip wasn't like, not that it wasn't necessary, but I feel like I might be much more likely to do it if I had a second Solemn set. So
yeah, like it wasn't grabbing the best cards in the world, right?
Yeah.
So TK says you do not have to tell your opponent which cards you set in what order or anything like that.
Now we know.
There you go.
But it is right there in the log, so
Yeah. That's why, yeah, I feel like that answer is fine. Just check the log. We figured it out.
All right, so there you go. Sigma's gonna take the match and go to a grand finals to face Ivan.
Cool.
Sigma will have to win 2 sets to take the tournament. Ivan just won.
man, I miss the days of Warriors. It is 8.5 hours in, and we had no holdups for this tournament.
Yeah, zipped right through.
But it took a
But
long
you're saying
time.
that's longer than the other ones recently?
Mhm.
Mhm.
Yeah, we definitely got through some like 100-player Warrior tournaments, like all the way done in like 6 hours. But that's okay. Longer games are usually better games.
I think that we can't count Warriors out yet. I mean, in this tournament, obviously we can. But
Oh yeah, I mean the whole Warrior, like everyone Warrior mirror match meta.
right.
That is not going on at the moment.
Yeah, I think we only saw one warrior deck today, right?
Yeah, just the Gear Freed.
It was I think Easy Schmoney. If I remember correctly. Could be wrong.
Yeah, so Ivan Rossetti, Chaos, Turbo, Mark MPS, Chaos Turbo, One Ordo, aka Duckduck, Chaos Turbo, Ghost Rider 15, Chaos Turbo, Easy Shmoney was Gear Freed, Pastel was Freezing Gate, Lucas was Chaos Control. We actually didn't see any games from this person. Mike LJH, who did do pretty good too. They went 5-2. Let's see what they ran. And they were playing Chaos Control.
Okay, so a lot of chaos.
Well, it's always a lot of chaos.
Yeah, but 6 out of 8, and no like Chaos Warrior or any of these traditional kind of warrior decks. Just the Gear Freed thing. Okay, so they started their match.
Yep, we are in. And Sigma opening with Duo.
Definitely getting some unfortunate friends of events, I will say.
Yeah, there was over 20 Warrior decks entered in this tournament, so it's not like it wasn't here. They just didn't do well.
Just got completely crushed out, and Okay, duos and back. Pretty good way to come back from your opponent's auto +1, your own.
Yeah.
And here's where you're really wishing you won that rock, paper, scissors, so you could have Thunder Dragoned first. Because now you only have 2 cards.
Yeah, although I was going to say it's kind of, a common thing that people do, right? They're going to play their power spell and then set like a Dekoichi while they keep the Faith in hand just to bait the nobleman on, here we go, on the first set. And so the fact that Sigma seemingly did that, and then Ivan was able to snipe that moth with his own duo, so it kind of backfired. And at least you're not getting Faith duoed the next turn, is what I mean to say.
I was playing the other night and I opened up with like a pot of greed and a Faith, but I had a trap dust shoot, so I was like, oh, let me dust shoot him first before I set the Faith. Of course, no nobleman. No nobleman.
Yeah.
And then their card the next turn, and when I set the Faith, they drew the nobleman.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot to be said. Like you're hedging against nobleman, right, by not setting the Faith, or setting the Dekoichi, you're not saying it at all. But like,
so it's like there's the right play, and then there's the play that works.
yeah. I mean, there's a lot to be said to like hope they don't have it, and I mean, if you have double Faith, you're almost always just like going in with one first. So at the end of the day, hey, if it works, it works. Ivan Rosito. I know that this guy is a prolific watcher of games. Watches a lot of my games, and a lot of people I know, all of the tournament games, all of their money batch games.
Ivan Rossetti, you're talking about?
Ivan Rosito.
Yeah, I heard that he is from New York, and he is a good current Yu-Gi-Oh player.
I see.
But they have not entered, and multiple people have said what you just said to me, that he has watched a lot of their games.
He's lurking.
Yeah, I don't think he's
learning.
I don't think he's entered any of our events before. So I agree.
Downloading.
I think he's just been practicing, and he's played very well this tournament, every match that I've watched.
Awesome, yeah. Well, it certainly knows the right people to watch, so.
Sigma will have to defeat Ivan twice
to
win the tournament.
Off to a fast start though in game 1.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of showing the power of Wind Blast. We've kind of seen a lot of Wind Blast versus Regeki Break
and it's
situations come up.
It's interesting that Jar Greed can kind of break the Wing Blast lock a little bit.
Yes.
Where it's like, okay, I know that card that he had set last turn didn't do anything. Now I'm gonna Wing Blast back the monster. He won't get anything new, and this is where it's gonna be. And it's like, oh wait, that was a Jar of Greed, so now I don't know everything anymore.
Yeah, I mean it's funny though, because wow, especially with sniping that Mirror Force turn 1, he can block with a go. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, I was gonna say like. It's interesting that these decks that are so heavy on Wind Blast, Solemn, and you were saying that at least the later rounds were so light with Warrior decks, because these are configurations, especially with the Jar of Greeds more so than the Solemns or Wind Blast or whatever, that I don't feel are particularly strong against Warrior.
Yeah, but I think the other thing these decks have done is really cut back on like maxing out on stuff that Blade Knight just trounces you on. Like I don't think we're seeing as many triple Dekoichi type of builds from these Chaos decks now. We're seeing more Reapers and Tomatoes, and I think.
Well, I don't think either of these people are playing Night Assailant.
I'm not sure. I don't know.
I know Duckduck
was, and so was Ghost Rider.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean that's what Chris Perovic won Clash Champions with, was the no Night Assailant Chaos Turbo build, but he ran like Sakaretsu armors and stuff, not Jar Greeds.
Yeah, I mean that was definitely a very
Warrior heavy meta at the time.
Warrior heavy meta, exactly. But I think that even like regardless of how much or how little warriors in the meta, like Knight Assailant, can definitely be a more fragile card, even though it helps you blow out your opponent.
I think the second Nobleman is going to be coming back into people's main decks for sure.
Do you think both these people are not maining 2 Noblemen?
I think they both are, but many, at least 3 tournaments have been won with a Nobleman in the side from people now.
Totally. I mean, I've definitely seen that trend in general, and I cannot say I really agree with it, but
well, when you're playing that many warrior matches.
Here's the thing, though. I mean, not here's the thing, like you don't know, but the past couple tournaments I've seen and entered, and friends have entered, and whatever, you know, warriors for the past couple months have been really the boogeyman of like, oh, like what are they gonna? How do we beat warrior? How do we beat warrior? Like, are we gonna take out the Nox? Are we gonna main more tomato? Are we gonna main more reaper? And then you enter these tournaments, and I mean, this is super anecdotal, my personal experience, but the last GFC that I played, did not play a single warrior until the final round, until the guy that won. And I mean, sure, warrior won the event, but like, I played 7 rounds or something, and 6 out of the 7 were not warrior.
Yeah,
so
that happens sometimes.
That certainly is represented as much as, I mean, you said what, 20-ish today, and so it certainly is a deck to prepare for. But at the same time, like, even if you are expecting as heavy a warrior meta as you possibly could, I still think Nock is pretty good. And if you're playing Sook and Book, it still has some utility against that matchup. Anyway, that's my spiel. Okay, I see a Nock come down here.
See a Wing Blast instead. Spin the top card, the monster. Let's see if Reaper connects.
Really aggressive, but it's not like he has any Thunder Dragons or
Those are all real cards.
yeah.
Snipe Sangan. Pretty good.
And you definitely, like, you know, draw locks them at the cost of only your Thunder Dragon. Also lets you get potentially another flip down main phase 2. Oh, no other flip. Okay.
Yeah, that's a interesting play.
Yeah, I don't mind it. It really depends on what Ivan's hand is. If you, because like, it's quite obviously a play that's going to cut Sigma out of options, you know.
It always gives you like the possibility when you do this too, like, oh, maybe I can draw a knock next turn and really be in a great position.
Yeah, or
if you even have the Nobleman and you Wing Blast them there, and then I'll Nobleman them the next turn.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a little, to me, the worrying part about this is like, you know, he hit the Sangan, like, if that could set Sigma up for a chaos play soon. But yeah, it gives you another turn to draw the knock, or simply a Pot of Graceful or a flip that, you know, all those cards kind of benefit from seeing them a turn ahead.
Both players over 8,000 still.
Maybe that's also contributing to the long tournament. A lot of people being on Upstart.
Well, there's a lot of people on Solemn too, though, so...
Yeah, maybe it cancels out.
Well, that was like warriors were so fast. It's like now not are you just summon and attacking every turn, you're also solomoning each other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Crazy
there's
how much Solemn has like solidified itself in the meta now.
super strong card. I mean, yeah, I mean those games where you go BLS, they solemn, you solemn back,
Yeah,
and then they're at 4,000, they just die.
For so many years, people were just afraid to run it because of Ring of Destruction.
Yeah. I mean, I still have my reservations about.
And switching to Wing Blast, me and Masks were talking about it last event. It does take away one of your outs to get in a Ring Destruction, is
Yep.
to lose in the ring by switching to Wing Blast.
It also pretty
One of your counters
pretty
to ring, rather.
pretty crucially against the burn decks too. I mean, it's hard.
It can
Thinking
be
about-
good. It could be good or bad versus burn.
Yep, exactly.
I am in the camp of if you're gonna play Regeki Break's better if you're not running Solemn Judgment. If you're running Solemn Judgment, then it works better to use Wing Blast because you could set up more locks.
Yeah, I hear. I mean, I definitely understand and respect that perspective. I don't know how much I like weigh the two cards having interaction with each other. You know, like yes, that definitely happens. What you just described, but you could also just look at them as two independent cards. You know, and I think my preference is still the Ryeki Break. If you look at it like that.
My thought on it still is the games that you like steal and win with Wing Blast. Would you have won those games anyway if it was Regeki Break? Because we know there's games that you lose because it's Wing Blast instead of Regeki Break.
Right.
So like, you can't just look at, oh well, you win these games because of Wing Blast, because it's possible you still would have won those games with Regeki Break. And there's not many situations that come up where it's like, I lost because this was Regeki Break instead of Wing Blast. The most common one that could happen is you putting a dark or light in the grave can come up, and then you lost because it wasn't Wing Blast. But more often than not, I feel you get the situations where you lose because you have to Wing Blast something that you would be better off destroying.
Yeah, I think that's a more or less accurate way to think about it. Okay, well he mind controls this Tsukiyomi, which is almost certainly not what he wanted to hit. Although if he has some flips of his own set, he could try to kind of reuse them with that. The only thing I would say is that I do think that maybe they have just more different functionalities, especially like in the context specifically of these chaos mirrors, than maybe we are both giving it credit for. Because literally, if you just look at this game, like his play of early game Wind Blast the monster, switch Rebrew attack, you would never do that in a million years if that was Regeki Break. So it does kind of just like open up a whole different line of stuff available to you. Whether, like you're just saying, whether that's game breaking enough to detract from it.
And that's, I don't know the answer to that question either.
Yeah, but it's certainly like you use it in a lot of different ways that Regeki Break wouldn't be used in. Okay, so that gets caught with a song. Not the best, not the worst trade, but Ivan's ring is also gone, so I've said that like 3 times now. Like the song gets activated and I immediately check, is ring still live? And now we're back in one of the classic situations in the tournament. BLS demanding an answer, and there is no answer.
Yeah, picked up Deco. Staying true with the theme where Reaper still stays alive. I don't think past this turn it will.
What do you think Sigma has set for monsters?
There's a Sangin engrave, a
And
Faith Bank,
are they playing around Torrental?
perhaps.
I mean, PLS would have got torrential, right? Like,
I would think so, right? So then what are
would think
these
so.
set that you're not flipping them? Some sided
Sinister.
attack cards or something? Or is this game 1?
this is
This
game
game
2.
Sigma picked up game 1.
No,
Sinister and Reaper.
This is game 1.
No, it's
No,
not.
no, it's just 2, right?
This is 2. Sigma and
Yeah.
game 1.
It is.
Yeah, Sigma.
Yep. I need to
I think
update.
Sinister and Reaper. That's my understanding.
You think Sinister Reaper?
That's all I know. Could be like a Tsukiyomi. Some weird. Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, it could be that for sure.
No Toretto.
Now, why not attack with this last turn?
See, that is why I am confused, Scully. But well, he set another card last turn, so maybe that's the solemn. You know. But I just think that it wasn't super likely for it to be torrential, given the way the last couple turns it played out.
Yeah, and he's gonna add one more face down before passing turn. So Sigma wins this one. We're gonna go to the last set.
Somebody dueling on a motorcycle over there?
I live on a busy street and they always race cars and motorcycles.
Yeah, when I first ever heard that the new Yu-Gi-Oh show was going to be them on motorcycles, I thought it was...
Yeah, that was a deal breaker for me. So the new set was Magician of Faith, but Ivan's gonna be equal to that and use Solemn Judgment.
Really going to bring Ivan's life points down now. To a BLS getting a clean attack in will be enough for a game. So if Sigma has a solemn set, it's probably game here, right?
Yeah, I would say so. Ooh. Zuo's gonna pick up Thunder Dragon and BLS from Ivan's hand. Alright, let's see. Alright, 3,000. Alright.
We will have...
It's like, the way I look at it, it's like, I mean, a lot of players are already maxing out on these copies of Dekoichi, Faith, Spy, Night Sounds, whatever. You know, the key is clearly that you just want to have kind of a critical mass of stuff to set, but also not always doubling up on everything, because then you might lose a lot of your engine to Nobleman. So mass can really operate as a 9th or 10th flip that is going to live through Nobleman and stuff and is an additional dark. And if you're using a build like this with the jars and solemns, then you're always going to have a target, more or less.
I agree. And right on cue, Nobleman's gonna snipe all the faiths out of deck for both players.
Right. Yeah, and interesting he did it in this order. I mean, I wonder how conscious of a decision that was, but
See, well,
depending on the situation, you often, I would say, want a graceful first, because if Ivan was able to get a faith in his hand after he Nobleman's Sigmas, especially Sigma having used their own Nobleman the turn prior, then that would be obviously a pretty favorable position. But doing it this way also thins your deck of all these faiths for when you activate the graceful.
I like the graceful first, almost no matter what in a spot like this, because the more cards you see, the more options you know if you even want to use the Nobleman.
Yeah.
That's true. That's very true. Yeah, because you could, you could.
What if you end up looking at like a Thunder Dragon Wing Blast hand, or a like, wow, I have a BLS shot for something
Light
here.
Dark BLS, yeah. Totally. I mean, I think if he hadn't already flipped the Deco, like if it wasn't already so likely, oh wow, huh? So he pitches his BLS and just slams down the Sorcerer. I was gonna say if Sigma's set wasn't so likely to be the Faith, if you thought it was something more like a Spy or Deco or whatever, then it makes sense for me to know them first because I don't necessarily want to draw more Decos off my Grace.
Right.
Or maybe I do. Depends on the situation.
I mean, those are the reasons if you're trying to get the Spy and Dakochis out of your deck first, but... Do you have the Solemn, sir?
Yeah, he does. And the answer to the Snatch. Gonna book the Sorcerer. Alright. 3 cards apiece. Ivan's yet to win a game here, and we're in the second match.
Yeah.
And trailing big here.
Yeah,
but
does not have the momentum at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, going in with the Storm.
What would you think of using the Snatch before the Storm there?
I mean, for me, it depends if you have another out to the Sorcerer, right? Like, because you're thinking about which effect you want to prioritize. If you're pretty sure he's going to Solemn the first one anyway.
Right, so if you think he's going to Solemn the first one anyway, then wouldn't you rather your Heavy resolve? Like, there's more answers for Snatch than there is Heavy, right?
But that's what I was saying. Like, it depends if you have another out to the Sorcerer. Because say, like...
Yeah, but
say
even
if
you don't, like, if you just think he has Solemn, right?
Right.
And you're afraid that he's going to Solemn your Snatch, so wouldn't it be better to try to Snatch first, get that Solemned, and then have a Heavy?
Well, if you're worried about Solemn Book, which is the situation that happened, like, because you're saying that you would rather the Heavy resolve, he's just going to book the Snatch anyway. Like,
right, but then you'd get the
same.
last card, or he would Heavy or not Heavy to save the last set card. I don't know which one's better. I'm just like, it kind of puts you in the same situation, but where he might let the Heavy go through.
Yeah, I guess he might let the Heavy go through.
The Heavy, like, so if he's Snatched, he's Solemn, and he doesn't have the book. If he just has like Solemn set and 2 other cards there,
right,
and you go for the Snatch first and he Solemns that, then your Heavy's going to resolve and you at least get another card out of it.
Yeah, for sure. But then you're also, I mean, you don't necessarily have an out to the Sorcerer. I'm just thinking, like, if you're putting him on, like, you can't beat double interrupt either way, right? And then so if you're putting him on just one, you're thinking about which effect would I rather have resolve. And if you don't have another immediate out to the Sorcerer, I mean, granted, he is at 8,000. Like, I totally understand the point you're making, but like
there's more answers. Like, it's less likely he has the double answer.
Yeah, I wouldn't be assuming he has the double answer. I'm just saying that if I could choose one to resolve, I might choose Snatch, depending on the quality of my hand. Mm-hmm. It makes sense to me why someone would choose that, but in this particular situation, I think it was the same end result. Like, I think you're probably right, honestly, with him being at 8,000 and like apparently having a Sinister to set. It's like the way you lose games like this when you're, to be honest, pretty far up. I consider Sigma to be pretty up in this game. It's just by getting damaged out and then killed by something like a ring, a random BLS. But if you look at Ivan's thing, it's BLS is already gone. So I would rather, like you said, take the potential Storm plus and then stall out the game a little longer until I can draw my Sorcerer.
Yeah. And in a game this close, those like little decisions can really snowball.
Yeah, totally.
I think this is the hardest part of Yu-Gi-Oh! Or GOAT format at least, is when you're in these, like, this current position that this one's in right now. Like, when you both have very few cards, it's pretty easy. When you both have a ton of cards, you kind of just know to wait till you have the, like, blow everything away move. And making these, like, trades, like, right here where you're both pretty close to each other is some of the most difficult decisions of, like, different different paths you could take.
I totally agree, and it's obviously like super like matchup dependent as well. But I think that man, I forget who said it, but I think it was Chris at one point said like I've actually forget. I don't know if it was him, but someone was making some point that was like these players that only, and I think specifically talking about Go control mirrors that are like players that only know how to wait until they have Storm Tribe BLS for a kill shot.
Yeah.
And like that's the hard thing because a lot of people get very scared. I want to say that's not exactly the right word, but like when they're in this position and they're like, well, I don't want to make any aggressive play because it could get punished by X, Y, and Z, and so I might as well just sit here and wait. And usually that sort of means until you draw a heavy storm. And what people don't realize is that's giving your opponent X amount of turns as well. So like knowing how to make sort of like small hedged favorable trades in these mid-game situations is exactly. But what I also want to say is Ivan getting rid of that BLS super early. I think people don't even fully understand or realize sometimes how much like the idea of a live BLS still in deck can really warp how you play the game, because like
there's so many spots that are now safe with it gone.
Well, look at what Sigma's at 4,400, which is like coincidentally the exact amount of a BLS swinging over a breaker or something like that, or Thunder Dragon. And like without a live BLS, it is almost impossible for a Chaos Turbo deck without already having multiple monsters on the field to do more than like 3,000 or 4,000 damage in a single turn.
Yeah,
you know,
that's like you need at least a ring with it for it to even be plausible.
Yeah, and this is why people play things like Premature Burial or something like that. You know, it's like, but it's like it totally changes. I think the stuff you have to be worried about.
Yeah, and that's why like sometimes when you see a player like tech in like that random like burn card for the same reason of you're playing an entire game that's like, oh, the ring's gone, there's no way I lose to effect damage. And then that like sudden ceasefire can just be like, oh, that wasn't even on my radar or anything that...
Yeah, these type of games where you both, or one player, whatever, decides to let it go long, like either doesn't, and I'm not saying anything about either of these players, but like either doesn't know how to make those favorable trades or decides that's the best decision. And those are the games where you really have to be smart and careful about like, okay, they have this many outs left in deck, they're trying to find this thing, I'm trying to find this thing, and that's where you can just get totally blindsided by some random tech pick, like even like when you're letting these games go to almost deck out and it turns out your person who you thought was just on a normal chaos control and wasn't even playing Night Assailants, and they're playing card destruction, and it's like, now that's, and even if that doesn't kill you, it's like, now that's an additional thing I have to solemn, and now all the other stuff, the BLS or whatever.
Well, we saw in the last tournament, Moxie's against John Wick. Moxie's,
I was thinking that exact match.
Yeah, was ahead of him in cards the entire time, and then all of a sudden, John Wick threw out the card destruction, and it just completely flopped that around. But yeah, stuff like that could happen.
I mean, to me, that's like when people talk about like surprise factor of using unknown cards or whatever, I feel like it really shows itself in those situations.
So so Sigma is in game shot loss to Sorcerer here, but both Noblemans are used, so he's gonna have to get around it somehow.
Yeah.
And is in lose to
Yep.
Ring of Destruction range as well.
Yep. I will say that just like you were saying, navigating the mid-game situations, being able to like claw your way back in these games is like a critical skill, and it's super hard to know exactly how to do it. But I think Ivan's done actually a really great job this game.
See if
Really
Ivan
being-
can.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Let's see if Ivan can close the deal here and get the first win.
Yeah, right. The fact he hasn't gotten a single win, I mean, luck is luck. But
So what do you think Sigma has set now that they just solemn that wing blast that was
well,
targeting the monster?
I mean, if the Wind Blast resolved, the Sork attack would have been lethal. So I don't think it's necessarily about the.
Well, that's
set.
why I'm saying. Do you think the other spell and traps
Mhm.
can stop a monster attack then?
Yeah, that's a tough one because I don't know. I don't know how to say. I don't know. I mean, I guess not. I guess the answer is they wouldn't because it's solemn and then a cloak or something.
Solemn on the flip summon a sorcerer. So
I've been
go with that
probably
last
regretting.
phase.
Yeah. Well, and if Ivan has another solemn of his own here, or even another wind blast, there could definitely be a game shot potential this turn.
Or
Feels like this is the turn.
a mind control?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Man, we saw more mind control flubs today than I think I've ever seen in a tournament before. Almost every mind control we saw activate today was on a Reaper or a Sangan or a Tomato.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, what do we got?
We're gonna find out. Buy into the face down.
It could be a tomato here, yeah. But do you want the tomato to trigger? I'm thinking if he should have attacked with a Tsukiyomi there.
Was that how many tomatoes has he
Say
gone
if it's
through?
not the
True.
third tomato, then you want it to.
Well, the Sangan's gone? No, the Sangan's still on deck.
I haven't seen any new Dorias today too. With all the
Oh, he plays
tomatoes.
3 to Koichi. Okay.
Which is a good one.
I wasn't expecting the third to Koichi, gotta be honest.
And Sigma still has all their chaos monsters.
Yeah.
I bet this is game right here. You gotta have one of your 4 chaos monsters, right? No, jeez.
No.
Yeah. I think he could have done other stuff if he had the chaos already. But I feel like
They didn't have a dark before.
oh true. Good point. I feel like Ivan should have solemned back at some point there. Like otherwise I feel like you're just well, I guess it was just game if it wasn't another tomato or like Reaper. So protecting the game shot from the last back row maybe makes sense. Maybe. But he could have solemned the solemn on the sorcerer.
Yeah. Ivan needs to end this duel.
Oops. Yeah, still.
Yeah, but Ivan needs to do it fast because his opponent has 4 chaos monsters and he has probably maybe 1 left.
Well, 3,
Maybe
right?
2.
Unless he's playing the full suite.
Yeah.
He's got
Unless
sorcerer, so maybe 2 left. He's got a sorcerer and a BLS gone already.
Yeah, I mean, I think most of these people are just on 1 BLS, 2 sorcerers, unless we really decided to up the count. But I mean, I think he most likely set his Tsukiyomi back because also all the faiths are gone, so it's like there's not really that much more stuff to set here. Or it could be another spy. so funny with the Windblast stuff because it's like Windblast is obviously a super defining card in these matches, and the way these players are using their Windblasts is totally blocking draws and affecting outcomes of the game. But like that's because they're both on Windblast. You know what I mean? Like it's like you could look at this match and you're like, wow, Windblast is so powerful, but it's like, yeah, like of course it's gonna seem like the craziest card when like both players are playing 2 to 3 copies of it and using them in this way. Like if one person was on Regaiki Break or was on neither or like whatever, then maybe you'd have a different opinion.
So Ivan also still could... No. There's nothing he could really ring for game at this point, right? Without it being a draw.
No.
Mask of Darkness.
Sangan.
Sangan, yeah.
But this could still be another spy. See, I'm trying to... Like he attacked with the... Oh, that's pretty good.
Just
Two
Sigma has the
solemn
third
body.
solemn.
I see. 2 already in the grave.
Book, but on which one? Maybe that's what he's thinking.
I think the Thunder Dragon.
I would tend to agree. Or maybe he's thinking if he wants to just ring for the tie. I mean, I don't think you really need to do that with the Storm Gone. Yeah. Yeah, you can save it. And I'm wondering if he even keeps the books in, because a lot of times in Turbo Mirrors, people tend to side them out. Ivan seems to keep his in. But he's also playing the mask package and stuff. Okay, third solemn. But now, if this is the spy, because I was thinking when he normal summoned that spy, it could be because he had a second in hand.
Yeah, well that'll end it.
It's,
25.
276, right?
Yeah.
266, yeah. 266.
It's about.
Okay, all right. So, and that's sort of gotta flip down this.
Have to.
Damn, I feel like he took a pretty big risk there because that really could have been another spy. I think it was most likely the Tsukiyomi, but I really hope he doesn't attack with the Stakoichi right now.
Yeah, it'll be even more risky. Let's see.
Have to decide, you bet it all or what? I mean, Ivan also has the Sinister, I think, so it could be. Maybe I'm wrong.
I don't know. I think I'm passing turn here. I'm not risking it.
I mean, at the same time, we're less than 300. So
yeah.
That Dakoichi could just get attacked over by something as well. Really just a breaker, maybe a Kaiku, but...
I'm gonna go to main phase 2 and add one to the back row.
Okay. No attack. Decided I've had enough risk for one turn.
Yeah. He held his breath when Thunder Dragon swung
Yeah,
after.
you know he did. You know he did. He's like looking at the solid. He's like, oh. But if he has like another Windblast here, I think that should be able to put him in a position to end it.
Yeah. If he remembers the Sinister.
Yeah, right. I mean, he'd probably just think it. Oh, okay. I guess he did not remember the Sinister. Maybe that just means I feel like what's funny sometimes is that. Oh man, what are you doing?
I'm going with the other set mon that he didn't hit with Deco, but who knows?
Be careful, bro. Gotta be careful. I feel like if they don't add back the Sinister at this, dude, what was it gonna be killed by? That's Deco. That's not. Or
spy ends it either way.
Let's see it. Let's see it, bro. Yeah,
Oh.
right? Right? Oh my god. You
Yes.
fucked up.
So Ivan picks up the first win of 3 games, and probably the most important because one more is gonna seal the tournament for him.
I'm sorry. That was the throw. He saw, like, what else was it gonna be? The Nox had already resolved.
Yeah.
Like, you had ways to. You could have just sat there until you had chaos. Like,
Big exhale on Ivan's end as he
right.
going for the clincher here, game 2. Sigma needs to win the next 2. Ivan just needs to win 1 out of the next 2.
I feel like I rarely talk about like psychological game when it comes to Yu-Gi-Oh! Because I think most people that are at this level are not really getting shaken by this stuff. But that's one of those things that, you know, Sigma's just fought through losers bracket, made his way to the second set of grands. I feel like there could be some cracks, especially after a game like that, like a long, hard-fought game, and you're just like, you mess up. I mean, I can't even say it's a big mess up, but like, you gotta at least, he's probably feeling that way, I would think.
Yeah, and I think it's like you're right. You know, players at this stage, you know, you don't get rattled, but when you lose to your own doing, you got to wonder if that shakes the confidence a little bit or frustrates them into the next game. They play a little bit on tilt, but
it's just after such a long battle. You know, it's like man, he's been through however many rounds, and then that happens, and you got to clutch it out one more, and I hope he can do it. But you know,
I mean, Sigma, that losers bracket, Scully and I were talking about it, was an absolute gauntlet. So he made it out of there. And let's see if he can even up this series. He opens up Upstart Goblin, Pot of Greed. Let's see. We're gonna see Breaker in response on Ivan's end. Yeah, James, that's brutal. That long of a match, that long of a night. You know, been about 10 hours in already, almost.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and not to take anything away from Mark, because I totally think he's able to get his mental right and play consistently and well through this last match. But I mean, I'm just talking about for anyone, it would be like, oh man, now I gotta win another 2.
Even for a split second. So Breaker picked up the Jar of Greed.
Ivan's Breaker hit Sigma's Jar of Greed. Is that what you just said?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, Ivan's undefeated in this tournament so far. Well, I guess until this last little, this first set from Mark.
But that loss at least didn't send him into another bracket, so he gets to stay where he is. Not bad. Pot Graceful, Thunder Dragon.
Yeah, man, and this is what I'm talking about. It's like, I mean, Sigma had no oh man.
Oh,
I mean, Sigma didn't have any slouch of an opening either with an Upstart Pot Breaker on the jar, but this is sort of a different level of full Trinity plus Thunder Dragon.
Yeah. Let's see what Sigma decides to pitch. Sangang.
I mean, this is the now or never, right? It's like, okay, so you just have that rough loss. Now you either clutch out. Oh my god.
Oh man, this is brutal.
And see, I was gonna say this before when you were talking about the whiffed. Oh man.
Man.
Yeah, this is just beyond. But I was gonna say before about like whiffing the mind controls, like. Even if he whiffed here, even if it's another tomato.
Yeah.
Like, that's still not bad. He's still so up, and he gets in a free 16 and puts it face up for another sorcerer. Like, it's really like, if you use it, if you use it in the right position, it's really not so bad, even when you whiff.
Oof.
But this is just.
So the Upstart made the first duo free. This one's.
You hate to see it. You hate to see it.
Took the words right out of my mouth, man. This is gonna snipe mind control this time.
And his own duo, which he must have drawn off the jar.
Man, Brutal. Trinity, double duo, mind control.
Very fitting end to any GOAT tournament.
So 16. Put Sigma behind 600 in this duel, but what a turn for Ivan to try to seal up this tournament. Just squeaking away a win. Gravekeeper Spy.
I was talking about Mark's losers bracket run, but he actually was not even in losers bracket. He lost in winners finals.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so that wasn't really much of a loser bracket run, but still a tough tournament. But yeah, I mean, in situations like these, if I'm Ivan, I'm really crossing my T's and dotting my I's, or whatever you want to say, to make sure I don't somehow blow this lead. But there are a lot of situations, just because I've been playing this game so long, I've seen all sorts of crazy stuff happen, that I could probably figure out a way that Sigma gets back in this. But here, with potentially multiple solemn set from Ivan, I would struggle to even come up with a combination of cards.
In a deck like this, I always look at the top 8 list from last tournament at Gibbon Nation. He runs both jars, and those could be lifesavers in times like this where your opponent opens up crazy and you draw into a cyber or morphing jar. You kind of claw your way back in.
You're not wrong, and yeah, I didn't think of that, but I don't think Sigma's playing those, but those definitely could be cards that are not outside their own possibility to be played that could come back here.
I haven't seen any jars today, but let's see what Sigma got face down to try to claw his way back in.
To me, I think Ivan just has too much gas and aggression, because the thing was, if he drew that many cards, and even if he got the multiple duos off, etc., and if he just didn't have many monsters, or if he falls into a 2-for-1 Mirror Force like this, like that could slow him down significantly enough for Sigma to put together something. Still really unlikely, but that's what I'm saying. But with the combination of the card that he has, because Sigma's used the pot. That's the thing. It's like, yeah, you can hit graceful, but
Pot is the ignition.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. He's gonna Jar Greed. Thunder
Thunder.
Dragons.
Yeah.
Not gonna do much.
I'm thinking if he has a mind control, yeah, and Tribe is not really the kind of card that is going to make you a comeback here. But mind control from Sigma onto Faith could really help. I have a hard time believing those would not get solemned, etc. But no, I don't think this is right. I think you have to save the solemn here.
Yeah, he's gonna salvage the tribe.
I mean, the best case is you're running into a spy, and then you can main phase 2 discard a Thunder Dragon. But I'm just like, is that even that good for you when your opponent is still left with a full back row and you have
well, Solomon Ivan's end is going to bring him to 35, and we're going to see a Wing Blast here. Going to ditch one of those dragons.
Wait, what just happened?
I think he drew... Yeah, he should put the card he just drew back on top and just return the monster.
Well, it just wasn't really clear to me whether Sigma was trying to do it in Ivan's draw phase, or during his own end phase. But I guess it kind of has the same result either way if you had Drag Root.
Yeah.
I feel like they should have maybe clarified that a little bit further.
I mean, despite the opening hand, I know Sigma's still behind here significantly on card advantage, but point-wise is only down 300. Oh. Wing Blast is going to spin the back row on the end phase. Let's see if Ivan pushes for lethal here. Mask of Darkness. Pick up Solemn. This is looking grim.
That is, hey, totally the power of Mask of Darkness.
Yeah, that
Dead Thunder Dragon in hand. Maybe you can set a Tsukiyomi or set a Mystic Tomato or something and try to wall out. But
the card spun was a back row. Ivan's gonna wrap it up here.
the triple Solemn didn't matter. Okay, yeah, that was full Trinity triple Solemn Thunder Dragon mind control on the Faith. That is rough.
Brutal. All right. Oh, that's gonna be the tournament. Congrats to Ivan and the top 4 for getting invites and points if they already been invited. But very happy to be able to commentate another one of these tournaments. Thank you to Scully and the team. James, it was a pleasure.
Yeah, for sure.
Do this again.
Ghost Rider, Ivan, Sigma, and Duckduck.
Duckduck, yeah, those are the 4.
So a lot of Chaos Turbo, not a lot of Warrior, but we'll get those deck lists up soon. And thanks to everyone who watched.
Yeah, and one more shout out to Spooky for updating the GOAT format page with new deck overviews. It'll be really good to check all those out. But until next time, team, have a good one, and congrats again to the top 4.
Yep, for sure. I'm gonna get off now, but peace, y'all.
Later.